And Lin looked at the gorgeous little girl standing before him, and a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. "What are you looking at?" Little Xiaolan blushed at the sight of Lin's intense gaze. "I feel like I'm very fortunate to be able to see you in all stages of your growth. We're almost like childhood friends now, right?" And Lin's eyes lit up. Little Xiaolan faltered slightly before patting Lin's head with a smile on her face. "Childhood friends grow up together, but you didn't revert back to your younger self with me. Our duo is the middle-aged man and the little lowly." And Lin had no response to this. Her words did appear to ring true. Either way, he was very fortunate to be able to see Su Xiaolan in all of these stages of her life. And Lin grabbed onto little Xiaolan's little hand. "Let's go see if our vermilion birds have been good or not." Little Xiaolan stepped forward, and her azure dress danced around her, revealing sections of her flawless, well-proportioned little legs. A faint smile appeared on her face. "They're having their trials today, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they'll do as well." After a week of heaven-crushing true intent lessons, it was time to test the fruits of their studies. The ancient dragon empress was feeling quite uneasy. She felt like these vermilion birds were the worst students she had ever taught. They were constantly obsessed with their great empress vermilion bird, and none of them had any heaven-crushing intent. It was such a waste of their cultivation bases. "Let the trial begin. Use your heaven-crushing techniques to attack me. There's no need to hold back." The ancient dragon empress had one hand behind her back and one hand extended in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. Balls of powerful holy flames rose into the sky. "For great Empress Vermilion Bird, the heavens must be slain. Kill all of great Empress Vermilion Bird's enemies. Charge!" The vermilion birds rushed toward the ancient dragon empress. Their holy flames were imbued with extremely terrifying heaven-crushing true intent, as if they were going to destroy all things that stood in the way of their great Empress Vermilion Bird. This will was embedded deep in their bloodlines, each and every cell within their bodies, and even their path to seeking Tao. The ancient dragon empress suddenly recalled the insanity Cassidy and the other holy disciples had displayed for Lin's blood. Their unyielding faith and conviction fueled their heaven-crushing true intent, thereby resulting in devastating powers. So what if all these vermilion birds did was suck up to their great empress? Their faith in and loyalty to their great Empress Vermilion Bird was engraved deeply in their bloodlines and Tao realms. This was the holiest and most regal faith in this world. None of the living beings in all the worlds could compare in faith to the Vermilion Bird tribe. In particular, the 6 vermilion bird sages had been greatly rewarded by little Xiaolan's kindness, and they were even more reverent toward her as a result. At that moment, the ancient dragon empress felt like she could see 9 suns crashing down toward her. The terrifying temperatures made space twist and crack open. How could this be? The ancient dragon empress expression shifted drastically as her heaven-crushing true intent surged around her. Boom, boom, boom. The suns exploded. The heavens tremored, and the earth quaked. The surrounding grass and soil were instantly reduced to smoke by the insanely scorching temperatures. Devastating powers swept forth in a frenzy, threatening to engulf all things in this world. And Lin was given a massive fright upon seeing this, and he immediately set up a spatial barricade to protect the 4-9 Immortal sect. An incredible scene took place on the grasslands. 9 suns of different colors exploded violently as holy flames erupted in all directions. The flames came quickly, and they also disappeared quite quickly. Soon, the 9 vermilion birds reappeared on the grasslands, while everything around them had been reduced to a mass of inky blackness. The ancient dragon empress stood before them with her robe in tatters and her delicate skin charred in patches as she panted heavily. I didn't say you could attack me all at once." The ancient dragon empress was about to vomit blood. The vermilion birds faltered upon hearing this before sheepish expressions appeared on their faces. "Then, should we attack one at a time?" "No, there's no need for that." The ancient dragon empress shuddered before hurriedly shaking her head. "You've all graduated. You have all perfectly merged your faith into your heaven-crushing true intent and unleashed extremely powerful heaven-crushing might. I can tell you with no exaggeration whatsoever that all of you are only just below the level expected of heavenly disciple candidates. The ancient dragon empress announced joyfully. As the fourth heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, the ancient dragon empress was very elated. She had initially thought that these vermilion birds had very mediocre heaven-crushing intent. However, only after this trial did she discover that they had ridiculously fantastic heaven-crushing aptitudes. With the inclusion of these super mighty figures, the heaven-crushing sect had received another significant boost. The ancient dragon empress was very happy, but Enlin and little Xiaolan were very dissatisfied. Enlin was very disappointed. So none of these vermilion birds are even at the level of heavenly disciple candidates? Little Xiaolan shook her head. What a disgrace. Why did I even bring you all here if you can't even compare to heavenly disciple candidates? To think that there's not even a single useful one among 9 of you. All 9 vermilion birds instantly collapsed to the ground and sobbed with humiliation and guilt. I'm so sorry for how useless I am. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. I'm a disgrace to this world. Wah! Please don't doubt our loyalty. I'm willing to kill myself to atone for the dishonor I have brought upon Great Empress Vermilion Bird. All of the vermilion birds yelled in unison with shame etched on their faces. Ancient Dragon Empress. Did they have some sort of misunderstanding toward heavenly disciple candidates? The heavenly disciple birth was extremely difficult to obtain. To be just under heavenly disciple candidates was already an extraordinary feat. Why were they so humiliated? The ancient dragon empress felt like she had been dealt another heavy blow. Where did the 4-9 Immortal sect keep finding these freaks? Teacher, is it my turn yet? Bai Xiaohu looked at ancient dragon empress with anticipation in her large, watery eyes, making her appear particularly adorable. The ancient dragon empress was quite elated to see this. She had an adorable student after all. Bai Xiaohu didn't attack her along with all of those vermilion birds. What an obedient little tigress. The ancient dragon empress took a deep breath and repressed her injuries from that prior trial before changing into a new set of clothes. Come! Bai Xiaohu's gentle expression suddenly transformed into an extremely ferocious and violent one. Roar! True love cannot be beaten. I'm going to fucking eat you. For 9 Immortal sect. At the Purple Star Pavilion Rehabilitation Center, the ancient dragon empress lay on a bed with a suicidal expression. Big Sister Bai Ling stood beside the bed with a gentle smile on her face. Don't worry, you'll be fine after a few days of rehabilitation. And Lin, little Xiaolan, Bai Xiaohu, and the vermilion birds all held flowers as they looked at the ancient dragon empress with expressions of gratitude, guilt, and remorse. This was their valiant teacher. Charge! Die! May Buddha have mercy on you. A group of monk soldiers recited Buddhist mantras. Golden energy erupted forth like golden arrows that fell upon the heavenly human tribe united army from above. The heavenly humans spread their wings and changed directions in midair to evade these attacks or swung their weapons through the air to shatter the oncoming bolts of golden light or crush the monk soldiers before them. The monk soldiers were no slouches either as they destroyed one heavenly human after another with their Buddhist staves. This was a battle between the heavenly human tribe on the central front and the Buddhist kingdom forces. The battle continued to progress, and blood splattered all over the earth. After the southern heavenly gate and northern heavenly gate had been destroyed, the heavenly human tribe only had 3 heavenly gates left and were pushed onto the back foot. The monk soldiers looked up, and they could even see the boundless white nectar sea up ahead as well as the massive divine tree at the center of the white nectar sea. They were close. They had almost forced the enemy back to their heavenly gate. A mighty power suddenly descended from above. Whoosh! Before the monk soldiers even had a chance to react, a silvery white light parted the earth for hundreds of kilometers, instantly annihilating over 10,000 monk soldiers into their tiniest constituent particles. Anyone who crosses this line will die. An exquisitely beautiful woman with a pair of holy white wings wielded a silver longsword as she positioned herself in front of the monk army. It's great General Shui Lian of the heavenly human tribe. Is she finally going to enter the battle? Don't be scared. She's just a great general. The heavenly human tribe has been forced firmly onto the back foot, and now is the perfect time to press our advantage. The monk soldiers' hearts jolted, but they still advanced toward their enemies. Humph. Don't blame me for not warning you. Reincarnation, heavenly slash. The woman harumphed coldly as a holy light converged toward her sword, which she slashed down, sending a crescent sword projection crashing down toward the monk army. This sword projection encompassed an area with a radius of over 100 kilometers, and tens of thousands of monk soldiers would be annihilated should it be allowed to fall. Infinite golden palm. A mighty voice imbued with boundless benevolence and mercy sounded. A massive golden palm imbued with boundless Buddhist true intent appeared in the air before crushing the sword projection as if it were crushing a small biscuit. Before Great General Shui Lian could do anything, the massive golden palm hurtled toward her at an extremely fast speed, and it encompassed the entire heaven and earth, leaving her with no avenue for escape or evasion. Bam! Great General Shui Lian's defenses were instantly shattered before she was slapped flying for several hundred kilometers. Amitabha! Amitabha is here! The monk soldiers yelled with excitement and elation. Amitabha was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure from the Western Paradise, and he was powerful enough to dominate this entire battlefield. Amitabha was able to severely wound a heavenly human tribe great general with a single palm strike, but he was not smug nor triumphant in the slightest. Instead, he turned to look up at the divine tree up ahead with concern in his eyes. No matter what spell techniques he used, he was still unable to glean what lay beyond the mysterious mist at the top of the divine tree. Even though they were crushing the heavenly human tribe united army, he was still feeling very uneasy. Just what lay at the top of the divine tree? In the westernmost region of the Tai Chu continent, on the boundless West Sea. This was a deadly ocean with dark clouds overhead and seething lightning up above. An inky black hole appeared on the ocean, and boundless seawater gushed into the hole. But no matter how much seawater flowed into the hole, it could not be filled. About 1,000 kilometers away, on an observation tower, two powerful mermaids were observing this hole in the distance. The hole was still sucking in seawater in a frenzy, just as it had always been. From here, that hole looks like the eye of the devil. A mermaid with black skin leaned on the railing and looked at the hole in the distance. The inky black hole had a peculiar, mesmerizing quality to it, and one was simply drawn into looking at it. The other mermaid heaved a resentful sigh. It's not the eye of the devil. It's clearly the insatiable mouth of the devil. I'm genuinely concerned that it's going to engulf the entire West Sea. This was not an exaggeration. The sea level of the West Sea had already fallen by over 60 meters, revealing large sections of the coast and presenting a very harrowing sight to behold. In the history of the West Sea, the sea level had never even fallen by more than 10 meters, but over 60 meters had fallen away during this period of time. Where did the seawater go? Let it swallow as much as it wants? The dark-skinned mermaid smiled and said, even sect leader Lin and alliance leader Lan Xiaoni were unable to kill the heavenly sea god. When the heavenly sea god appears, we're most likely all doomed anyway. Haven't you already prepared yourself for that? I have prepared myself, but that doesn't mean I want to die. The other mermaid sighed and said, hopefully, that day doesn't arrive anytime soon. I just want to bask in some more peace and quiet. The mermaid sat down on a chair before chugging on some West Sea beer and looking up at the sight with a dejected expression. Hey! The dark-skinned mermaid suddenly stood up. What? Just give me some peace and quiet. The other mermaid grumbled. I would, but... The dark-skinned mermaid's voice trembled as she said, I think the day you were referring to may have already arrived. The mermaid sat bolt upright before staring at the hole in the distance with wide eyes. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated as sunlight shone down upon the ocean. 999 vibrant rainbows emerged in all directions of the West Sea before converging directly above the black hole. The great Tao of heaven and earth resonated as the boundless ocean surged and roared. The underwater tectonic plates tremored and underwater volcanoes erupted, as if they were expressing their elation and extending a warm welcome to their master. At the same time, a pillar of divine light imbued with countless colors shone down upon the black hole, upon which the black hole shrank at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. The mermaids were dumbstruck by this sight. "Quick! Contact Alliance Leader Lon," the dark-skinned mermaid yelled. "For 9 Immortal sect." And Lin held little Xiaolan with his left arm and Dabai in his right arm as he sat on a chair. Enjoying Yi Ling's immortal massage, he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Little Gu had transformed into a gorgeous young lady in a colorful dress feeding 1 spirit fruits in a gentle and attentive manner. At this moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. An exquisitely beautiful snake woman in a black dress with black hair that pooled all the way down to her waist appeared in the sky above the 4-9 Immortal sect before slowly descending to the ground. "And Lin, Her Majesty Nuwa sent me to deliver your divine tool," Black Spirit Snake said in a cold voice. Her chest constricted at the sight of the luxurious and extravagant life Lin was living, especially when she thought about how she had been reduced to a courier service for delivering Lin's divine tool. She regarded Lin with the disdain of a member of the proletariat appraising an accursed member of the bourgeoisie. But she couldn't do anything. She had also chosen to selectively forget her vow to beat the crap out of Lin whenever she encountered him. This was for no reason other than the fact that she simply could no longer beat him in a battle. Reality cast her into despair. "Hey there, little Black. Thanks for your hard work. Come have a few spirit fruits to quench your thirst." And Lin waved excitedly at Black Spirit Snake to extend a warm, enthusiastic greeting. Black Spirit Snake's lips twitched. Back when he wasn't powerful enough to defeat her, he called her big sister Black Spirit Snake. But now he was calling her Little Black? Fuck. I really want to cut him down. Black Spirit Snake repressed the urge to attack him with her massive sword as she descended beside him. "This is the high-rank divine tool Nuwa sourced for you. The Hong Meng Divine Spear." She extended a hand, and a divine spear emanating rich divine power fluctuations appeared over her palm. A purple mist of energy particles spread through the air as the space around the divine spear began to crumble and cave in. And Lin's eyes lit up. "This is a fantastic item." He tried to grab the divine spear, only for Black Spirit Snake to withdraw her hand before taking a step back. "Hand over the money first. We don't take credit." "Hee hee. Are you worried that I don't have the money?" And Lin chuckled. "Humph. Who knows? 2 billion spirit stones is an astronomical amount even for Dao integration stage super mighty figures. You better not try to swindle me." Black Spirit Snake held the divine spear tightly in her hand and surveyed Lin with a cautious expression. Lin smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he let his storage ring do the talking. Boom! 500,000 vital stones crashed to the ground. The earth tremored as vital energy swept through the air. Black Spirit Snake was almost blinded by the white light. These are all vital stones?" Black Spirit Snake was so astonished that she momentarily forgot how to breathe. Each vital stone was the equivalent of 10,000 spirit stones, so there were at least 5 billion spirit stones here. "See? Just the vital stones in my storage ring is enough to purchase 2 or 3 of those spears. How could I possibly not have enough money to give you?" And Lin smirked. Black Spirit Snake blushed as she gritted her teeth with indignation. "How do you have so much money? If you're powerful enough, you can have this much money too." And Lin smiled. Black Spirit Snake received a second blow. Could this bastard possibly be any more infuriating? "Ignore him, big sister Black Spirit Snake. Come and have some spirit fruits." Little Xiaolan pointed at the fruits on the table with a dainty smile. Black Spirit Snake turned toward the angelic little girl beside Lin with a surprised and hesitant expression. "You're Su Xiaolan." "That's right." Little Xiaolan nodded and looked at Black Spirit Snake with large, bright eyes completely devoid of any impurity. Black Spirit Snake's heart jolted slightly with shock. This was the person Her Majesty Nuwa had mentioned that had the right to transcend? She was feeling even more envious now. She heaved an internal sigh and took 2 billion spirit stones before handing the divine tool over to Lin and grabbing a spirit fruit to eat. It was the least they could offer her for her courier services. Black Spirit Snake decided to fill her stomach before she left. And Lin was quite happy to see this, and he brought out another dozen or so precious high-rank spirit fruits from his storage ring. No hurry. There are more here if this isn't enough for you. Black spirit snake. Little goo. I want to eat cloud crystal grapes. And Lin instructed lazily. Yes, master. The gorgeous young woman in the colorful dress nodded before picking up a translucent white grape and delivering it to Lin's mouth in a series of extremely rehearsed movements. And Lin opened his mouth and accepted the grape like a lazy landlord. Black spirit snake was even more enraged upon seeing this, and she bit down viciously into her spirit fruit with disdain and disappointment in her eyes. She was very disappointed that she had lost her chance to bash Lin. Sigh! Who would have thought that I would end up becoming the type of person I once hated the most? And Lin sighed as he looked up into the sky. A hint of surprise appeared in Black Spirit Snake's eyes. Did this mean Lin had some self-awareness? Don't think like that, Lin. I'll love you no matter what kind of person you are. Little Xiaolan didn't understand why Lin was saying something like this, but she still offered some comforting words, and Lin shook his head. Sigh, I really am confused. How did I end up becoming the type of person I once despised the most? Is there any point in living like this? Black Spirit Snake chuckled coldly. You do have some self-awareness after all. Little Xiaolan, what kind of person did you once despise the most? And Lin? Rich people. Little Xiaolan? Black Spirit Snake? Uffed. Yiling couldn't help but burst into laughter as she intentionally increased her power output in her massage, making Lin recoil with pain. Oh, go easy on me, my good disciple. Hee hee. Go harder. Little Xiaolan chuckled coldly. Black Spirit Snake discovered that she couldn't even bear to eat spirit fruits here anymore. For fuck's sake. And Lin was most definitely the most annoying person she knew. Most importantly, she couldn't bash him. I'm going. Black Spirit Snake turned to leave. Hey, don't go, little Black. There are still many spirit fruits here. Have some more. And Lin persuaded. I still have things I need to do. Farewell. Black Spirit Snake left without even turning to look at him. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh upon seeing this. Why is everyone so busy? The main battle hasn't even begun yet. Little Xiaolan turned toward Lin with a speechless expression. Was he really unaware of why they were all so busy? And Lin turned his attention to the high-rank divine tool, the Hongmeng Divine Spear. This was no ordinary divine tool. Not only did it possess extremely devastating spatial penetrative power, but it could also easily pierce through the barriers between worlds, and was a top-notch divine tool. 2 billion for a divine tool like this was a massive bargain. Such a powerful divine tool is only one of 9 required to activate the 9-life vital disc. Just how badass is this 9-life vital disc? And Lin was very intrigued. After enjoying his luxurious lifestyle for a while longer, he arrived on the grasslands outside of the sect and began to fiddle around with his 9-life vital disc. And Lin, I've already set up a protective formation, so you don't have to worry about anything. Little Xiaolin called from afar. She could already briefly summon the power of the vermilion bird, so no one in the 4-9 Immortal sect was more capable of protecting the sect than she was. And Lin's heart was put at ease upon seeing this, and he pulled out the round, dark gray disc. There was a series of abstruse and complex veined patterns inscribed upon the disc, as well as 9 mysterious holes that were spread evenly around the disc, from within which the power of nothingness emanated. And Lin brought out the 9 high-rank divine tools and placed them into the 9 holes. All of the divine tools shrank after coming into contact with their respective holes. They were then enshrouded by a white ball of energy. The Hongmeng Divine Spear, Thousandfold Puppet Heart, Red Dance Divine Sword, Infernal Dragon Saber Bone, Necromancy Divine Staff, Extremely Divine Heavenly Saber, Chaotic Scale Armor, Black Origin Divine Spear, and the Extreme Star. These were all priceless treasures that countless Dao integration stage super mighty figures across the entire Taichu continent would die for, and all of them had been placed into the 9-life vital disc by Lin. Divine lights erupted from the divine tools, and the lights flowed into the veined patterns on the disc before converging at the center of the disc. And Lin was getting very excited. It was time to witness a miracle. and Lin could sense that the 9 high-rank divine tools seemed to have become one. 9 different types of divine tool energy converged and merged together perfectly. Purplish-golden Hong Meng energy began to surface on the 9 life vital disk. This energy was imbued with a boundless divine power as well as an infinitely profound Tao realm. And Lin was struck by a sense of familiarity from the power the round disk was emanating. Just what did this power resemble? And Lin came to a sudden realization. When he achieved the phenomenal success stage of his body of the war god and used his 5-elemental body, he combined the perfected powers of the 5 elements to create a brand new type of power. The powers within the 9 high-rank divine tools were undoubtedly extremely tremendous. They stood at the pinnacle of all weapons, and their powers basically couldn't advance any further. This was just like his evergreen technique and wings of true fire. When perfected, they could not be advanced any further, but was that the end? No. Powers could be merged to create a brand new power. The new power created by this 9-life vital disk was very similar to the process through which his body of the war god had created that new power. Both of them took powers that had been perfected before fusing them together to create further evolution. The purplish-golden Hong Meng energy emanating from this 9-life vital disk was the new power it had created. Su Xiaolan's little brows furrowed slightly, and a grave expression appeared on her face as she scrutinized the energy emanating from the disk. It doesn't feel right for power like this to appear in this world. Rumble. In the sky above, dark clouds suddenly began to gather. Lightning began to roar. Su Xiaolan raised her head, and her expression shifted slightly. As expected, another tribulation transcendence is coming. Yi Ling and Little Gu instantly became quite nervous. This was another weapon tribulation transcendence. This was something that had never happened in history, but it had happened twice in relatively quick succession. It was also at this moment that a golden divine halo appeared above Lin's head, from which the purest lightning Tao realm emanated. At the same time, a paramount aura began to proliferate through the air. Lin's entire body was enshrouded by golden lightning as he waved a hand up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Scram! Don't try to hurt my treasure. Bam! The tribulation clouds that had just gathered were instantly swatted into oblivion. The sun shone down once again. The light of the sun illuminated the stunned faces of Little Xiaolan, Little Gu, and Yi Ling. He swatted the tribulation clouds away? You can do that. The vermilion bird mirror in his storage ring suddenly tremored, as if it were complaining about how Lin hadn't swatted its lightning tribulation away. Whoosh! As the tribulation clouds dissipated, the aura of the 9-life vital disk suddenly transformed into an ethereal and insubstantial one, as if it had transcended beyond this world and reigned supreme over all energy. It had well and truly leveled up. Not only that, but Lin discovered that he now had a deeper connection with the 9-life vital disk. So, this is why it's called the 9-life vital disk. Lin was very pleasantly surprised as he experienced the connection between himself and the 9-life vital disk. He extended his thumb and index finger to pluck a wisp of the Hong Meng energy that was emanating from the disk. This was a wisp as tiny as a needle, and he tossed it into the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of something melting erupted. The plants and the soil on the grasslands were all reduced to purplish-golden energy before fading into nothingness. This was not just a simple destruction of matter. Instead, it was returning everything to their most primitive energy state. Lin suddenly thought of a term, dimensional reduction 1. This appeared to be how the 9-life vital disk attacked. It was able to drag its target into a new domain on a different dimensional plane before crushing the target by reducing them to wisps of Hong Meng energy. The only downside to this power was that it was unable to spread. Otherwise, even the tiniest wisp of Hong Meng energy from the 9-life vital disk would be able to destroy the entire world. Lin, what's going on? Su Xiaolan flew over with a tense expression. Wow! Is that Master's secret weapon? Where did the things on the ground go? Yi Ling stared at the massive crater beside Lin with wide, bright eyes. After reaching the return to void stage, she could even sense the activity of particles. However, after the energy emanating from the nine-life vital disk annihilated this massive crater into the ground. She was astonished to discover that even the most basic matter within the crater had disappeared, as if its entire existence had been wiped away. The only traceable source to all this was the wisp of purplish-golden energy Lin tossed out, which seemed to have become denser, as if all of the matter within the crater had also been assimilated to become the same purplish-golden energy. After that, even that energy had vanished. Or to put it more accurately, the energy had transcended beyond this world and disappeared. And Lin explained, "This is Hongmeng energy. It is the new energy created by the nine-life vital disk after fusing the powers of the 9 high-rank divine tools together. I do not dare to fathom just how powerful it is, but my body is instinctively rejecting this power." Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way. This energy is even more powerful than my vermilion bird essential power." And Lin was given a fright upon hearing this. The vermilion bird essential power was already at the pinnacle of all powers within the realm of stars. Where did the former great Empress Vermilion Bird find such a terrifying treasure? Just as Lin was about to continue to explore the might of the nine-life vital disk, his voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up, and it was flashing at a very fast frequency, clearly indicating that this was an emergency. And Lin immediately connected the voice transmission and was greeted by Lan Xiaoni's panicked voice. "Big Boss Lin, the heavenly sea god has appeared on the West Sea," Lan Xiaoni yelled, and Lin's expression shifted upon hearing this. "Wasn't this a little early? What's the situation like now?" he asked. "Has the heavenly sea god attacked the West Sea Alliance?" "No. The heavenly sea god flew toward the western heavenly gate after emerging from the massive hole in the West Sea and didn't attack us," Lan Xiaoni replied, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief. It appeared that their cooperation with the heavenly sea god could continue. However, the weather in the West Sea has become extremely harsh. There are energy hurricanes, extreme lightning storms, seabed earthquakes, and constant tsunamis. The outer defensive line of the West Sea Alliance has basically been destroyed. Lan Xiaoni was a little enraged as she continued, 3 million members of our West Sea Alliance have perished up to this point in time." "What?" And Lin's brows furrowed. Even though the heavenly sea god hadn't attacked them, it was certainly making a very brutal entrance. Didn't it know that the West Sea Alliance was composed of allies? "Don't worry, I'll be there soon." And Lin made up his mind. "All right, I'll wait for you." Lan Xiaoni smiled. The voice transmission cut off, and Lin was just about to speak to Xiaolan when the Celestial the Arch also contacted him with an urgent message. The heavenly human tribe on the Eastern Front had staged an attack of unprecedented scale and had even deployed heavenly gods. The same thing was happening on the Central Front, where 3 heavenly gods had been deployed. The battling Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and Amitba had all been severely wounded and desperately required reinforcements. And Lin immediately held an emergency conference before deploying all of the available 4-9 Immortal sect members to the front lines. And Lin and Su Xiaolan traveled to the Central Front with the 9 vermilion birds in accompaniment. The final battle was about to begin. At the Eastern Heavenly Gate, 5 heavenly gods looked on at the boundless light before them with excitement shimmering in their eyes. "Is it finally time to instigate the final battle? Master Light, when do we attack? Crush them. Crush those ignorant humans. Slaughter them like ants." The heavenly gods were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, a holy and ethereal voice spread through the entire Eastern Heavenly Gate. "It's time to cleanse the Tai-Chu continent. The human race is going to face its final judgment, and all those who stand in my way must die. I hereby announce the commencement of the final battle." The heavenly gods roared in unison, and extremely terrifying auras erupted from their bodies as they charged toward the Eastern Front. On the Eastern Front battlefield, at Chunxi City, the most powerful fortress of the Kingdom of the 9 States Army, there were over 50 million cultivators gathered here. Following the liberation of the Northern Heavenly Gate and the Southern Heavenly Gate, the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army received a further boost in power. The Spirit Lake Realm and the Snow Maidens were now also able to reinforce them, and they had a total of 20 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, culminating in quite a terrifying force. However, they were being confronted by extreme pressure. Not taking into account other matters, just the 5 heavenly gods were making their flesh crawl. Furthermore, it was said that even the paramount heavenly god, the heavenly light goddess, had sprung into action. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect were on the same team, they wouldn't even have the courage to face such a terrifying force. The Celestial the Arch stood on one of the city walls of Xianxia city, and his brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the vast expanse of heavenly humans down below and up above. Celestial the Arch, are Enlin and the others coming? Emperor Ziwei asked. The Celestial the Arch nodded. Enlin and Su Xiaolan are reinforcing the central and eastern fronts, while the rest of the 4-9 Immortal sect forces will reinforce our eastern front. Emperor Changshang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. But I've heard that the situation on the central front is particularly dire with the heavenly earth god himself joining the battle. We have the heaven-crushing sect here with us on the eastern front already. Would it really be all right for just the 2 of them to reinforce the central front? Don't underestimate my master. At this moment, a fine and delicate youth in a black robe made his way over to them with a confident smile on his face. Mr. Xiaozhe. Emperor Changshang extended a smiling greeting. The Celestial the Arch and Emperor Ziwei also extended warm greetings. Xiaozhe was now a Dao integration stage true dragon and was equal in position to the 5 emperors of the heavenly court. Xiao Tu also made his way over to them. My master has become significantly more powerful than the last time you've seen him. From a combat prowess perspective, he had already transcended beyond the Dao integration stage. Xiao Tu was quite proud as he said this. He was once forced to accept Enlin as his master as he had no alternatives. However, he was now genuinely proud that he had a master like this. To be able to accept such a powerful man as his master was a vast honor. Not only has my master exceeded the Dao integration stage, but even my master's wife is also in the same category. I feel like if she was to fight with her full power, she would be able to unleash God of Creation stage combat prowess. Yi Ling also strode over and joined the conversation. The 3 heavenly court emperors were shocked to hear this. They knew that these 3 really liked to boast about their master. But now, they were boasting that both Enlin and Su Xiaolan were God of Creation stage beings? If that was true, then wouldn't the 4-9 Immortal sect be able to completely crush the heavenly court? Ha ha ha! If Enlin and Su Xiaolan are really as powerful as you say, then that will be vastly fortunate for our human race. Emperor Changshang laughed heartily and uttered some words that he didn't really even believe himself. On the central front battlefield, this place had already become an abattoir. The most powerful forces within the Holy Martial clan were locked in battle with all of the beasts from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Near the White Nectar Sea, the heavenly human tribe, Creation Realm, Western Dragon Tribe, and Void Spirit Tribe army were engaged in an earth-shattering battle against the Buddhist Kingdom, Holy Paradise, and Demon Tribe. Hundreds of millions of living beings were engaged in a bloodbath as the front extended for over 100,000 kilometers. The energy fluctuations erupting from their battles triggered all sorts of natural disasters, creating a scene reminiscent of Doomsday. Following the inclusion of 3 heavenly gods into the fray, the heavenly human tribe was able to crush their enemies and had firmly gained the upper hand. Retreat! Retreat to Yu Tong City! Holy Angel Michael wielded his holy sword in the air as his voice erupted across the entire battlefield. The allied army began to retreat as they battled. Whoosh! A dazzling streak of light suddenly tore through space and arrived before Michael. This was a humanoid creature with a pristine, white body and a gorgeous figure. She was wearing 7 different expressions on her face at the same time. There was a divine halo above her head, which was constantly shimmering and changing colors. This was a heavenly god. You're going to run away? Don't you love me anymore? The humanoid creature had tears streaming down her face. A dazed expression appeared on Michael's face, and a hint of love and attachment really did appear in his eyes. At this moment, the heavenly goddess launched an almighty fist toward Michael's face. Boom! The terrifying power within her fist instantly detonated Michael's head and punctured the space behind him for several hundred kilometers. If you love me, then die. A sweet smile appeared on the heavenly goddess face. Michael's headless body suddenly disappeared into white specks of light. In the next instant, Michael's body materialized over 100 kilometers away. He cast a cautious glance toward the heavenly goddess before fleeing into the distance. He possesses the holy light indestructible body. How annoying! The heavenly goddess looked at the escaping angel with a resentful expression before giving chase. The situation on the battlefield was taking sharp turns for the worse. On the Creation Realm battlefield, golden noodles shot forth and dragged the fleeing Light Wing clan cultivators from the air before sending them crashing into the ground. Some of them perished from the impact, some were ensnared by the noodles, and some were sliced in half. Holy Lord Noodle's bowl had become massive, and it was like a moving fortress as tens of thousands of noodles shot forth like the claws of demons, reaching for the surrounding living beings. These noodles were even harder than diamond and were indestructible to most living beings. A mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void stage could decide the course of a battle. Holy Lord Noodle chortled with glee as it basked in the joy of slaughter. Beside it was a rock golem with red flames all over his body. He didn't take the initiative to attack any enemies. All he did was swat oncoming enemies aside. This rock golem was Hong Do. Hong Do sighed as he looked at all of the enemies being slaughtered around him. They were once allies of the heavenly court, but they had now become enemies. This was not what he wanted to see. But what could he do? He couldn't change anything. He didn't even have the right to say anything. In any case, it looked like the Creation Realm had made the right decision. The heavenly human tribe was too powerful. They were simply unstoppable and swept away all obstacles in their path. Furthermore, they had paramount heavenly gods behind them as well. This was why the Creation Realm had allied themselves with the heavenly human tribe. Who could stop these heavenly gods? Charge! Slaughter the kingdom of the 9 States United Army. Kill the monks. Kill the Light Wing clan. Kill the true demon tribe. The heavenly human tribe united army pressed their crushing advantage and quickly gave chase. The 3 heavenly gods were absolutely unstoppable and slaughtered anyone who dared to stand against them. If it weren't for the heavenly disciple candidates barely controlling the situation, the entire army would have been crushed already. Holy Angel Michael of the Holy Paradise, Battling Buddha of the Buddhist Kingdom, and Fairy Queen Yun Menjing of the Dark Knight Spirit Realm. These were the 3 heavenly disciple candidates, and they were combating the 3 heavenly gods. However, heavenly disciple candidates were only candidates, and in the end, it was an extremely tall order to ask them to face true heavenly gods in battle. The battling Buddha had already been wounded many times. Holy Angel Michael was being chased around like a scampering streak of light. Fairy Queen Yun Menjing was the only that was doing quite well, and had even gained the upper hand in the initial stages of their battle. However, that heavenly god was the type that grew more powerful the more he slaughtered, and he was harvesting the lives of countless kingdom of the 9 States United Army powerful beings during the battle. If things continued like this, even Yun Menjing was going to be forced onto the back foot soon. Kill, kill, kill. All blood and death will become sustenance for me, and make me more powerful. A heavenly god with demonic features, and wielding a crimson scythe battled Yun Menjing, as he continued to take the lives of the living beings around it. Yun Menjing was very frustrated. She really wanted to lead this heavenly god away to a place with no people. But this heavenly god was only interested in slaughter and refused to be drawn away by her. If she left, the army would suffer casualties at a rate much faster than otherwise. The heavenly slaughter god's dark red divine halo flashed, and his scythe slashed through the air toward the fairy queen, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. Die! The crimson scythe projections he unleashed were imbued with a paramount power of laws, and they surged toward the tall and slender fairy queen at extremely fast speeds. The fairy twisted her waist, and her inky black body instantly disappeared. In the next instant, she appeared directly before the heavenly slaughter god. Furthermore, she had already made a hand seal that was exuding black divine light. Fairy lightless realm. A domain of eternal darkness instantly enshrouded the heavenly slaughter god. Yun Menjing was a dark night fairy, and she was the absolute ruler of this fairy lightless realm. She could completely merge into the darkness and erase her aura as a result. The heavenly slaughter god discovered that he seemed to have been completely separated from the world as everything around him had descended into darkness. However, this was not absolute darkness. Instead, there was a moon hanging high in the dark sky. He looked up at the moon, but he was greeted by the sight of a long, inky black finger on his forehead, from the fingertip of which an unfathomable light erupted forth. Finger of the heavenly Tao. Yun Menjing let loose a clear cry as a boundless light erupted from her fingertip. Pure heaven-crushing true intent exploded forth. Her finger had become a paramount force between heaven and earth. Boom! The golden finger punctured all things, including the heavenly slaughter god's head. Yun Menjing heaved a faint sigh of relief, but before she had a chance to catch her breath, a chill suddenly ran down her spine. She immediately hurtled back in retreat, but she was unable to outrun the crimson scythe that was slashing toward her. Whoosh! Blood splattered into the air. A bloody gash appeared on her waist. If she had reacted just a split second slower, she would have most likely been sliced cleanly in half. Delicious blood, the blood of a powerful being. The heavenly slaughter god was missing half of his head, but he still stuck out his tongue to lick the blood from his scythe with relish. What a freak! Yun Menjing's brows furrowed. Right at this moment, the heavenly slaughter god was pouncing toward her once again. The surprise attack had failed, and the fairy lightless realm dissipated. Moonlight dual blades. Yun Menjing spread open her hands and materialized two moonlight sabers as she engaged in battle with the heavenly slaughter god again. The power of moonlight that was condensed to the extreme clashed with the power of slaughter that was insane to the extreme, and their clashes caused heaven and earth to shatter around them. Elsewhere on the battle, the earth was bleak and twisted. Heat waves rolled through the air, blasting the surrounding living beings. Pained grunt sounded. A gallant monkey king fell from the sky as a ball of flames before crashing heavily to the ground. In the sky above, there was a heavenly god with a white golden divine halo above his head, and temperatures even more scorching than the sun was emanating from his body, as if it were threatening to incinerate all things between heaven and earth. The monkey king's golden fur had been charred black, and a few large holes had appeared on his armor, which was lined with cracks, while his close to indestructible body had been severely ravaged and wounded. However, his eyes were still imbued with boundless battle intent and unyielding fighting spirit. The enemy was very powerful. This was the heavenly temperature god, and in his current severely wounded state, he was no match for this heavenly god. Battling Buddha. Master! Run! The Buddhist kingdom powerful being's expressions shifted drastically upon seeing this. Three return to void stage mighty figures immediately combined their powers to attack the heavenly god in order to create an opportunity for the battling Buddha to run away. Phoenix Glide Strike. A monk wielding a Buddhist staff transformed into a phoenix, and the phoenix spread its wings before letting loose a loud cry and pouncing toward the heavenly god. Heaven-crushing Buddhist Palm. Another monk unleashed an almighty palm. Extreme Darkness Ice. A bodhisattva with ice and frost energy revolving around her body pressed her palms forward, from which the power to freeze all things was emanating. The heavenly temperature god's expression remained unchanged. Ignorant fools. He swept a hand through the air, and the massive phoenix was instantly vanquished, reducing the monk to a plume of smoke. At this moment, the other monk's heaven-crushing Buddhist palm struck the heavenly temperature god's stomach, making his stomach cave in, upon which heaven-crushing power exploded violently. The heavenly temperature god's brows furrowed slightly. That hurt a little. His stomach began to inflate again. All of a sudden, a boundless white light erupted forth. Unimaginably high temperatures twisted and incinerated all things. The monk didn't even get a chance to cry out before his body was melted into liquid before being vaporized thereafter. Qing Deng. The battling Buddha's eyes shone with fury upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the bodhisattva's ice and frost power surged toward the heavenly temperature god, but all of it was incinerated into nothingness about 100 feet away from the heavenly temperature god. You call this ice? The heavenly temperature god looked down upon the bodhisattva with no hint of emotion on his face. His body then flashed through the air and appeared right in front of the bodhisattva. The flow of air instantly ceased. Everything came to an abrupt halt. It was as if the entire world had been frozen to a standstill. The bodhisattva's eyes widened, and before she even had a chance to resist, her body was sealed in ice, and she fell from the sky as a lifeless ice sculpture. The extremely low temperatures had ended her life. Battling Buddha, you're not going to run? The heavenly temperature god turned toward the monkey below him. He knew that the three returned to void stage mighty figures had bought him enough time to keep running away. I have changed my mind. The battling Buddha raised his head, and his eyes shone like two golden suns as he roared, I'm going to slaughter you! Boom! The earth caved in. The battling Buddha crashed toward the heavenly temperature god in the sky like a fiery shooting star. Freeze! The heavenly temperature god gripped the air toward the oncoming monkey king. Crack! The battling Buddha was still in a pouncing stance, but his body had come to a complete standstill, as if he had been transformed into a monkey statue. Everything instantly fell silent. Heat was essential for particle activity. The heavenly temperature god could control the activities of all particles in this world, including the particles within the battling Buddha's body. He could control every body part, every shred of flesh and bone, every drop of blood, and every single microscopic particle belonging to the battling Buddha. Allow me to put an end to your existence. The heavenly temperature god spoke in an indifferent voice as the divine halo above his head transformed into an extremely cold color tone before he gripped the air in the battling Buddha's direction again. However, his expression shifted in the next instant. How could this be? Your blood is still seething. The heavenly temperature god's eyes widened slightly. He was struck by a sense of unease, and he immediately charged toward the battling Buddha as his hands transformed into scorching heavenly sabers imbued with extremely high temperatures and a power of laws, which then hurtled toward the battling Buddha's head and heart. Seeing as you can resist my deathly low temperatures, then I'll just have to cut you down. Right at that moment, boundless golden flames suddenly erupted from the battling Buddha's frozen body once again, and his golden banded staff tore through the air like a bolt of golden lightning toward the heavenly temperature god's body. Heaven-crushing God-splitting staff. Bam! The golden banded staff was imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent, and it struck the heavenly temperature god's chest with a resounding boom. In that instant, the heavenly temperature god's scorching hand also melted through the battling Buddha's armor before piercing into his heart, instantly creating a massive hole in his chest and incinerating his heart into nothingness. The heavenly temperature god's chest was also pulverized by the golden banded staff, and he let loose a pained groan before being blasted flying. The battling Buddha also crashed feebly to the ground, creating another massive crater. It looked for a split second like no one had gained the upper hand during that exchange, but the heavenly temperature god's insane regenerative abilities soon proved that that was not the case. His pulverized chest recovered to its original state in a matter of seconds, and only a small crack on his divine halo indicated that he had sustained any damage at all. Very good. Was that your final struggle? It's now time for you to die. The heavenly temperature god's entire body transformed into a scorching white color as he pounced toward the battling Buddha. A crazed expression appeared on his face as he spread open his arms, as if he were trying to scorch the battling Buddha to death in his lethal embrace. Come, melt within my arms. The battling Buddha gritted his teeth upon seeing this before tossing out a string of prayer beads. Countless extremely complex Buddhist symbols fell upon heaven and earth in a torrential downpour. One of the golden symbols transformed into the most resolute fortress around the battling Buddha. Boom! The heavenly temperature god crashed heavily upon the golden symbol fortress, but he was unable to melt through this fortress. He could feel the power of great mercy and benevolence standing in his way, keeping all harmful energy at bay. What's the point in using a life-saving treasure like this? It will only delay your inevitable death. The heavenly temperature god chuckled coldly, and his body sprawled over the golden symbol fortress, gradually melting through the fortress with extreme temperatures. A taunting sneer appeared on his face as he looked down at the battling Buddha. "Don't you see that your army has already crumbled? Everyone is running for their lives. Who's going to be able to save you? To think that the renowned battling Buddha of the Western Paradise would be reduced to a wounded turtle hiding in his shell. My horizons have been broadened significantly." The battling Buddha glared coldly at the heavenly temperature god. "I've already sent out a signal requesting for help, so reinforcements will arrive very soon. If you're not going to run away, then you'll be destroyed by those reinforcements." The heavenly temperature god faltered slightly upon hearing this before chortling with mirth. "Destroyed? Me? That's the best joke I've ever heard. All of the heaven-crushing sect heavenly disciples are at the Eastern Front, so who is going to be able to stop me here? To be frank, any reinforcements you can summon are all trash in my eyes. I'll destroy them until you're plunged into despair. And when your despair reaches its highest point, I will burn you to death." The heavenly temperature god's expression was filled with disdain and cruelty. Some of the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army cultivators wore grief-stricken expressions at the sight of the battling Buddha being trapped by the heavenly temperature god. Some of them even wanted to go and rescue the battling Buddha, only to be held back by their more logical comrades. In the face of a heavenly god, rushing in would just spell their deaths. They knew that the battling Buddha was most likely going to fall here. Tens of millions of monk soldiers were filled with grief and humiliation, but they couldn't do anything. Crap! The battling Buddha has been trapped. Yun Menjing battled the heavenly slaughter god as she turned toward the golden symbol fortress with concern burning in her eyes. Whoosh! Another gash was inflicted upon her arm by the heavenly slaughter god due to her lapse in concentration. "Ha ha ha! You think you can afford to worry about others when you're fighting me? Die, die, die!" The heavenly slaughter god swung his crimson scythe through the air like a madman. Michael was fleeing from the heavenly goddess that was pursuing him, and his face fell as he too discovered the battling Buddha's current situation. 3 heavenly disciple candidates against 3 heavenly gods was already an uneven matchup. How were they supposed to fight if the battling Buddha died? But if he tried to save him, Michael looked back at the emotionally unstable heavenly goddess behind him, and his flesh crawled. He was barely holding on to life himself. How was he supposed to save anyone? The golden symbol fortress was already beginning to crack and melt. The heavenly temperature god's sneer widened upon seeing this. "Your reinforcements are a little slow. If things continue like this, your reinforcements won't even get here in time to recover your body. Could it be that they saw me from afar and fled for their lives?" The battling Buddha ignored his enemy's taunts and continued to accumulate power. He had already made up his mind. Even if he was going to die here, he was going to try his best to completely disable the heavenly temperature god. The Kingdom of the Nine States United Army had already been defeated, and the process of retreat would undoubtedly be a bloodbath. He had to hold off the heavenly temperature god at the very least to prevent him from being able to participate and contribute further to this bloodbath. Blood stained the earth outside of the White Nectar Sea. Light Wing Clan, True Demon Tribe, and monk cultivators fell one after another amid howls of anguish and grief. Despair began to spread through the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army. Right at this moment, someone suddenly let loose a cry of surprise. "Look over there! Oh my God! What is that? It's so big, so round, and so hot. Are those 9 suns?" All of the living beings looked up with astonishment at the approaching suns in the sky. The suns of different colors continued to expand in their fields of vision, and they were even more dazzling than the actual sun in the sky, as if they were going to incinerate the entire world. The heavenly temperature god's expression shifted slightly at the sight of the approaching suns, but horror appeared on his face at the sight of the little black dots accompanying the suns. The battling Buddha chortled with glee. "My reinforcements are finally here." The 9 suns were quickly approaching. Everyone finally saw what the suns truly were. They possessed peerlessly vibrant wings of fire, flawless and elegant bodies, and their heads were raised high into the sky as they looked down on all living beings below them. Regal, proud, powerful. These weren't suns. These were legendary vermilion birds. So many vermilion birds. Michael's pupils contracted as a shocked expression appeared on his face. These vermilion birds are all at the Dao integration stage? Yun Menjing was also astonished. Dao integration stage vermilion birds had never appeared on the Taichu continent before. Even if there were vermilion birds, they were weak vermilion birds with impure bloodlines. When had anyone ever seen Dao integration stage vermilion birds with such pure bloodlines? Furthermore, there were 9 of them. Were these friends or foes? The same question appeared in the minds of the heavenly human tribe and the kingdom of the 9 States United Army. The answer was soon provided by a light wing clan powerful being. Look, its sect leader Enlin. The heavenly court war god is here. They're allies. Everyone. This is our chance to retaliate. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army suddenly became extremely excited and morale was significantly boosted. And Lin was extremely renowned across the entire Taichu continent. He was unfathomably powerful, had slain many heavenly gods, and had destroyed 2 heavenly gates. He was the harbinger of victory for all allies. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army needed a hero. And Lin was undoubtedly the best hero they could have asked for. In everyone's heart, he was even more of a hero than the heaven-crushing sect Heavenly Disciples. Cyril and Chen Chun were indeed extremely powerful, but neither of them had accomplished what Enlin had accomplished. After all, this was a man who had slain countless heavenly gods and crushed 2 heavenly gates. Not only had Enlin arrived, but he had also brought 9 Dao integration stage vermilion birds with him. Such powerful reinforcements instantly reinvigorated the dejected kingdom of the 9 States United Army. The battling Buddha laughed heartily. The heaven-crushing sect is indeed far away on the eastern front. But how about Enlin as my reinforcement? The heavenly temperature god's face convulsed slightly, and he immediately transformed into a golden streak of light before fleeing into the distance. Now was not the time to be drawn into a war of words. All of the heavenly gods who hadn't fled quickly enough had now returned to the embrace of the heavenly Tao. You're not going anywhere. Take this. A loud roar erupted from behind the heavenly temperature god. The battling Buddha had withdrawn his life-saving treasure before thrusting his golden bandit staff toward the heavenly temperature god's asshole with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent. The heavenly temperature god's eyes widened upon seeing this. Fuck off. You were cowering like a turtle just then. Can you only harden up when Enlin is around? Not only can I get hard when Enlin's around, but I can also elongate. The battling Buddha laughed heartily as the golden bandit staff elongated at an extremely terrifying speed, reaching the heavenly temperature god in the blink of an eye. The heavenly temperature god reacted extremely quickly and managed to evade at the very last moment. But the golden bandit staff still dealt a glancing blow upon his waist, making him lose his balance and plummet to the ground. The battling Buddha was just about to give chase when the heavenly temperature god turned in midair before launching a palm toward him. An extreme heat wave erupted forth, instantly twisting and shattering space. Boom! The terrifying blast of scorching temperatures blasted the battling Buddha through the air. Immediately afterward, the heavenly temperature god continued to run for his life. Hey! Why are you running so quickly? Don't you want to have some fun first? A voice suddenly sounded beside the heavenly temperature god. The heavenly temperature god turned, and what he saw almost made him shit himself. And Lin had somehow managed to appear beside him without him noticing. He stood on his black brick, and there was a golden ring revolving behind him. He had restrained his aura, but the heavenly temperature god was still struck by an indescribable sense of asphyxiation. And Lin, I am not your opponent. The heavenly temperature god was panicking internally, but he still gritted his teeth and put up a brave front. And Lin smiled. You're right. You're no match for me. He launched a fist at the heavenly temperature god as he spoke. Impudence! The heavenly temperature god roared with rage, and he too unleashed an almighty punch. His fist was as dazzling as the sun, and not only did it carry extremely devastating power, it was also imbued with extreme temperatures and the paramount power of laws. allowing it to incinerate all things it came into contact with. Bam! Heaven and earth suddenly tremored violently. The heavenly temperature god could sense an unimaginable force hurtling toward him before viciously tearing his fist apart. Not only was Enlin's fist imbued with heaven-crushing power, but it was also imbued with a power of an even higher level, namely the 5 elemental power. These two powers combined made the heavenly temperature god's attack seem pitifully frail. An explosive boom erupted. The heavenly temperature god's scorching arm was pulverized by Enlin's fist, and he was blasted through the air for several dozen kilometers. Humph! So this is the extent of the heavenly temperature god's power? Enlin glanced at his charred arm, and it took less than a second for it to return to its original state from the effects of the evergreen technique, upon which he shot forth toward the heavenly temperature god again. The heavenly human tribe united army and kingdom of the 9 states united army were all completely astonished by what they saw. The invincible heavenly god couldn't even take one of Enlin's punches? In contrast, the battling Buddha was already mentally prepared and was not surprised at all. He knew exactly how badass Enlin was. After all, the two of them had sparred once at the 4-9 Immortal sect. He had taken one of Enlin's punches back then and was almost disabled as a result. It was now time for the heavenly temperature god to also get a taste of just how terrifying Enlin's fist was. Enlin pursued the heavenly temperature god like an invincible war god. In his 5 elemental body state, he could vanquish any enemies that stood in his way. We have to protect the heavenly god. 2 Heaven Pioneer stage heavenly humans immediately tried to assist the heavenly temperature god. There was a female great general with a lithe and graceful figure. She was wielding a silvery white spear that she swept toward Enlin. The other one was a male great general with a muscular physique, and he attacked Enlin with his bare fists. Trash should know their place. Enlin flicked a finger toward the female great general. Whoosh! A burst of 5-colored light shot forth like an arrow before clashing with her spear. A crisp crack sounded. The spear was torn in half straight down the middle like a hot knife through butter, while the 5-colored streak of light continued to hurtle forth, having not even been slowed down in the slightest. The female great general could only look on in shock and awe before the streak of light detonated her body. The male great general's fist was just about to land when Enlin swatted a hand backward, as if he were swatting away a mosquito without even turning his head. Bam! Another resounding boom erupted. The male great general was slapped into oblivion. Double kill. Enlin had nonchalantly slain 2 great generals. The entire process took no more than a second. There was no battle. He had simply steamrolled over them. Where are you going, buddy? Enlin yelled as he continued to charge toward the heavenly temperature god. His speed accelerated further and further, and he was closing in very quickly on the heavenly temperature god. The heavenly human tribe united army and kingdom of the 9 states united army were extremely shocked. It looked like the sacrifices made by the 2 Heaven Pioneer stage great generals had done absolutely nothing to impede Enlin. The heavenly temperature god was about to be killed. Hong Do was unable to believe what he was seeing. That white-robed man was so dazzling that his eyes were hurting just from looking at him. This was a man who had once fought on par with him, but he was now able to impress his will upon a war of the highest caliber on the Taichu continent. It simply didn't feel plausible. Enlin, who would have thought that your rise would be so terrifying? Hong Do looked at the man in the distance with a hint of yearning in his eyes. It would be great if you could put an end to this war. The thought only appeared in his mind for a fleeting second before he shook his head. An outcome of a war at this level was not something one person could decide. The true power of the heavenly human tribe was still hidden below the tip of the iceberg. Even if Enlin was reigning supreme over this battlefield for now, he was still no match for the paramount heavenly gods. The crisp cry of a bird suddenly sounded. Vermilion bird Nanli spread its wings, and pure, scorching Nanli holy flames fell from the sky in a massive wave, instantly incinerating over 10,000 creation realm living beings into nothingness. Hong Do was given a massive fright. This cataclysmic disaster was taking place not far away from him. He immediately hid behind a huge mountain. The Nanli holy flames incinerated all things as Vermilion bird Nanli left a trail of scorching death in its wake. Half of the mountain Hongdo was hiding behind had been melted away while Hongdo himself had received light burns. This was all because Vermilion Bird Nanli was passing by from a distance. He was a fire-type cultivator, and as such it was a very humbling experience to be unintentionally hurt by the flames of another powerful being. Similar things were happening elsewhere on the battlefield. After all, there were 9 of these Dao integration stage Vermilion birds, and they burned everything in their paths, screaming "Long live Great Empress Vermilion Bird" the entire time. In particular, the 6 Vermilion Bird sages had recovered most of their strengths after a period of rest and recuperation. At their peak, their combined powers could destroy an entire planet, and they were one of the supreme weapons of the Vermilion Bird tribe. At this moment, they were releasing their holy flames to their heart's content, resulting in annihilation far beyond what a nuclear explosion was capable of. In just a few minutes, several million enemies had been slain by the boundless holy flames. The entire battle had been flipped on its head, and Lin was virtually invincible, while the Vermilion Birds led the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army on a glorious resurgence as they began to launch their counterattack. "Stop them!" The Heavenly Human Tribe Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General all sprang into action as they summoned the power of the heavens to snipe the oncoming Vermilion Birds. "I'll hold that one off." A powerful Heavenly Human Tribe Great General took the initiative and charged toward one of the Vermilion Birds that was releasing golden flames. He chanted a mantra as he raised one finger to the sky before pointing another finger at Vermilion Bird Huanjin. Boom! Mighty power suddenly fell from the heavens. This was a pillar of white light, and it was imbued with an extremely terrifying sealing power. The pillar of light crashed violently into Vermilion Bird Huanjin's body, crushing it to the ground. So what if you're a Vermilion Bird? You won't escape judgment from the heavens. The great general looked down upon the Vermilion Bird with a cold, haughty expression. However, all of a sudden, Vermilion Bird Huanjin disappeared, leaving only a massive hole in the ground, as if the white pillar of light had directly struck the ground. The Heavenly Human Tribe Great General's expression shifted. At this moment, a scorching heat wave swept toward him. A Vermilion Bird had appeared before him without any forewarning, and it wore a smile on its face. Judgment from the heavens? Only Great Empress Vermilion Bird can judge me. Boundless golden flames instantly engulfed the Heavenly Human Tribe Great General. Vermilion Bird Huanjin's forte lay in creating fire illusionary realms. The Heavenly Human Tribe Great General had clearly fallen for its trap just then and had died without even knowing how. From a third-person perspective, it looked like the Heavenly Human Tribe Great General had blasted a pillar of holy light at the ground like a stupid cunt, before flexing for no reason, then being engulfed by Vermilion Bird Huanjin's holy flames and burned into nothingness. All of the onlookers were shocked to see this. Weren't these Vermilion Bird a little too powerful? In reality, cultivators of the same cultivation base in the realm of stars were predominantly weaker than those on the Taichu continent. However, the 6 Vermilion Bird sages were different. They had bloodlines that were very close to the Holy Beast bloodline and were far more powerful than the Dao integration stage super mighty figures in the realm of stars. Furthermore, they had been nourished by the power of Su Xiaolan's Vermilion Bird heart essence, and were already showing signs of becoming more powerful than they once were. The heavenly slaughter god was a little perturbed and was wondering if he should retreat. At this moment, Yun Menjing's attacks became even more ferocious and aggressive. Not only that, but a Vermilion Bird with Yu Luo holy flames all over its body also pounced toward him. Insolent swine! You think you can meddle in this battle? Die! The heavenly slaughter god flared up with rage and lashed out with his scythe. Vermilion Bird Yu Luo was not fearful in the slightest as it launched holy flames imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent. Heaven-crushing long live Great Empress Vermilion Bird! Boom! Violent, scorching flames clashed with the heavenly slaughter god's scythe, and waves of fire exploded through the air. Vermilion Bird Yu Luo let loose a wail of anguish, and a ghastly wound could be seen on its wing. The heavenly slaughter god was also blasted back a few steps by the holy flames with shock etched on his face. How was this Vermilion Bird so powerful? Yun Menjing was also astonished. What was that terrible name for the heaven-crushing technique? And how was it so powerful? She was only stunned for a split second before she took advantage of this opportunity to attack the heavenly slaughter god. At this moment, Vermilion Bird Bing Exine also rushed over to help her before yelling, "Long, long live great Empress Vermilion Bird," upon which icy blue flames swept toward the heavenly slaughter god. Alright, it looked like the name wasn't important. They could just shout whatever they liked. The names were cringeworthy, but the attacks were extremely devastating and very close to heavenly disciple candidate level power, which was enough to pose a threat even to heavenly gods. The two vermilion birds in conjunction with Yun Menjing were gradually gaining the upper hand over the heavenly slaughter god. At this point in time, the most miserable heavenly disciple candidate was Michael. He had been slain about a dozen times already, and he would have been dead long ago had it not been for his holy light indestructible body. He was still being pursued by the same heavenly goddess. This heavenly goddess possessed the power of emotions and was extremely tricky to deal with. "I've already found a way to kill you." The heavenly emotion goddess smiled as a hint of ferocity appeared on her face. "I'll destroy your holy light indestructible body." "Kill you? Then escape?" "Oh? You still think that you can escape?" A crisp, pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Whoosh! A red sword projection flashed through the air amid the cry of a vermilion bird before instantly slicing off one of the heavenly emotion goddess arms. Everyone's eyes widened upon seeing this. The woman in the jade dress that had been disregarded by everyone was now making her presence known. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. The seemingly invincible heavenly emotion goddess had just had her arm dismembered by a single sword strike? Just who was this little girl? The powerful being who had severed the heavenly emotion goddess arm was an adorable little girl in a jade dress. Since when was there an exceptionally powerful being of this description on the Taichu continent? Wait, that sort of lightning and fire seems a little familiar. The heavenly emotion goddess herself was also very shocked. She knew just how terrifying that sword strike was. Even though it was a sneak attack, the speed and power of that sword strike had exceeded well beyond anything heavenly disciple candidate Michael was capable of. "Who are you?" The heavenly emotion goddess surveyed the little girl before her with a cautious expression. The little girl shook the blood from her sword before raising her chin and responding in a tender voice. "For 9 immortal sect, Flame Pavilion Lord, Su Xiaolin." Everyone instantly fell silent as their eyes widened in shock. Su Xiaolin? This little girl was the divine phoenix maiden? The heavenly emotion goddess was stunned. Michael was even more dumbstruck. All of the living beings present were struck by a sense of disbelief. When did Su Xiaolin become so powerful? And how did she become such an adorable little girl? Could it be that the more adorable she was, the more powerful she became? Su Xiaolin wasted no more time with words and continued to attack the heavenly emotion goddess. Prior to traveling to the realm of stars, she could just barely keep up with a heavenly god. Following her trip to the realm of stars, her cultivation base was now at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Furthermore, she had taken her true dragon Dao to the extreme and obtained the vermilion bird holy birth. Even she didn't know just how powerful she was in her current state. In any case, she was not fearful in the slightest toward a normal heavenly god. Su Xiaolin wielded her dragon sparrow sword and charged fearlessly toward the heavenly emotion goddess, unleashing one dazzling sword projection after another and piling immense pressure onto the heavenly emotion goddess. All of the heavenly emotion goddess attacks were broken by Su Xiaolin, and about a dozen wounds appeared on her body in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, countless peculiar eyes appeared around her. Emotional control, fear. All of the eyes began to exude invisible ripples, which instantly swept toward Su Xiaolin. Su Xiaolin's sword suddenly faltered as a hint of horror appeared in her eyes, as if her enemy were the most terrifying being, against whom she had absolutely no chance. A cruel smile appeared on the heavenly emotion goddess face, and she charged toward Su Xiaolin at an extremely fast speed. White light enshrouded one of her hands, which she aimed to plunge into Su Xiaolin's chest. Su Xiaolin's heart thumped, and the fear in her eyes receded. Her vermilion bird heart essence ensured that she had absolute control over her emotions. Su Xiaolan evaded right at the last moment to dodge the heavenly emotion goddess attack, and at the same time, her wrist flicked through the air, upon which her dragon sparrow sword crashed down like a bolt of lightning before severing the heavenly emotion goddess arm. Arg! The heavenly emotion goddess let loose a howl of anguish before hurtling back in retreat. Both of her arms had been dismembered by Su Xiaolan, and she was left in an extremely sorry state. Tears suddenly began to flow down the heavenly emotion goddess' gorgeous face, evoking within all onlookers a sympathetic response. Even the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army was feeling very sympathetic toward her. However, Su Xiaolan remained completely unaffected, and a cold smile appeared on her face as she charged toward the heavenly emotion goddess again. The heavenly emotion goddess' heart jolted in shock. Why weren't her emotions able to affect Su Xiaolan? One had to realize that her forte lay in emotional manipulation. Even Michael, who had an extremely resolute Tao heart and near-perfect mastery over heaven-crushing true intent, was unable to avoid her emotional manipulation. So how was this little girl able to do so? Did she have a heart of stone? No, even stones would be easier to influence. Of course, little Xiaolan didn't actually have a heart of stone. Instead, her heart contained the vermilion bird heart essence, which possessed a power that transcended beyond heaven and earth. With the vermilion bird heart essence holding her in good stead, there was no way the heavenly emotion goddess could exert any degree of control over little Xiaolan's emotions. No. The heavenly emotion goddess' eyes suddenly turned downcast as she looked at the oncoming Su Xiaolan. Extreme sorry instantly wafted throughout heaven and earth. All living beings within a radius of 1,000 kilometers had tears streaming down their faces and were racked by the most potent grief imaginable. Some were unable to endure this sorrow and put an end to their own lives. However, Su Xiaolan remained completely unaffected. The heavenly emotion goddess received a heavy blow upon seeing this, but she refused to concede and continued to unleash emotional attacks. Rage. Love. Do you love me? Whoosh. Su Xiaolan's sword swept through the heavenly emotion goddess' slender waist, slicing her in half. She chuckled. I love to hurt you. Another crack appeared on the heavenly emotion goddess' divine halo. No. The heavenly emotion goddess was about to have a mental breakdown. Joy! Su Xiaolan finally smiled. The heavenly emotion goddess thought that her emotional attacks were finally having an effect on her enemy. However, Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword continued to slash through the air, and she beamed widely as she attacked. An innocent smile lit up her angelic features. I'm so very happy to see you in so much despair. The heavenly emotion goddess. Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword fell mercilessly once again and sliced a ghastly gash into the heavenly emotion goddess' chest. The heavenly emotion goddess was truly in despair, and she dragged her ravaged body through the air as she hurtled back in retreat. I changed my mind. A crazed expression appeared on the heavenly emotion goddess' face. I'm not going to run away anymore. I'm going to kill you. She had never been humiliated like this before, and she was going to teach Su Xiaolan a lesson no matter what price she had to pay in order to do so. I'm going to kill you. The heavenly emotion goddess suddenly turned around, and the divine halo above her head exuded dazzling light before more cracks began to appear upon it. Despite this, her aura only became more terrifying. She threw a budding lotus flower at Su Xiaolan. Come out. The being you once feared the most. The heavenly emotion goddess slapped her hands together and injected her power into the lotus flower. This is the flawless emotional manifestation lotus, and it's capable of summoning the being that you once feared and hated the most. You are indeed very powerful. So I'll let the enemy that you fear and hate the most take care of you. The heavenly emotion goddess felt like victory was assured. Immediately afterward, a crimson, big-headed skeleton wielding a scythe and a thin and gaunt void spirit tribe living being wielding a divine staff appeared. They were the god-engulfing skeleton and ember. Su Xiaolan. Vermilion bird essential technique. Gliding strike of destruction. Crimson essential power roared before completely engulfing the god-engulfing skeleton and ember. Erf! These two beings that were once her nemeses were slaughtered in the blink of an eye amid blood-curdling cries. The heavenly emotion goddess shit herself upon seeing this. Weren't these supposed to be the enemies she once feared and hated the most? How were they so weak? Whoosh! The vermilion bird essential power continued to sweep through the air before slicing the heavenly emotion goddess cleanly in half. Everything had happened far too quickly, affording the heavenly emotion goddess no reaction time. Su Xiaolan held her dragon sparrow sword and looked at the two halves of the heavenly emotion goddess with a cold and proud expression. I have no fear. Su Xiaolan was crushing the heavenly emotion goddess with overwhelming strength. Everyone on the entire battlefield was stunned by this. All of them knew just how powerful a heavenly god was. However, this heavenly god was getting the crap beaten out of her by Su Xiaolan, and she couldn't even muster up any resistance. How was this possible? Could it be that heavenly gods had somehow gotten weaker? Of course, the reality was that Su Xiaolan had become far stronger than she once was. Everyone expected Enlin to be a badass. After all of the miraculous feats he had accomplished mentally prepared everyone for what was to come. But in the past, Su Xiaolan couldn't even compare to Michael in terms of combat prowess. How long had it been? It had only been less than a year since the live broadcast of the execution of the heavenly gods. Was this couple both using hacks? Heavenly emotion goddess? The heavenly slaughter god's pupils contracted at the sight of the two halves of the heavenly emotion goddess, and a hint of sobriety returned to his eyes as he considered retreating. If things continued like this, all of them were going to die here. Retreat. Heavenly human tribe united army. Retreat. The heavenly slaughter god's voice rang out across the entire battlefield. The entire heavenly human tribe united army was in shock. How could this be? The creation realm powerful beings were in complete disbelief. They had lost? The Western true dragon battling vermilion bird Shueya in the sky cussed upon hearing this. Fuck! I wanted to leave a long time ago. Has the order finally arrived? The dragon spread its wings and immediately fled into the distance. The heavenly human tribe obeyed the instructions of the heavenly gods unconditionally, and all of them began to retreat. Right at this moment, the kingdom of the 9 states united army staged a frenzied retaliation. Charge! Don't let them run away. Kill as many of them as possible. Avenge our fallen comrades. The Light Wing clan powerful beings hurled light spears toward the retreating living beings. The monk soldiers unleashed golden spell techniques to kill the nearby Void Spirit tribe living beings. The true demon tribe powerful beings fought in the most savage and insane manner, tearing through heavenly human, void spirits, and western dragons with their bare hands. They tore apart all enemies that appeared before them. A tall and broad true demon in a suit of black armor wielding a massive, crimson sword chortled with glee as he stamped down upon the body of a western divine dragon. There truly is hope after all. The true demon tribe has Cyril, while the human race has Enlin and Su Xiaolan. I'm really looking forward to seeing the direction history is going to progress in. Rumble, heaven and earth began to wail with grief. The fall of the divine dragon triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. This Dao integration stage true demon had just slain a Dao integration stage divine dragon. However, the true demon tribe's super mighty figure was not smug in the slightest, and he turned to survey the two battles in the distance as shock surged through his heart. He was completely unable to comprehend the powers being unleashed by Enlin and Su Xiaolan. What kinds of powers were these? Why was it that they were all at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but there was such a huge disparity between them? Wait a minute, Enlin was only at the pinnacle of the return to void stage. The true demon mighty figure drew a sharp intake of breath. Just thinking about this struck him with an inferiority complex. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom erupted in the distance. Enlin had smashed the heavenly temperature god into the ground again with his invincible speed and power. A massive crater appeared in the ground, and countless mountains were reduced to dust by the resulting shockwaves. More and more cracks were beginning to appear on the heavenly temperature god's divine halo. He had finally experienced what despair was. Not only was he unable to defeat Enlin, but even escape was also just a distant dream. What kind of man was this? Was there anyone that could defeat him? The heavenly temperature god looked up at the white-robed man in the sky and was struck by a sense of complete powerlessness. At the same time, the lowly in the jade dress was also under the limelight. She wielded her dragon sparrow sword, and her porcelain-like features made her appear harmless and adorable, but no one dared to underestimate her. The two halves of the heavenly emotion goddess transformed into two streaks of white light before fleeing into the distance. Little Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly as her eyes transformed into the golden eyes of a true dragon. She gripped the air before her, and countless bolts of lightning shot forth, creating a cage of light that sealed off all avenues of escape for the heavenly emotion goddess. As long as emotions continue to exist, I will never die. The two streaks of light combined to form a completely unscathed heavenly emotion goddess. She looked like she had been resurrected at full health, but the cracks on her divine halo betrayed her facade. Su Xiaolan knew that her enemy would die if she was sliced in half a few more times. Her declaration that she would never die so long as emotions continued to exist was just a bluff. As long as she possessed sufficient power, she could cut anything down. The two heavenly gods had both been forced into dire situations. The kingdom of the 9 states' united army swarmed upon their retreating enemies while keeping an eye on the two battles taking place in the distance. They knew that true victory would only be attained if the two heavenly gods were slain. And Lin didn't waste any more time with words. He clenched his fists, and the golden ring behind him quickly rotated as 5 types of extreme powers infused themselves into his fist. He crashed down from the sky like a shooting star with his fist aimed directly at the heavenly temperature god's head. He was going to completely destroy the heavenly temperature god with this attack. The heavenly temperature god also began to struggle for his life as a blue aura erupted forth, freezing everything in its path. Super low temperatures. Absolute zero realm. The blue aura spread, transforming everything between heaven and earth into a black and white still image. However, Enlin tore through the black and white image like an unreasonable force of nature before incinerating the absolute zero realm. Nothing could stop his fist. Eat my iron fist of love. Enlin cackled as his fist crashed down toward the heavenly temperature god's face. The heavenly temperature god's mouth gaped open as his mind fell completely blank. That's enough. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. The voice wasn't very loud, but everyone could hear it. A semi-transparent, yellow youth appeared in front of the heavenly temperature god before extending a palm toward Enlin's fist. Boom! The terrifying power within Enlin's fist exploded forth. The entire earth within a radius of several thousand kilometers tremored violently. However, what was extremely strange was that the ground did not cave in or fracture at all. How was that possible? Enlin looked at the youth that had suddenly appeared before him, and his pupils contracted slightly as he recalled some words he had once heard. First there was heaven, then there was earth. This youth was the latter. He was one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly earth god. Enlin's expression became extremely grave. He knew what a paramount heavenly god entailed. Not only were they the most powerful manifestation of the heavens, but they also encompassed all things and possessed the power of paramount laws that transcended beyond normal heavenly gods. Enlin had never truly faced a paramount heavenly god before. However, he had seen paramount heavenly gods in battle. A divine heaven stage heavenly god with all 9 divine halos summoned was squashed by Chun Chun like an ant. But Chun Chun was only able to gain a slight advantage over the heavenly earth god. Furthermore, Chun Chun had even been wounded by the enraged heavenly light goddess. Enlin could never forget what he had seen in the land of eternal light on that day. The earth had transformed into a boundless sea of lava, while massive magma dragons roared and obscured the heavens as they shook heaven and earth. Amid the doomsday-like scene, a mighty being with a body constructed entirely from light unleashed paramount power. Enlin knew exactly how powerful a paramount heavenly god was, and he had seen them in action. This was why he was feeling tenser than ever before. But at the same time, he was struck by an unprecedented sense of excitement. "Take this." And Lin clenched his other fist, and five-colored energy revolved around it, making the fist glow even brighter than the sun. His five-elemental body was activated to its very maximal extent, and five-elemental power as well as heaven-crushing true intent surged forth in a frenzy. Fist of the Heavenly Tao. His fist expanded infinitely like a divine mace that would bring destruction to the Heavenly Tao before crashing down upon the Heavenly Earth God's delicate features. The Heavenly Earth God's expression shifted minutely, clearly not expecting Lin to dare to attack him. He extended his other palm to meet Lin's fist. Boom! An indescribable explosion ensued. And Lin could guarantee that if his fist had landed on a normal planet, that planet would most definitely have been pulverized. However, upon striking the Heavenly Earth God's hand, he felt like he had struck a continent so vast that it struck despair in one's heart. This continent was boundless, unfathomable, indescribable, and immeasurable. No matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength, and he simply couldn't break a boundless continent. The power within his fist was completely sucked away by the Heavenly Earth God's palm. The earth tremored violently once again, and this time, the tremors affected a radius of over 10,000 kilometers. And Lin suddenly realized what was happening. The Heavenly Earth God was transferring all of his power into the earth of the Taichu continent. It was also at this moment that a burst of heaven-crushing power suddenly broke this flawless transference process. Crack. Boom! The earth within a radius of several kilometers suddenly caved in. The Heavenly Earth God's feet also slid back a few meters. Even Lin was a little surprised to see this. A smile appeared on his face. "And here I was thinking that you would never move." The Heavenly Earth God. The Heavenly Earth God was also a little shocked. He didn't expect Lin to become so much more powerful in such a short span of time. To think that his five-elemental power coupled with his heaven-crushing power could even break the equilibrium of his earth. "Do you want to continue this?" the Heavenly Earth God asked in an indifferent voice. And Lin was a little surprised. "You don't seem to harbor much animosity against me? This is not yet the time for the final battle. If I engage in a battle to the death with you now, my enemies may take advantage of this." The Heavenly Earth God revealed his reasoning to Lin. And Lin's smile grew even wider. "Something that is detrimental to you is beneficial to me. I love doing things that cause you trouble. Take this. Fist of the Heavenly Tao." The five-elemental ring behind Lin rotated as heaven-crushing true intent fell along with his fist. "The Heavenly Earth God. You can't stop me." The Heavenly Earth God relinquished defense and unleashed a punch of his own in response. Faint, amber divine light enshrouded his fist. All of a sudden, Lin was struck by the feeling that a boundless continent was hurtling toward him. It was impossible to describe this terrifying feeling. Powerlessness, asphyxiation, inferiority, countless negative emotions welled up in his heart at the same time. This was not some sort of emotional disruptance. Instead, it was his body's instinctive response of horror. "Fuck you." And Lin had never backed down from a battle, and even though there was fear in his heart, there was also boundless battle intent, and his fist of the Heavenly Tao fell with even greater determination. Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly quaked in unison. The five-colored light clashed with the amber divine light, and it was like a collision between two planets. The area within a radius of several hundred kilometers was reduced to empty space. Blood splattered forth from Lin's arm as the flesh and bone within were all pulverized. Furthermore, he was blasted several dozen kilometers through the air by the massive force of the collision. The Heavenly Earth God was also unable to completely neutralize Lin's power as he was knocked back a few steps. On top of that, a faint crack could be seen on his translucent fist. The Heavenly Temperature God's eyes widened upon seeing this, and for an instant, he forgot how to breathe. And Lin managed to injure the Heavenly Earth God. At this moment, the Heavenly Earth God turned around before urging in an indifferent voice, "What are you still doing here? Why aren't you running away?" The Heavenly Temperature God only came to his senses then. The Heavenly Earth God was here to save them. Right away, the heavenly temperature god bowed his head respectfully before transforming into a scorching streak of white light and flying into the distance. However, he hadn't even traveled more than 50 kilometers before he sensed a terrifying aura approaching him from the side. "Don't go, buddy!" A white-robed cultivator rushed over with a cruel expression on his face. The heavenly temperature god was shocked. Had Lin gone insane? Didn't he know that the heavenly earth god was on the battlefield? He was ditching the heavenly earth god to come and kill him? This was a slap to the face. Sure enough, the heavenly earth god appeared beside Lin in the next instant, and his fist glowed with an amber light as it hurtled toward Lin. And Lin could ignore the heavenly earth god's attack and attack the heavenly temperature god. In that case, he could perhaps kill the heavenly temperature god, but he could also be killed by the heavenly earth god's attack in the process. Was it worth the risk? Right at this moment, a wail of anguish erupted in the distance. The heavenly emotion goddess had been sliced in half again by Su Xiaolan. The heavenly earth god's expression shifted, and he finally figured out Lin's intentions. Lin was chasing the heavenly temperature god, not to try and kill him, but instead, to lure the heavenly earth god away from Su Xiaolan, thereby giving her a chance to kill the heavenly emotion goddess without any interference. The heavenly earth god immediately launched a fist at Lin, and Lin met his attack with a punch of his own. Bam! A terrifying collision of power ensued as the purest and most boundless power of the earth crashed down upon Lin. And Lin's arm was shattered once again as his body shot back like a cannonball. However, with his insane regenerative abilities, he was able to heal his arm during the process in which he was hurtling through the air. He then arrested his momentum and pounced toward the heavenly earth god again. And Lin was initiating an attack against the heavenly earth god again. The heavenly earth god retaliated. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them exchanged several punches. And Lin was on the back foot during all of the exchanges. But for some reason, the heavenly earth god seemed to be quite cautious and didn't unleash his full power to try and kill Lin. And Lin knew that his regulation combat prowess was no match for the heavenly earth god. He was aware of this, but the surrounding onlookers weren't. All they could see were two figures whizzing through the air far too quickly for them to follow with their eyes while bursts of terrifying power exploded forth. All of them were completely dumbstruck by what they were witnessing. And Lin was fighting on par with the heavenly earth god. The battle between Lin and the heavenly earth god was simply at too high a level. Without a Dao integration stage cultivation base, one wouldn't even be able to see what was happening in the battle. Even the Dao integration stage super mighty figures who could see what was going on were extremely shocked by the scenes that were unfolding before their eyes. They witnessed Lin's arm getting pulverized over and over again before instantaneously regenerating each and every time, upon which Lin continued to rush in fearlessly and clash with the heavenly earth god. His power, tenacity, and insanity struck shock into the hearts of all onlookers. Hongdo was even more dumbstruck, and Lin could fight on par with the heavenly earth god now. The heavenly earth god was one of the most powerful beings in the heavenly human tribe forces and most certainly far more powerful than normal heavenly gods. Despite that, Lin was still able to keep up with him. What was wrong with this world? The three heavenly disciple candidates, battling Buddha, Michael, and Yun Menjing, were also completely astonished. They had thought that Lin's combat prowess would be comparable or slightly more powerful than the ancient Dragon Empress. However, looking at this battle now, it was quite clear that Lin had well and truly left the ancient Dragon Empress in the dust. The heaven-crushing techniques Lin were unleashing were more powerful than any they had ever seen. Furthermore, the heaven-crushing techniques were infused with a certain type of special power, thereby allowing his attacks to unleash earth-shattering power. No wonder Cyril and Chun Chun were determined to reserve the third heavenly disciple position for Lin. He most definitely deserved it. Meanwhile, in Su Xiaolan's battle, as long as emotions continue to exist, I will never die. The heavenly emotion goddess voice reverberated through the air as the two halves of her body converged to form an unscathed whole once again. Essential power, heaven-crushing god-slaying strike. Little Xiaolan spread open her glorious vermilion bird wings and shot forward at an incredible speed. She reached the heavenly emotion goddess almost instantaneously before plunging her dragon sparrow sword into the heavenly emotion goddess body again. Boom! Red sword intent swept through the air for over 1,000 kilometers, as if it were threatening to part heaven and earth. The heavenly emotion goddess heart was filled with despair. She had been insta-killed after only just resurrecting herself. How was she supposed to fight like this? This was already the 6th time she had been slain. The divine halo above her head was already riddled with cracks and barely holding itself together. As long as emotions continue to exist, I will never die. The heavenly emotion goddess' slightly feeble voice sounded. Essential power. Heaven-crushing god slaying strike. Boom! The heavenly emotion goddess exploded once again. Little Xiaolan held her dragon sparrow sword, and she was panting slightly, but her eyes were shimmering with a cold light. Faster, she had to go faster, and Lin had bought her so much time that she couldn't afford to waste. She had to kill the heavenly emotion goddess right here, right now. As long as emotions continue to exist, I will. Essential power. Heaven-crushing god. Little Xiaolin raised her dragon sparrow sword high in the air and waited for the heavenly emotion goddess to resurrect herself. The heavenly emotion goddess was on the verge of a mental breakdown. For fuck's sake, I haven't even revived yet, and you're already preparing your attack. Was she resurrecting herself just so that she could be attacked again? The heavenly emotion goddess was filled with humiliation. I will never die. Heaven-crushing god slaying strike. Boom! The heavenly emotion goddess had only just materialized her body again when the dragon sparrow sword punctured her body, upon which fiery the vermilion bird essential power incinerated her into nothingness. Everyone on the battlefield, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, was feeling quite sympathetic toward the heavenly time god for the cruel loop she was being forced to suffer through over and over again. What a cruel fate. Being insta-killed once was not enough. She was being insta-killed countless times. She was supposed to be a boss of this battle, but she was being slain by little Xiaolan for fun. All of them were struck by the urge to report little Xiaolan to the moderators for using hacks. As long as emotions continue to exist, I will. Little Xiaolin raised her dragon sparrow sword high in the air. Essential power, heaven-crushing god. I will. Wah. The sound of sobs reverberated through the air. Little Xiaolan? All the onlookers. Had she been slain to the point of tears? All of a sudden, countless terrifying images began to appear in the air. There were infernal demons, bloodthirsty rakshasas, devastating fiend celestials. All of them surrounded Su Xiaolan like the manifestation of one's worst nightmares. Roar! I'm going to kill you. Even if I have to give up everything I have, I'm going to kill you. All of the hellish images manifested themselves in a substantial form before pouncing toward Su Xiaolan. Little Xiaolan stood amid the storm like an immovable pillar as a faint smile appeared on her face. Are you finally launching a kamikaze attack? This shows that you're at your limits. Her eyes suddenly transformed into a vibrant red. They were filled with a sense of holiness and seduction, as well as a hint of transcendent pride. God-slaying strike. Little Xiaolan's sword slashed through the air as red vermilion bird essential power proliferated forth before transforming into the form of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, and all of the hellish images around her were instantly incinerated into nothingness. An expression of astonishment was still frozen on the heavenly emotion goddess face when Su Xiaolan rushed toward her before plunging her dragon sparrow sword viciously into her body. You're dead. Little Xiaolan's vibrant, red eyes settled on the heavenly emotion goddess. Eh? The heavenly emotion goddess opened her mouth, but she was unable to say anything as the fiery vermilion bird essential power flames engulfed her body. Crack. A crisp crack sounded, alongside which her divine halo completely shattered. Heavenly emotion goddess. No! The heavenly human tribe powerful beings howled with grief upon seeing this. All heavenly gods held very special meaning to them. They were the manifestation of their faith, and witnessing the death of a heavenly god was a huge blow to every single one of them. The heavenly emotion goddess was incinerated into nothingness. Only a burst of invisible power returned to the heavenly Tao. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army was greatly spurred on by this, and they set about killing their enemies with renewed vigor. What did it mean to be badass? To be badass was to be able to slay a heavenly god even after a paramount heavenly god had appeared to save the heavenly gods. This was a slap to the face to the paramount heavenly god. How satisfying and thrilling! The kingdom of the 9 States United Army had no fear now. Even the heavenly earth god was unable to do anything to Enlin and Su Xiaolan, so what did they have to fear? Thus, the kingdom of the 9 States United Army gave chase like a pack of wolves hunting down a stable full of lambs, and countless heavenly human tribe powerful beings were falling with the passing of each and every second. The heavenly earth god's face fell upon witnessing the death of the heavenly emotion goddess. He suddenly changed tactics and copped one of Enlin's punches before launching a fist toward Enlin's heart. This punch was far too fast for Enlin to defend against, and a boundless power crashed into his body, causing his chest to cave in and his back to bulge before a gaping hole appeared. PFFF? Enlin threw up a mouthful of blood and hurtled back through the air. The heavenly earth god's body also swayed violently, as if he had been wounded. He then turned to appraise Enlin with a cold expression before his body merged into the earth, upon which his aura completely disappeared. Enlin lay on the ground as he looked at the fleeing heavenly god and listened to the celebratory cries of his allies. An elated smile appeared on his face. They had won the battle. Furthermore, it was a crushing victory. 1 hour later, the battle drew to a conclusion. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army suffered around 10 million deaths, but they slew over 20 million of their enemies. Both sides lost a Tao integration stage super mighty figure each. However, the most important death that occurred in this battle was that of the heavenly emotion goddess. The heavenly temperature god and heavenly slaughter god both ran away. There was no prevention as no one could catch them. All in all, the kingdom of the 9 States United Army had secured a brilliant victory, and morale had been significantly boosted. The most exciting thing to them was that even after the heavenly earth god interfered in the battle, they were still able to kill a heavenly god. Perhaps if the heavenly earth god hadn't appeared, critics would say that this was a worthless victory. The enemy boss hadn't even appeared yet, so any victories she secured would be pointless as the enemy would retaliate and crush them sooner or later. But now, even the heavenly earth god had appeared to stop Enlin and Su Xiaolan from killing the heavenly gods. But Enlin was still able to hold him off while Su Xiaolan slew a heavenly god right under the heavenly earth god's nose. But now, what could the critics say? They couldn't say anything. The heavenly earth god's face was swollen from being slapped. This was undoubtedly a flawless heist. The entire kingdom of the 9 States United Army was celebrating this victory. In a peculiar realm, within an intricate and antiquated cabin, an exquisitely beautiful woman in a divine robe was fiddling around with a Tao disc. Your Majesty, I bring important news. A gorgeous woman with a white snake tail rushed in with flushed cheeks and a scorching light burning in her eyes. What is it? The woman turned to her with a gentle expression. An icy beauty in a black dress with a black snake tail leaned on the doorframe. In this current situation, any noteworthy news must be about the battle between the kingdom of the 9 States United Army and the heavenly human tribe United Army. Our forces have already been deployed to reinforce the Eastern Front. So what urgent news could there be? White Spirit Snake immediately shook her head. It's different this time. What's different? Did a Tao integration stage super mighty figure die? Black Spirit Snake's brows furrowed slightly. The heavenly emotion goddess died. White Spirit Snake replied. Black Spirit Snake's expression shifted upon hearing this. That is indeed important news. Furthermore, the heavenly earth god appeared to try and protect her, but she was still slain right before his very eyes. White Spirit Snake was extremely excited. In contrast, Black Spirit Snake was shocked. Her Majesty Nuwa also put down her Tao disc and faltered momentarily. It was quite clear that this had gone beyond her expectations as well. Was it Enlin and Su Xiaolan? Nuwa asked. Yes. White Spirit Snake nodded with bright, excited eyes. and Lin held off the heavenly earth god, while Su Xiaolin slew the heavenly emotion goddess. Nuwa smiled. What a pleasant surprise. Black Spirit Snake was even more dumbstruck. And Lin held off the heavenly earth god. Was he that powerful already? In the eastern region of the Taichu continent, within Chunxi City, the Celestial the Arch cut off his voice transmission talisman before looking up into the sky with a vacant expression. He then turned to Yiling, Xiaozhe, and Xiao Tu, who were already jumping for joy after receiving the same news he had just received. They weren't boasting excessively about the 4-9 Immortal sect. If anything, they were being modest. In the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni looked at the most recent news, and an elated smile appeared on her face. Big Boss and Lin really is the best. He's the most dazzling being no matter where he goes. Wah. Lan Xiaoni clasped a hand over her thumping heart while a faint smile appeared on her face. I'm about to become your fangirl. When are you coming to the West Sea? The heavenly sea god is already here, and I miss you so much. The mermaid princess' forlorn monologue rang out within the palace. News of the recently concluded battle began to spread like wildfire. The news was soon broadcasted by the media, upon which the entire Taichu continent erupted. And Lin fought on par with the heavenly earth god. This piece of news had countless living beings' eyeballs popping out of their sockets. What the hell was going on? And Lin was only on par with a normal heavenly god not too long ago, but he could now fight on par with a paramount heavenly god? What kind of hacks was he using? Countless living beings were in disbelief. However, that didn't stop Lin from dominating all headlines. His name shook the entire continent again for the nth time, and countless living beings were in awe and veneration. This white-robed cultivator from the east was immortalized in legends once again. At the same time, Su Xiaolan's epic feat in slaying the heavenly emotion goddess also made her a topic for conversation. The fact that she was revered as Great Empress Vermilion Bird by 9-Dao integration stage Vermilion Birds shook the entire continent. Su Xiaolan was no longer just the goddess of the Taichu continent. She was quickly becoming the goddess of the entire Taichu continent. Her goddess halo was so bright that normal female cultivators had to avert their eyes or be crushed by a sense of inferiority. After witnessing the terrifying might displayed by Lin and Su Xiaolan, many powerful forces across the entire Taichu continent were now ranking the 4-9 Immortal sect as the #1 sect in the Kingdom of the Nine States, above the Heavenly Court. This was something that was not only acknowledged by all powerful forces, but also by the masses. The leader of the 5 great sects, the 4-9 Immortal sect, had officially trumped the Heavenly Court to become the premier superpower of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Many Kingdom of the Nine States inhabitants sighed with emotion upon seeing this news. The Heavenly Court had been unsurpassed for countless years. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect had only been established for just over a century, and they had already dethroned the Heavenly Court. Everyone was genuinely happy for the 4-9 Immortal sect. This sect had created too many miracles and had always been the leading force in the war against the heavenly human tribe. Furthermore, the 4-9 Immortal sect had done so much for itinerant cultivators across the entire continent and slain so many enemies, as well as sacrificed so many elders and disciples during this war. Their meteoric rise represented the rise and resurgence of the human race, as well as the infinite possibilities the human race could create, thereby bringing hope to the entire human race. For everything it had done, it was very much deserving of its current status. Even the Heavenly Court Immortals were quite elated upon hearing this news and admitted that the 4-9 Immortal sect had indeed become a superior force. Some of the Tycoon Immortals even boasted to their friends about how they had once sampled sect leader Lin's cooking. Other Tycoon Immortals retorted by saying that not only had they sampled sect leader Lin's cooking, they had also sampled the Divine Phoenix Maiden's cooking. Everyone burst into laughter as they conversed. Speaking of which, this chef-god couple had very strong connections with the Heavenly Court. All of the Immortals could still remember the 2 tender little newbies from back in the day. Before they knew it, the 2 delicate little seedlings had grown up to become massive trees that obscured the entire sky. Who would have thought that the couple cooking for a living in the Heavenly Court would now become the beacon of hope for the entire Taichu continent? One day later, The Heavenly Court released an official statement congratulating the 4-9 Immortal sect on their brilliant accolades, as well as expressing the hope that the 4-9 Immortal sect would continue to lead the Kingdom of the Nine States and the human race to victory in this ongoing war. The 4-9 Immortal sect was now officially number 1 in the Kingdom of the Nine States, on the central front of the Tai-Chu continent. Within the main city of the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army, Yutong City. The bright moon rippled like water within a sea of stars. Under the beautiful night sky, within an intricate courtyard. And Lin looked at the newspaper headlines that he was dominating and was intoxicated by the portraits of himself accompanying the articles. So handsome, he sighed with emotion. Little Xiaolan sipped on some hot tea beside him. All right, you've said that almost 20 times already. I know you're handsome. Okay? Little Xiaolan was rolling her eyes so hard that she could almost see her brain. Little Xiaolan, do you like me? And Lin suddenly asked. Ha! Little Xiaolan's hand trembled slightly, and ripples ran across the surface of her tea as a faint blush appeared on her face. I do. You know that already. Me too. And Lin smiled. Little Xiaolan was a little shy. I know you like me. I'm saying I also like myself. And Lin corrected. Little Xiaolan? And Lin looked at the handsome man in the newspaper and sighed once again. So handsome, little Xiaolan. The battle on the Central Front had subsided for now. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army seemed to be quite fearful of Lin and Su Xiaolan as they were no longer initiating any large-scale attacks. Thus, an impasse ensued. The higher-ups within the Central Front United Army unanimously voted Lin as their supreme leader. Lin wanted to refuse this role, but the battling Buddha, Yun Menjing, Michael, and Demon Lord Declan insisted that there was no one more suitable than him for the role and that they refused to accept anyone else. Thus, Lin was peer-pressured into accepting the role and became the supreme leader of the Central Front United Army. After that, he continued to lie in his lounge chair and admire himself while reading the newspapers. The battling Buddha, Demon Lord Declan, and he were all powerful beings who enjoyed straightforward battles and were not very good with strategy and tactics. Thus, that aspect was left to Yun Menjing and Michael. Even though Lin had assumed the role of the supreme leader, he still lived a carefree and leisurely life, just as he had back when he was not burdened with this role. And Lin, what did it feel like to battle the Heavenly Earth God? Would you be able to beat him in a battle to the death? Su Xiaolan sipped her hot immortal tea as she turned to Lin with a pair of curious eyes. While battling him, I always felt like I was really insignificant. And Lin replied, this is a result of the nature of his being. He is Earth, and to normal living beings, Earth represents something that is mighty and grand to the extreme. The Tai-Chu continent is boundless, and there are infinite planets in the realm of stars, but the core of all of this is Earth. Any living beings would be struck by a sense of insignificance when facing a being that represented all things and all matter. And Lin started off by praising the Heavenly Earth God before his words took a turn. However, even the Heavenly Earth God has his limits. The Heavenly Earth God is restricted by the subconscious will of the Heavenly Tao and is only actually able to use a very small amount of his power, which gives me a chance. After combining my 5 elemental power and my heaven-crushing power, I can break through his defenses. Furthermore, I have many trump cards up my sleeve, so in a battle to the death, I have at least a 10% chance of winning. Little Xiaolan's lips twitched upon hearing this. After all that, your conclusion is that you only have a 10% chance at victory? Don't underestimate a paramount heavenly god. They're extremely terrifying. I was trying to bite a chunk of flesh off the heavenly earth god's body during that battle, but I was unable to do so. Why would you want to do that? I just want to see what the flesh of a paramount heavenly god tastes like. You'll grow more powerful if you bite off a chunk of their flesh, right? Little Xiaolan, how am I supposed to communicate with you when you're so smart? Next time, I'll slice off the flesh for you to eat. Little Xiaolan patted her little chest with a domineering expression. And Lin was enchanted by the little Xiaolan. The moonlight shone down upon her tender and flawless features, making her appear particularly gorgeous. Xiaolan, "Can I have a kiss?" And Lin smiled. "But, I'm only 9. Little Xiaolan was a little reluctant. "Then a kiss on the cheek will suffice." And Lin chuckled. Little Xiaolan pouted before leaning over and planting a kiss on Lin's cheek with her soft, delicate lips. And Lin also returned the favor by planting a kiss on her tender cheek. Little Xiaolan immediately blushed with embarrassment while Lin was entranced by her beauty. Not only had 9-year-old Xiaolan become smaller in stature, it seemed like she was also more easily embarrassed. In the past, she could take the initiative and kiss him without even breaking a sweat. Just as he was thinking this, a pair of warm and tender little hands suddenly gripped onto his hand, and Lin raised his head to find little Xiaolan looking at him with an earnest expression. "And Lin, I'm going to grow up quickly, then marry you." Little Xiaolan's angelic voice resounded by Lin's ears, and his heart skipped a beat. Little Xiaolan had confessed to him. What a special feeling. Why did he feel like he had been set up with a child bride? "Xiaolan, when are you going to grow up?" And Lin was getting a little excited. I'm not sure. I'll probably only be fully grown up after the vermilion bird heart essence is completely repaired and merges with my body." Little Xiaolan supported her chin with her hands as a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Little Xiaolan was super adorable even when she was in deep thought, and Lin couldn't help but pinch little Xiaolan's tender cheek. Little Xiaolan slapped away Lin's hand with a slightly disgruntled expression. "Go pinch little Xia's cheek. She would tell me to piss off." And Lin replied. Little Xiaolan, "Piss off." And Lin. It was a picturesque night. The two of them chatted for a long time before retiring to their resting quarters. The light of a new dawn spilled down from the sky, and Lin was just meditating when the door to his room was gently pushed open. A familiar, fragrant scent then wafted toward his nostrils. Immediately afterward, a pair of soft lips landed on his forehead. "Here's a good morning kiss for you," a sweet, beautiful voice sounded, and Lin opened his eyes, upon which a blank expression appeared on his face. A gorgeous teenage girl was looking at him with rippling eyes and a faint smile. She wore a snowy white dress that accentuated her tall and slender body, and her black hair fell all the way to her waist. Her skin glittered with a beautiful sheen under the light of the sun, and her smile was filled with energy and exuberance. She was quite pleased to see Lin's shocked expression, and she gave him a cheeky smile. "It's 15-year-old Xiaolan bidding you good morning today." Her voice was as beautiful as the most glorious immortal music. Thump, and Lin's heart thumped heavily. Crap, this was the feeling of infatuation, and Lin felt like the most beautiful celestial maiden was standing before him. Her gorgeous, aesthetic figure, impeccable features, and eyes as clear as a pure pond combined to create a flawless package. An aura of energetic exuberance rushed toward him, and Lin's heart thumped in his chest. "Stop staring so much. Haven't you seen a beautiful young woman before?" Su Xiaolin felt like Lin's expression was a little too intense, and she was getting slightly embarrassed. A blush appeared on Lin's face as he gave an awkward cough. 15-year-old women are already old enough to be married in the Kingdom of the 9 States, right? Su Xiaolan faltered initially upon hearing this before a faint blush appeared on her delicate cheeks. "Tui, pervert," Su Xiaolan scoffed before turning to leave. "Hey, don't go. You don't have to marry me right away." And Lin hurriedly gave chase. "Let's be friends first." Within the white nectar sea, at the pinnacle of the divine tree, a woman with long, green hair plucked a vibrant flower that was overflowing with a divine power before placing it into her mouth and gently chewing upon it. Delicious. A little bird flew over to her side. Life Nuwas mending of the heavens has reached the 3rd stage. Will we have enough time? If she successfully mends the heavens, all heavenly gods will perish. The woman smiled before shaking her head. This woman was none other than one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly life goddess. Don't panic. There is a compulsory condition Nuwa must satisfy in order to mend the heavens, and she currently has no chance of fulfilling that condition. Otherwise, earth and light would have done something about this a long time ago. The heavenly life goddess smiled. The little bird nodded before looking down at the massive, colorful egg that was being suspended from a branch using countless vines. What are you creating now? The woman caressed the colorful surface of the egg, from which emanated energy fluctuations that struck a sense of unease into even the little bird's heart. This is a perfect life form and my best masterpiece. The heavenly life goddess smiled. I'm really looking forward to the day when it will be born. How powerful would it be? Perhaps it would be able to sweep aside all obstacles that stand in our way. The little bird cautioned in a disgruntled voice. Stop creating things that even you can't control. The heavenly life goddess' orange eyes rippled with amusement as a faint smile appeared on her face. No life form can be fully controlled. Otherwise, how do you think transcenders came into existence? Life represents infinite possibilities. Even if I create an ant, it's still not something that I can control. The little bird fell silent for a moment before retorting. The probabilities are different. The heavenly life goddess shook her head. The probabilities are different, but there is no difference in meaning. I don't understand. The little bird was confused. The heavenly life goddess tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear before looking out across the horizon and spreading her arms with a smile on her face. They all represent reality and hope. They are all the most beautiful things in this world. If they all carry the same meaning, then why don't you create an ant as opposed to a perfect life form? The little bird asked. Are you stupid? How is an ant supposed to fight and win? The heavenly life goddess snapped. The little bird. Wait a minute. Why did it feel like they had reached a dead end? However, I really am surprised by Enlin's regulation combat prowess. He can already barely hold off the heavenly earth god and even manage to kill the heavenly emotion goddess right under the heavenly earth god's nose. Haha, what a massive slap to the face. I'm really looking forward to when they battle each other to the death. The heavenly life goddess' eyes shimmered with a hint of anticipation. He had indeed become very powerful. It's quite a pleasant surprise. The little bird nodded. By the way, what's going on with the heavenly sea god? Did he really agree to join us? The heavenly life goddess asked. The little bird chirped with laughter. That's right. He has hidden his motives extremely well, but he is indeed willing to cooperate with us in order to kill light and earth. The heavenly life goddess chuckled. How foolish of light and earth to place their trust in such a treacherous ally. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expressions on their faces when they discover this betrayal. Sea is a complete nihilist and believes that the ocean can nurture all things. He looks down on all living beings on the entire Tai-Chu continent. The little bird remarked coldly. That's how it should be. This flawed world must be cleansed of all life forms and completely reset in order to create a future filled with hope. The heavenly life goddess voice was very determined. Heaven, when is Sea going to act? I don't want to wait any longer. The heavenly life goddess was raring to go. There's no rush. He says he'll act when the final battle begins. The little bird replied. The heavenly life goddess caressed the massive, colorful egg with a hint of a smile on her face. Wait patiently for a while longer. You'll be able to come out very soon. And Lin was thoroughly enjoying his time with teenage Xiaolin. She was right at the age where she would begin to develop an interest in romantic relationships. As such, she was very shy and even the slightest flirtatious act would draw a blush from her. And Lin was actually quite confused and wondered why teenage Xiaolin's personality seemed to have regressed to a younger age alongside her outward appearance. Su Xiaolin replied with a blush, saying that this was a stage of natural progression. And Lin was no less confused after being given this response, but he didn't really mind as he really liked this version of Xiaolin anyway. And Lin led teenage Xiaolin around the entire Yutong city, visiting all of the scenic locations and taking her to sample all of the best delicacies. Oh my God! Look over there. Who is that woman with Master and Lin? They're holding hands and entering a seafood restaurant together. A group of Light Wing clan women exclaimed on the streets. Wow! She's so beautiful. Even more beautiful than our archangels. That's not the point. What's going to become of our divine phoenix maiden? How could Enlin blatantly cuck big sister Xiaolin like this? One of the Light Wing clan women asked. It's no big deal. Big Sister Xiaolan has become a little girl, so there's nothing wrong with Big Boss and Lin communicating with some other women. All Light Wing clan women were really into gossiping about celebrities. In their eyes, and Lin was the biggest celebrity, so gossip about him was very important gossip indeed. These Light Wing clan women discussed spiritedly, and news of Lin cucking Xiaolan soon began to spread like wildfire. In the end, even the 6 vermilion bird sages heard about this earth-shattering piece of news. Within the seafood restaurant, Su Xiaolan and Lin were sampling all types of seafood delicacies and thoroughly enjoying their time together. A voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Teenage Xiaolan picked up the voice transmission talisman with a confused expression, upon which she was greeted by the enraged voice of Vermilion Bird Nanli. Bad news, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. You've been cucked by Lin. Vermilion Bird Nanli gushed in a furious voice. Su Xiaolan? Lin was just about to place a prawn into his mouth, and the prawn slipped from his fingers before dropping onto the table. Slow down and tell me what happened. How have I been cucked by Lin? Teenage Xiaolan's face convulsed slightly, but she still remained calm and collected. Several Light Wing clan women bore witness to Lin holding hands and interacting intimately with an extremely beautiful woman in a white dress. Vermilion Bird Nanli was fuming. Su Xiaolan, Lin. Is this a young woman about 1.68 meters tall with hair reaching down to her waist, a red jade pin in her hair, and a crimson bracelet on her wrist? Su Xiaolan asked with a speechless expression. I think so. Should we go and burn her to death? Vermilion Bird Nanli was raring to go. Hee hee. Su Xiaolan chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. What the fuck? I've been cucked by myself. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Just issue the command, and we'll burn that woman. Slutty bitches like her need to be cleansed by our holy flames. Vermilion Bird Nanli was extremely enraged. PFFF? Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Teenage Xiaolan didn't even know whether she should laugh or cry. Was this idiot calling her a slutty bitch and threatening to burn her to death? Was she supposed to be happy to have such a loyal but stupid bird as a subordinate? All right, that's enough, Teenage Xiaolan snapped. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. You can't just let this slide. If you do, you'll only get cucked more and more in the future. Vermilion Bird Nanli could barely restrain itself anymore. Hee hee. The young woman in the white dress you were referring to is me. Teenage Xiaolan chuckled coldly. What? Vermilion Bird Nanli stuttered as if it had received a heavy blow. Slap. Teenage Xiaolan cut off the voice transmission before slamming her voice transmission talisman onto the table. Lin was quite amused by the enraged Teenage Xiaolan. What are you laughing at? Teenage Xiaolan glared at Lin as she pursed her lips. Don't get mad. Everything's all right now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Here, have some seafood. Lin consoled Teenage Xiaolan by offering some food. 9-year-old Xiaolan had transformed into 15-year-old Xiaolan overnight, and she looked completely different, so they certainly couldn't blame anyone for coming to this false conclusion. Thus, after that farcical episode, Lin and Su Xiaolan continued to enjoy their time together. Vermilion Bird Nanli issued a statement to clarify the situation by revealing to everyone that the beautiful woman in the white dress was none other than their Great Empress Vermilion Bird. And this statement created quite a stir in Yutong City. Of course, none of this impacted Lin and Su Xiaolan whatsoever. They continued to visit attractions and dine to their heart's content. Their aim was to have as much fun as possible during lulls in the war. Their divine senses could encompass vast areas, so they were the best scouting devices. No matter what the enemy tried to do, they could always accurately and quickly detect the situation. Small-scale battles were now completely pointless. As such, the next battle could quite possibly be the final battle. What were they supposed to do before the final battle? They had to make sure to get into their best condition, of course. And that was exactly what Lin and Su Xiaolan were doing. Lin held Teenage Xiaolan's hand in his own and marveled at how soft and smooth it was. After walking for a while, he couldn't help but wrap an arm around Teenage Xiaolan's slender waist. However, Teenage Xiaolan soon slapped his hand away before turning to him with a cautionary expression. And Lin immediately settled down. Life was already very good, and one had to learn to be happy with what they had. Happy days always passed by very quickly. Before they knew it, 3 glorious days had passed by. On that day, the crystal and Lin constantly carried with him suddenly lit up. He was initially startled by this before a smile appeared on his face. The heavenly sea god was finally contacting him. This crystal was a clone of the heavenly sea god's heart, and using it to communicate could prevent detection from the paramount heavenly gods, thereby making it an absolutely confidential method of communication. And Lin immediately injected his consciousness into the crystal. Mr. And Lin, sorry to make you wait so long. An ethereal voice sounded directly in his mind. I didn't have to wait long at all. In fact, you have appeared on the Taichu continent even before the time we agreed on. And Lin responded. About that, that's something I've been meaning to explain. The heavenly sea god continued. Even though I set things into motion a bit earlier than what we agreed upon, I didn't hurt any of our allies. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Then what's with all those natural disasters taking place in the West Sea? That's all for a show. If I didn't do that, the other paramount heavenly gods would become suspicious toward me. The heavenly sea god heaved a resigned sigh. And Lin thought about this and decided that it made sense. It would indeed have been suspicious if the heavenly sea god had emerged, only to then slink away without doing anything. And Lin was still a little displeased with what the heavenly sea god had done, but he knew that this was not the time to bicker about things like this, as there were more important matters to be attended to. The reason I descended upon this world earlier than planned is that Nuwa's mending of the heavens has already reached the 3rd stage. The heavenly Tao barrier is becoming more and more resolute, and if I don't descend upon the Taichu continent now, I will lose my chance to do so in the future. The heavenly sea god sighed, and Lin's expression shifted slightly. What's this about the 3rd stage of the mending of the heavens? Aren't you acquaintances with Nuwa? How do you not know about this? The heavenly sea god was a little surprised. I never asked her. An awkward expression appeared on Lin's face. And she never told you? The heavenly sea god was shocked. And Lin sighed. I have to join the heaven-mending sect before she tells me confidential information like this. Then join the sect. The heavenly sea god was bewildered. But I don't want to be bound to any sect, and I don't want to do anything against my will. I feel like it's a trap. And Lin revealed his reasoning. Are you retarded? The heavenly sea god scoffed. Just join the sect so that you can enjoy the benefits, and just refuse when they ask you to do something. You're so powerful now, who's going to be able to force you to do anything you don't want to do? If worst comes to worst, you can just withdraw from the sect after enjoying all of the benefits they can offer you. And Lin's mouth gaped open in astonishment. How shameless. He couldn't believe that these words were coming out of the heavenly sea god's mouth. He was a paramount heavenly god. Why was he speaking like such a shameless bastard? Where was his humility? Where was his credibility? Where was his prestige as a paramount heavenly god? Great idea. And Lin nodded. The heavenly sea god chuckled. I'm glad you've finally seen the light. Thinking back, you would stoop to any lows as long as it meant you got what you wanted. Don't slander me. I am Lin now, and I am a man of justice and moral compass. And Lin retorted in a resolute voice. Yes, whatever you say. The heavenly sea god placated. I think we've strayed a little too far from the matter at hand. What is this 3rd stage in Nuwa's mending of the heavens? And Lin changed the subject. The heavenly sea god elaborated. The 3rd stage is to repair the structure of the flawed heavenly Tao. It's basically like creating a skeleton for a living being. Only with a skeleton in place can blood and flesh develop. Once the structure is completely constructed, the heavenly Tao will be further repaired, and it would be impossible for me to enter the Taichu continent. This is why I had to enter the Taichu continent in advance. However, I have suffered a strong backlash from forcing an early entry and will require time to recover from my injuries. And Lin was a little shocked. To think that Nuwa's mending of the heavens could almost keep out a paramount heavenly god. If her mending of the heavens could succeed, then wouldn't it be much better than trying to crush the heavens? And Lin thought about it for a moment before asking, "How long will you require to recover? Is the operation going to commence after you fully recover?" The heavenly sea god replied, "There's no need to wait for that long. Let me tell you some good news. I've successfully convinced the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly life goddess that I am their ally and will work with them to kill light and earth. When the time comes, we can take out all 4 paramount heavenly gods in one fell swoop." He and Lin was shocked by the heavenly sea god's plans. Was he trying to become the ultimate double agent? The heavenly sea god was supposed to be on the same team as light and earth, but he was now an ally of life and heaven. However, both of the aforementioned alliances were actually fake, and he was actually only Lin's ally? Who wasn't the heavenly sea god allied to? And Lin didn't really know what to say. "Do you have a specific plan?" And Lin asked. The heavenly sea god replied, "The heaven-crushing sect is about to join the war. When that time comes, the war will become extremely unpredictable, and all we can do is to adapt and act according to the situation." And Lin, act according to the situation? So this idiot had no plan. Seeing as the heaven-mending sect has already reached the 3rd stage of the mending of the heavens, why haven't you stopped her? And Lin was confused. Mending of the heavens corresponds with the will of the heavenly Tao. As such, attacking Nuwa will incur a backlash from the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly sea god was getting a little disgruntled. "Why do you know literally nothing?" An awkward expression appeared on Lin's face. "I pursue a life of freedom that is devoid of inhibitions and responsibility. After all, the more I know, the more I will be swept up into everything." "Then why are you asking me these questions now? Aren't you contradicting yourself?" The heavenly sea god chuckled. "I'm asking because I want to take more responsibility now," and Lin replied. The heavenly sea god fell silent upon hearing this. "By the way, can I ask a favor from you?" And Lin asked. "Of course you can, ask away. I'll do my best to help you," the heavenly sea god replied. And Lin was ecstatic to hear this. "Can you let me bite off a chunk of your flesh?" The heavenly sea god shuddered. What? What do you mean?" "I meant exactly what I said. Let me eat a chunk of your flesh. Just a tiny little mouthful will do, and you'll obtain a more powerful ally." And Lin urged. The condition for his progression to the Tao integration stage was to consume flesh from a paramount heavenly god. This condition looked next to impossible to satisfy, but he had the heavenly sea god that could help him out. The heavenly sea god was also a paramount heavenly god. The heavenly sea god fell into a dumbstruck silence for more than 10 seconds. "If you're really my brother, then let me have a bite," and Lin urged again. The heavenly sea god cleared his throats. "I think I get what you're saying now. You're trying to absorb the essence of a paramount heavenly god as a catalyst to unlock the power of darkness within your body." And Lin blinked and was struck by a sense of enlightenment. "I would love to help you, but I really have been injured, and my essence sustains damage as well. It will be irreversible and might even prevent me from becoming the most completely heavenly Tao in the end. I'm really sorry." The heavenly sea god was quite dejected. "I see. That's all right." And Lin was also very disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Both parties had to be willing and consensual in order for something like this to work. If the heavenly sea god didn't want to do it, then there was no other way. "It's all right. I'll help you slice the flesh off the other paramount heavenly gods during the upcoming battles." The heavenly sea god made an earnest promise, and Lin was a little taken aback to hear this. Why did these words sound so familiar? "I'll contact you if I manage to devise a plan. I can refrain from attacking using the excuse that I'm still recovering from a backlash, but my subordinates have to fight. Tell Lan Xiaoni to deploy some inconsequential troops to fight my Western Heavenly Gate army. If things are too peaceful, it will draw suspicion." The heavenly sea god instructed. Seeing as they had decided to do this, they had to make everything look convincing. And Lin also knew that it was necessary to keep up appearances, so he agreed to this course of action. After cutting off the voice transmission, and Lin looked up into the sky with a multitude of emotions surging through his heart. He only wanted to be an ordinary person who lived a safe and happy life. However, before he knew it, he had been embroiled in this war that he had been desperately trying to avoid. He simply had no choice in the matter. There were too many people that were important to him, and he had to protect them. The heavenly gods wanted to exterminate the human race, which included his family and friends. How could he just stand by idly and allow it to happen? Seeing as he was going to get involved anyway, he might as well embroil himself at the very center of this war. He was going to vanquish the most powerful enemies. And Lin's conviction became more resolute as he followed this train of thought, and his vacant eyes became clearer and more determined. And Lin, it's time to eat. I cooked up some really delicious food for you today. A pleasant female voice sounded from outside. Coming. A gentle smile appeared on Lin's face as he made his way outside. Su Xiaolan had become a teenager, but she retained her love for cooking and cooked delicious meals for Lin every day. After sampling all of the delicacies in Yutong City, Su Xiaolan was inspired, and Lin became her test subject. And Lin was quite happy with this arrangement. After all, Su Xiaolan had the skill of a chef goddess, and no matter what she cooked, it was sure to be delicious. And Lin was full of anticipation as he arrived at the dining table, but his expression froze on his face at the sight that he was greeted by. What's this? And Lin's eyes widened. This is the feast I cooked after receiving inspiration. Su Xiaolan smiled. The entire table was covered in green. All types of vegetables and spirit-rank ingredients emanated piercing green lights, and Lin felt as if he were looking at an advertisement promoting environmental friendliness. The dishes all looked quite appealing, but they were all green, and Lin's legs were trembling at the sight of the harrowing scene before him. Try to imagine an entire table of green dishes, all of which were emanating green lights. Isn't this a little too green? And Lin's voice trembled. Su Xiaolan blinked as she laid a finger on her chin. That's all right. Green represents health and vitality, so having a bit of green in your diet isn't a bad thing. And Lin was starting to panic. Xiaolan, are you feeling all right? A faint smile appeared on teenage Xiaolan's face. I'm feeling great. I was suddenly inspired by how I cooked myself last time, and that prompted me to cook up this feast. And Lin's lips twitched. There was definitely something wrong here. Come on, and Lin, it's time to take your medicine. This medicinal soup can alleviate fatigue and is beneficial to the digestive system. Teenage Xiaolan made her way over to Lin with a bowl of green soup in her hands, and Lin was struck by a horrifying sense of déjà vu. He suddenly recalled the dreadful experience of being poisoned over and over again by Xiaolan. Xiaolan, you have to trust me. I really do love you. He swallowed the green soup Xiaolan was spooning to him with tears in his eyes. Wait a minute. It tastes pretty good. And Lin was surprised to discover that the soup was quite delicious. How is it? An enticing smile appeared on teenage Xiaolan's face. Great. Anything you cook is delicious. And Lin praised sincerely. Have some more if you like it. It's healthy for both you and the environment. Teenage Xiaolan fed Lin with a soup spoon. The two of them settled down to enjoy the meal and managed to ignore the fact that everything was green. And Lin sampled every dish on the table to find that even though all of the dishes were green, they were all extremely delicious. Su Xiaolan was quite pleased with Lin's reaction and also began to tuck into the meal. The bloodlines of the 6 vermilion bird sages are recovering very quickly, and they'll be back to full power in a few days, Su Xiaolan said as she ate. That's good to hear. Our forces will be better equipped to deal with the upcoming battle now. And Lin nodded. Su Xiaolan then asked, the heavenly sea god has already emerged in the West Sea. Aren't you worried about that? Don't worry. Everything is under control. Yutong City has a teleportation spell formation that leads directly to the immortal land above water. If something happens, we can immediately teleport there. And Lin was quite calm and collected. Su Xiaolan nodded. The heavenly sea god doesn't appear to be very aggressive at the moment, and the heaven-crushing sect must have devised some plans to deal with him as well. That's right, so we won't need to worry about the West Sea for now. That Lan Xiaoni is quite beautiful, isn't she? She is. Slap. Teenage Xiaolan suddenly slapped her chopsticks onto the table. However, her beauty pales in comparison to my Xiaolan. And Lin amended with a calm and collected expression as he took a sip of some green soup. Is that so? Lan Xiaoni is one of the most beautiful mermaids in the West Sea, and I've heard that you share a very good relationship with her. Teenage Xiaolan picked up her chopsticks again. She's a good friend of mine. And Lin was still unfazed. Teenage Xiaolan was right at the stage in her development where she would be going through puberty, and as such, she was quite prone to mood swings and jealousy. And Lin was well aware of this and handled things like a seasoned veteran. All cultivators were massive eaters, as all of them could ingest and digest large amounts of food very quickly. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were no exception to this, and they demolished the entire table of dishes very quickly. The green dishes looked a little dodgy, but Lin could say without a doubt that he had just had a very delicious meal. After the meal, the two of them went to Silver Moon Lake and paddled a small boat over the lake's placid surface while admiring the flowers on the banks. Thus a wonderful day passed by. The next morning, and Lin was meditating as usual. The door to his room was suddenly pushed open. A familiar, fragrant scent wafted toward him. Immediately afterward, a pair of soft lips came into contact with his forehead, and Lin opened his eyes to find an unimaginably beautiful woman looking at him with a faint smile, exuding an air of mature and refined beauty. He was a little dumbstruck. Not only did this woman have exquisitely beautiful features, but her figure also had all the right stuff in all the right places, and her skin was as supple as a peach that was ripe for the picking. It's 40-year-old Xiaolan giving you a good morning kiss today. Su Xiaolan was a little shy as she glowered at Lin. Why do you keep looking down when my face is up here? And Lin faltered momentarily before coming to his senses, upon which an astonished expression appeared on his face. 40? Didn't you say you were going to revert back to your original form? Why are you so mature and so supple now? Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed in vexation. I'm not sure myself. Ever since my cultivation base began to increase at a super quick rate, the age of my body has stayed at around 20. No matter what I did, my appearance wouldn't change until I woke up today. She patted her chest, which was now a lot bigger than it was yesterday, and she heaved an annoyed sigh, and Lin's lips twitched imperceptibly. She was annoyed that her chest was bigger than before? Countless women would be dying to have this problem. He sized up Su Xiaolan carefully to find that she was a tiny bit full-bodied and was exuding a mature, enchanting aura. She was now even more bewitching and captivating to him. All in all, Lin was feeling very elated. Xiaolan, let me return that good morning kiss to you. A glorious morning began with a morning kiss between a pair of lovers. The two of them only went to breakfast after snuggling together and flirting for a while. Su Xiaolan was cooking as usual. This had now developed into her favorite hobby. Thinking back, it was actually Lin who had led her onto this path. All of this began when Lin dragged her to the heavenly court as part of his money-making scheme. And now, Lin had long since detached himself from all this, but Su Xiaolan had become obsessed with cooking. Even though they weren't short on money, and she didn't have to cook for the immortals of the heavenly court anymore, she still couldn't help but cook up new dishes every day for her loved ones to sample. As this continued, her cooking skills became more and more refined, and her repertoire became more and more diversified. Now, cooking was an important part of her life, and Lin was very pleased with the decisions he had made in the past. He had somehow stumbled upon an exquisitely beautiful wife who loved cooking and was very good at it. Wasn't that the best thing ever? And Lin happily enjoyed the breakfast Xiaolan had cooked and welcomed a glorious new day. After breakfast, the two of them patrolled the city walls to see if there were any weak points in the spell formation. After that, they continued to enjoy themselves in Yutong City. After a few sweet and joyful days, the heavenly sea god suddenly contacted Lin again. Lin, I've just received a piece of important news. The heavenly sea god was quite excited, and Lin's eyes lit up. Oh? What is it? News that was considered to be important to a paramount heavenly god could quite possibly be news that could decide the course of this entire war. The heavenly sea god asked in a solemn voice, Do you know how the heavenly human tribe came to be? And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this question before replying. There are eggs of different colors suspended from a certain divine tree, and those from the heavenly human tribe are hatched from those eggs. The heavenly sea god was quite surprised. You know about that? And Lin chuckled. He had been to that special place and even met the heavenly life goddess, so how could he not know these things? So you do know some things after all. The heavenly sea god mused. Hey, I'm not retarded. And Lin snapped. Have you already been to the heavenly human holy land? The heavenly sea god asked. And Lin replied, if you're referring to that place with iridescent light in the sky, vital energy flowing like rivers, mountains so tall that they have no peak in sight, and many divine trees hundreds of thousands of feet tall with pink leaves growing on them, then yes, I've been to that place. That's exactly the place I'm talking about. That's where the heavenly human tribe is being bred. The heavenly sea god confirmed excitedly. So why are you telling me about this? And Lin asked, do you know how many heavenly human tribe soldiers there are currently? The heavenly sea god asked. And Lin thought about this for a moment before replying. With all the soldiers from the 3 heavenly gates combined, there should be about 100 million. The heavenly sea god nodded. There are 10 times as many eggs that have yet to hatch in the heavenly human holy land. And Lin's heart jolted with shock upon hearing this. That many? He was starting to get an idea of what the heavenly sea god was trying to tell him. The heavenly human tribe has a very short growth cycle. From the moment they hatch, they only require about a year of growth before they're ready for battle. Imagine what would happen if all of those eggs were to hatch at once. The heavenly sea god continued, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. A heavenly human tribe army with over 1 billion soldiers? 100 million heavenly human tribe soldiers already formed an extremely terrifying army. If this overwhelming force was to be multiplied 10 times, and Lin shuddered to consider the events that would follow. See, can they all hatch? And Lin asked in a trembling voice. The heavenly sea god replied, of course they can. Why else do you think the heavenly gods refrained from launching a large-scale attack in the past? Avoiding backlash from the heavenly Tao is only one reason for that. The main reason is actually that they do not want to waste too much energy and are trying to use the heavenly human tribe to grind down the living beings on the Taichu continent. After all of the life essence in the entire realm of stars is being used to create the heavenly human tribe, thereby resulting in a short growth cycle, high quality, and infinite numbers. 1 billion is only the number we're currently looking at. 100 years from now, even an army of 10 billion could very easily become a reality. And Lin swallowed. So, is this news you're referring to related to destroying this heavenly human holy land? No, you do not have the power to destroy the heavenly human holy land yet. In reality, there is not enough time for them to continue to create more soldiers. Nuwa's mending of the heavens has reached the 3rd stage, and not only are we finding it difficult to access the Taichu continent, but the same thing also applies to the heavenly human tribe. Thus, the paramount heavenly gods have transferred all 1 billion of those heavenly human tribe eggs to the Taichu continent in an attempt to hatch them all at once, then quickly mature them in order to create a heavenly human tribe army of 1 billion within a month. Light and Earth have just informed me of this plan. And Lin's eyes lit up. So you know where the eggs are? You want me to go and destroy those eggs, right? Where are they? They must have some powerful guardians defending them. The heavenly sea god replied, well, the eggs are actually here with me, and Lin. They want to make my western heavenly gate the breeding grounds of the heavenly human tribe army. After successfully nurturing them, the billion-strong heavenly human tribe army will sweep through the entire Taichu continent, all the way to the east. The heavenly sea god continued, and Lin's lips twitched. Were these paramount heavenly gods blind? How could they entrust the heavenly sea god with something so important? This was like entrusting cattle to a feral lion. If the billion-strong heavenly human tribe army can be bent to my will, then this wouldn't be a problem. However, I haven't participated in the breeding of the heavenly human tribe in the past, and my ability to control them is far inferior to that of life and light. If a conflict ensues, they won't listen to my commands, so they must be eradicated. the heavenly sea god said in a serious voice, and Lin chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. The heavenly sea god had only just received news of this, and he was already hatching a secret plan within Lin to get rid of these 1 billion eggs. The two paramount heavenly gods would probably tear their hair out with rage if they learned about this. This was the most terrifying hidden force available to the heavenly human tribe, and it had to be eradicated before it had a chance to appear on the battlefield. Otherwise, even if Lin and the heavenly sea god managed to succeed in killing the other paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly human tribe army would still inflict an unimaginable number of casualties upon the human race. The only difficult part about all this is manufacturing a situation for you to somehow discover and destroy these eggs. This process must make logical sense and appear quite natural. Otherwise, light and earth will become suspicious. The heavenly sea god mused. That was indeed quite difficult. Where are the eggs located? And Lin asked. They are situated on a massive island with extremely rich vital energy about 10,000 kilometers away from the western heavenly gate, in the northeastern direction. I set up a formation imbued with the paramount power of the sea to protect them. The heavenly sea god replied, and Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Why the fuck did you set up such a powerful formation? Are you proud of yourself? Can't you lower the level of difficulty a little? These eggs are extremely important. How can I lower the difficulty? It would be very suspicious if I were to set up a lackluster formation to defend such important eggs. And Lin. So he wanted them to destroy the eggs, but at the same time, he was going to make it as difficult as possible for them to destroy those eggs. What a diabolical task. And Lin's brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. After a short while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I've got a plan. You devised a plan so quickly? The heavenly sea god was racking his brain, all to no avail, so he was a little surprised to hear Lin devise a course of action so quickly. Is this a legit plan? I don't want to blow my cover this early. The heavenly sea god was still a little skeptical. And Lin? Let me finish first. The heavenly sea god nodded. All right. And Lin? So on so forth, so on so forth. The heavenly sea god's eyes also began to light up before a conflicted expression appeared on his face. That doesn't seem right. Only through investment can rewards be reaped. And Lin encouraged. Yes, that is indeed the case, but you're using my resources as an investment. The heavenly sea god was a little dejected. Are you not willing to sacrifice so little for our grand scheme and your dreams? And Lin urged vehemently. The heavenly sea god took a deep breath to muster up his resolve. All right, let's do it. And Lin and the heavenly sea god chatted for a while longer before cutting off the voice transmission. A tumultuous storm was brewing, and Lin returned to his normal life and waited for the storm to begin. Thus, the legendary couple once again enjoyed themselves around Yutong City, in the eastern region of the Taichu continent. An earth-shattering battle erupted on the eastern border of the Kingdom of the Nine States. A heavenly human tribe united army numbering in excess of 100 million launched a large-scale attack against Xianxia City. Tens of millions of Kingdom of the Nine States cultivators offered a spirited resistance. The sounds of war cries and spell techniques clashing with one another rang out incessantly across Xianxia City, as if they were threatening to destroy heaven and earth. On the city walls of the massive Xianxia City, there were over 1,000 ionic crumbling cannon blasting out bursts of energy that could even shatter space, and many oncoming heavenly humans fell to these devastating blasts. These cannons had already slain hundreds of thousands of heavenly humans and were products of the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Purple Star Pavilion. Aside from that, there were also 10 Oblivion cannons on the city walls that could shoot forth black particles. Streaks of black light hurtled forth from the cannon barrels, reducing all living beings in their path to their most microscopic constituent particles. These Oblivion cannons were extremely terrifying, and even Heaven Pioneer stage great generals would be wounded if not slain if they were to cop one. There was also a blue spherical cannon that was responsible for defense rather than attack. This cannon could annihilate all living beings that encroached upon a kilometer distance of Xianxia City. Not only was the cannon capable of extraordinarily fast blast frequency, but it also had 100% accuracy, and its core contained the power of karma. These cannons were all products from the 4-9 Immortal sect, and they introduced a prominent sci-fi element into this battle between cultivators, astonishing countless powerful beings on the battlefield in the process. All the Purple Star Pavilion disciples did was blast their cannons day after day. The 4-9 Immortal sect disciples from the other pavilions had also all been fitted with cutting-edge exoskeletons with extremely powerful defensive properties. Furthermore, they could allow their wearer to fly with extreme agility through the air and also amplify the power of their spell techniques, thereby transforming them into futuristic soldiers who could unleash combat prowess well above their original capabilities. All of the disciples from the other sects were green with envy. They really wanted these exoskeletons as well. If it weren't for the fact that these exoskeletons were extremely expensive to manufacture and could not be mass-produced, they would definitely purchase a batch for themselves. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members put on dazzling displays on the battlefield. The Blood Pavilion had deployed close to 20 top-rate return to Void Stage mighty figures, who reduced the battlefield around them to a crimson, infernal realm. Furthermore, they were capable of extracting the blood from the bodies of the heavenly humans and produced countless strips of heavenly human jerky. The Snow Maidens from the Snow Maiden Pavilion were all extremely gorgeous, but their ferocity in battle completely belied their beauty. The area they fought in on the battlefield had been reduced to a lethal realm of snow and ice. Before long, over 1 million heavenly humans had been transformed into ice sculptures. Such a beautiful artistic masterpiece, freezing the most beautiful subject and immortalizing them in their most beautiful form. That is the true meaning of life and art. The Great Empress stroked the ice sculpture of the female heavenly human tribe Great General before her, who had been instantly frozen to death, while maintaining a thrusting motion with her sword. Her gorgeous features had been completely frozen, and the ferocious determination in her eyes still remained, making her appear as if she were the most perfect statue. Shangguan Yi looked at the Great Empress with a resigned expression. She really didn't understand the Great Empress fetish of praising and admiring the enemies she slew. The Snow Maidens were extremely powerful. There were 2 Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figures and about a dozen Return to Void Stage Mighty figures among the Snow Maiden army that numbered in excess of 10 million. An oblivious bystander could be forgiven for thinking that a first-rate power had participated in the battle, but in reality, they were only a pavilion of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The Sword Pavilion and Dragon Pavilion were also ridiculously powerful. The Sword Pavilion's Starfire battleship extended for over 150 kilometers like a monolithic juggernaut as its countless cannons blasted devastating bursts of energy toward the heavenly human tribe united army. In terms of combat prowess, it was only comparable to a Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure. However, after a series of updates by Ling introduced, the Starfire battleship's slaughter and destructive abilities had already far exceeded that of a Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure. Those incessantly firing cannons were perfect proof of this. Which other Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure could maintain such a terrifying degree of offensive output without any need for rest? The 2 Dao Integration Stage True Dragons of the Dragon Pavilion were wreaking havoc upon the battlefield as they charged straight into the core of the opposition army before slaughtering to their heart's content. One of them possessed peerless defensive prowess while the other had no fear of death. In the face of these 2 near-suicidal dragons, the heavenly human tribe was on the verge of mental breakdown. This wasn't a battle. This was a competition to see who could take the most hits without dying. Even the 5 heavenly court emperors could not compare to these 2 true dragons in terms of single-minded ferocity. After all, none of them could fight as recklessly as the 2 true dragons did. Apparently, Xiao Tu had once ventured to the Eastern Heavenly Gate, where he had faced off against several heavenly gods, including the Heavenly Light God, and he had perished as a result. This was massive news that had once shaken the entire Taichu continent. The 4-9 Immortal sect's performance on the Eastern Front battlefield could rival that of the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, the 4-9 Immortal sect was close to invincible on the Central Front with the 9 Vermilion Birds, sect leader Enlin, and Divine Phoenix Maiden Su Xiaolan dominating proceedings there. On a certain battlefield, a man with a buzz cut wearing a suit of dragon scale armor was sweeping through the enemies with his spear. His spear techniques were extremely exquisite, and terrifying lightning revolved around his body, making him appear as if he were a massive dragon steamrolling along the battlefield. This man was Enlin's former upperclassman, Wang Xuanzhen. He was once ranked #1 on the United University of Cultivation's Immortal Rankings board, and after over 100 years, he was now a return to Void Stage Celestial Immortal as well as one of the Heavenly Court's most powerful warriors. It could be said that his achievements were extremely dazzling and that he was a supremely talented prodigy. However, he couldn't sit on his laurels, nor did he have the right to sit on his laurels. His former underclassmen were countless times more badass than him. Wang Xuanzhen cultivated in the Tao of the battlefield, and he had honed his power through countless battles, thereby granting him far superior combat prowess compared to a normal celestial immortal. Before he knew it, he had slain over 100,000 enemies. It was exactly because of this that he attracted the attention of the heavenly human tribe great generals. Boom! A terrifying burst of divine might descended. A heaven pioneer stage great general suddenly appeared beside Wang Xuanzhen before thrusting a palm toward him. Wang Xuanzhen reacted extremely quickly, and he let loose an enraged roar as he thrust his spear toward the oncoming palm. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted as lightning exploded. Wang Xuanzhen felt an enormous amount of power traveling along his spear and extending into his arm before tearing apart the flesh on his arm. PFFF? Wang Xuanzhen was severely wounded, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as he was blasted flying. Heaven Pioneer Stage Great Generals were supposed to be invincible below the Tao Integration Stage, and Wang Xuanzhen was only a return to Void Intermediate Stage Celestial Immortal, so he was no match for an opponent of this caliber. An extremely handsome man bathing in holy light quickly approached him before spreading open his snowy white wings and looked down upon Wang Xuanzhen. His palms began to expand as terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from his body. Heavenly Court Dragon Warrior, Wang Xuanzhen, today is the day you die. The heavenly human tribe great general suddenly sent his palms crashing down upon Wang Xuanzhen. In this dire situation, Wang Xuanzhen gritted his teeth and prepared to fight for his life. However, right at this moment, a little red flower suddenly appeared on his head. Wang Xuanzhen was given a fright. Why was there a flower growing on his head? However, he knew that he was currently in a very dire situation, and he didn't have time to think about anything as he rushed toward his enemy. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the red flower on his head. The golden light was very pure, so pure that Wang Xuanzhen was completely unable to detect any energy fluctuations from it. Over. Wang Xuanzhen felt like this had to be one of the most tragic ways to die. He must have been struck by some sort of unfathomable spell technique from his enemy. Who would have thought that his life would come to an end under such baffling circumstances? Just as he was thinking this, the golden light above his head suddenly shot forth at an extremely fast speed before puncturing the heavenly human tribe great general's head. It was simply too fast for the great general to react to. The great general's palms hadn't even fallen when his body suddenly faltered, and his eyes glazed over before an expression of enlightenment appeared on his face. Thump! The heavenly human tribe great general knelt down with tears flowing down his face. I'm so sorry. My heart, body, and soul are all filled with filth. Please kill me. Wang Xuanzhen was just about to attack his enemy with his spear, but he was dumbstruck by the scene being presented to him. What was going on? A high and mighty heavenly human tribe great general was kneeling down to him and asking for death? He didn't recall giving this great general a bribe, so why was he doing this? At this moment, a sweet voice sounded from above his head. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and cleanse this repenting enemy. Praise the sun. The heavenly human tribe great general raised his hands high into the sky. Praise the sun. Splat. Wang Xuanzhen's spear fell and split the great general in half as he also chimed in expressionlessly. Praise the sun! Never would he have thought that the most powerful enemy he had ever slain would be slain in such a manner. Thank you for your assistance. Elder Xiaohong. Wang Xuanzhen expressed his gratitude in a respectful voice. He didn't know what this red flower on his head was before, but after hearing the catchphrase, praise the sun, he immediately realized who this was. Everyone in the kingdom of the 9 states knew that Elder Xiaohong was a sunbathing flower. Don't mention it. Keep up the good work, Mr. Wang Xuanzhan. I have to go save other people now. Xiaohong responded in her sweet voice before disappearing. Wang Xuanzhan didn't know how Xiaohong had appeared, and he didn't know how Xiaohong had left. He didn't even know how she had made the heavenly human tribe great general kneel down to her. This was a heaven pioneer stage heavenly human. They were the most powerful enemies below the heavenly gods. Their faith in the heavenly Tao and their abilities to use the powers of the heavens were unmatched. Proud beings like them had extremely stalwart Tao hearts, so how was he made to kneel down and beg for his death? Not even the 5 heavenly court emperors would be capable of replicating this feat. The underlying notions were simply terrifying to think about. What kinds of freaks are these 4-9 immortal sect powerful beings? Wang Xuanzhan sighed with emotion. Thinking about it now, that little red flower was Lin's beast pet. Even his beast pets were this badass. Wang Xuanzhan turned to look at the ferocious white dog in the distance. His combat prowess was about equivalent to Debai's. What a painful realization. Never would Wang Xuanzhan have thought that there would come a day when his combat prowess would only be comparable to that of a dog Lin used as his steed. This was simply unimaginable. Debai must have received a lot of miraculous opportunities, right? Wang Xuanzhan shook his head to rid himself of these unnecessary thoughts before charging into battle again. The battle was still raging. Perhaps it was because a heavenly god had fallen on the central front, but no heavenly gods appeared during this battle. As such, the kingdom of the 9 states united army had gained a significant upper hand, having only suffered 3 or 4 million casualties compared to the heavenly human tribe, which had suffered close to 10 million casualties. The other reason for their crushing advantage was the 4-9 Immortal sect. The inclusion of the 4-9 Immortal sect in this battle had turned the tables greatly in their favor, and the heavenly human tribe united army was going to be completely annihilated sooner or later. The Eastern Front was embroiled in a massive battle. However, the Central Front remained calm and placid, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were still enjoying their days together in preparation for the upcoming battle. Yutong City was a massive city, and there were simply too many things for them to experience. There was a smorgasbord of delicacies for them to sample, a variety of scenic locations for them to visit, and countless fun things to do. And Lin held onto Xiaolan's hand as the two of them happily toured the city. The next morning, the sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon. The crisp cries of vermilion birds rang out across Yutong City. A new day was here, and Lin was meditating on his bed. However, the familiar sound of his door being pushed open did not arrive. He was a little confused. Xiaolan was the one who woke him up for the past few days. After waiting for a while longer, and Lin decided to head to Su Xiaolan's room. He had only just made it to her door when a voice sounded from within. "Don't come in." The voice was quite familiar, but it was a lot more coarse than he remembered. And Lin's heart jolted as a feeling of unease welled up in his heart. He immediately tried to push the door open, only to find that a powerful restriction had been placed upon it. "Please don't come in. I'm begging you." A coarse, beseeching voice sounded from the other side of the door. White light flashed across Lin's eyes. Divine inspection technique. Xiaolan was clearly in distress, and he couldn't leave her alone at a time like this. And Lin flicked a finger at a weak point on the restriction, upon which the restriction shattered. He immediately pushed open the door and was greeted by a cry of alarm. A figure in a jade dress had her back facing him, and her hands were over her face as she sobbed. "Didn't I tell you not to come in? Why won't you listen to me? I really didn't want you to see me like this." And Lin was rooted to the spot. The jade dress looked the same as it did yesterday, but the figure under the jade dress was so frail and thin. Her hair was silvery white. There were wrinkles on her neck, and the skin on her hands was loose and had lost all of their luster. And Lin made his way over to the bed and sat down across from her. His heart throbbed with pain at the sight of the woman sobbing into her hands. He gently grabbed her wrists before prying her hands away from her face. Su Xiaolan's features were finally revealed to him. The contours of her face remained the same, but it was riddled with wrinkles and freckles. The delicate, snowy white skin, the seductive red lips, the intricate nose, and the bright, rippling eyes were nowhere to be seen. In their place were a set of loose, wrinkled skin, dry, cracked lips, a shriveled nose, and a set of dejected, dull eyes. Su Xiaolan had tears in her eyes, and she finally mustered up the courage to look at Enlin as her voice trembled. "Do you see my face now? Are you happy now? Get out. Just a few more days. I only needed a few more days and I wouldn't look like this anymore. Why couldn't you wait? Why did you?" All of a sudden, a pair of lips made contact with her forehead. Su Xiaolan's mouth gaped open as she stared blankly at the man in front of her. After a full 10 seconds, Enlin drew back before a warm smile appeared on his face. "Here's a good morning kiss for you. Good morning, 80-year-old Xiaolan." A kiss, a smile. That was all it took to dispel the dejection and pain in her heart, as if dazzling sunlight had broken through the darkness of the night. Su Xiaolan stared blankly at the man before him and was unable to repress her tears any longer as she dove into Enlin's arm and sobbed uncontrollably. "How did I become like this? I am so ugly now. How can I face anyone like this? Wah?" Su Xiaolan sobbed as her hands gripped tightly onto Enlin's robe. She wasn't sad when she had become an infant or a little girl or a teenager or a middle-aged woman. That was because throughout all of those stages of development, she was still quite beautiful. But now, she had become an 80-year-old woman, and she almost had a mental breakdown when she looked at herself in the mirror. Objectively speaking, looks didn't really matter to cultivators. But could she really remain 100% objective in a situation like this? This was a world that revered and appreciated beauty. How could she just ignore the fact that she was no longer beautiful? Su Xiaolan thought that she didn't care about her looks, but she only realized now that she didn't care before, as she was very beautiful herself. No matter how she changed, she would only grow more and more beautiful, so of course she didn't care about looks. However, when she became an old and shriveled prune and her gorgeous features were replaced by this tree bark-like face, she was struck by a massive blow. Enlin held the sobbing Xiaolan tightly in his arms, and his heart also throbbed with pain. He didn't want her to be sad, but he didn't know what to do either. All he could do was to hold her tightly and reassure her through his embrace that he would never leave her. The passage of time was always accompanied by age and separation. Enlin couldn't decide who would leave this world first, but he would stay with Xiaolan for the duration of their time in this world. He didn't put these thoughts into words, but he knew that Xiaolan would be aware of his choice. "Don't worry, Xiaolan. This should just be temporary. Even though you look older, your life force has not weakened, so this is most likely just an after-effect of inheriting the holy birth. You'll be back to normal in no time." And Lin offered words of consolation. But what should I do? I'm so old and ugly now. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone like this." Su Xiaolan lay in Enlin's arms and murmured with a pained expression. Enlin's eyes lit up. "Then who do you think is uglier, you or Xiao Chou?" Su Xiaolan shuddered as a hint of rage appeared in her eyes. "How can you insult me with this comparison just because I look older now?" Enlin smiled. "See? Xiao Chou is so ugly, but he still isn't embarrassed to show his face to the world. What do you have to be embarrassed about? Xiao Chou may be hideous, but he still has an extremely gorgeous wife and can face the world without any worries. So what do you have to be worried about?" Su Xiaolan's mouth gaped open, and she had no response to this. Xiao Chou's extraordinarily hideous features surfaced in her mind. Thinking about it that way, she did indeed feel a lot better. Achoo! On the Eastern Front, Xiao Chou suddenly sneezed before looking around with a perplexed expression. Could it be that someone was saying bad things about him? Die, ugly monkey! In the distance, a few soul-piercing stage heavenly human tribe generals rushed toward the armor-clad monkey. Xiao Chou turned toward the soul-piercing stage generals, and a boundless, dazzling light erupted from his bulb-like eyes. The soul-piercing stage powerful beings were struck by the feeling that they were rushing toward two suns. It was so bright. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chou blinded the heavenly human tribe generals with his bulb-like eyes before striking them with his silver staff, drawing cries of anguish from them. "Die, stinky monkey!" A heavenly human tribe general who was obscured in shadows suddenly appeared behind Xiao Chou before striking toward Xiao Chou's neck. This general had covered his eyes with shadows to prevent himself from being blinded, and he was now taking this opportunity to strike Xiao Chou down. A black spear tore through the air like a bolt of black lightning. When Xiao Chou realized there was an assailant behind him, it was already too late. An elated expression appeared on the heavenly human tribe general's face. But right at this moment, countless tails suddenly obscured the light of the sun. 6 snowy white foxtails came crashing down like a massive palm. "No one touches my little monkey!" An enraged cry erupted overhead. Boom! The tails crashed down with mountainous force. The heavenly human tribe general let loose a wail of anguish before being smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. Xiao Chou only turned around then with a hideous smile on his face. "Didn't you see that there are 2 of us?" The heavenly human tribe general's expression was filled with indignation and rage at the sight of such an exquisitely beautiful woman willingly leaning into Xiao Chou's arms. He was just about to say something when a silver staff crashed down mercilessly toward his head. Bam! The heavenly human tribe general was dead. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao held hands as they went elsewhere on the battlefield. Bai was nearby and was just about to help Xiao Chou, but he quickly ate some dog food to alleviate his sorrow as a single dog before charging toward other heavenly human tribe powerful beings. This was a battle on an extremely large scale, and both sides were fighting without any reservations. The heavenly human tribe only staged a retreat after over 20 million of their forces had been killed. At this moment, their numbers had dropped to 90 million, which was the same as the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army. But the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army had started off with 100 million troops. This meant that the heavenly human tribe had suffered twice the number of casualties compared to their Kingdom of the 9 States United Army counterparts. One had to realize that all heavenly human tribe powerful beings possessed combat prowess that was predominantly at a higher level than that of the powerful beings on the Taichu continent. However, this battle certainly didn't reflect that. This was an unimaginable result. Long Outyen looked on at the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army as they chased the fleeing heavenly human tribe powerful beings, and he suddenly understood the difference between these 2 armies. An army that had experienced despair before finding boundless hope was incomparable to a normal army. The Kingdom of the 9 States United Army gave chase for over 1,500 kilometers. It was only when 3 heavenly gods appeared among the heavenly human tribe United Army's ranks when the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army finally halted in their footsteps. The Celestial the Arch and the Ancient Dragon Empress led the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army from the forefront, and they faced off fearlessly against the heavenly gods. They were the most powerful beings among the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army on the Eastern Front. Both of them were extremely proficient in heaven-crushing techniques and were powerful enough to combat heavenly gods in battle. The Celestial the Arch and the Ancient Dragon Empress could continue battling, but they didn't really want to as the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army had secured victory in this battle already. Charge! Ha ha ha! Kill them all! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted. 2 gargantuan black dragons suddenly pounced on the 3 heavenly gods, seemingly with no regard for their lives. The heavenly human tribe United Army and Kingdom of the 9 States United Army were both shocked to see this. The 2 armies had already come to an impasse, and barring any mishaps, both sides would retreat soon. However, these 2 powerful black dragons were pouncing toward the 3 heavenly gods, looking as if they wouldn't give up until they slew the heavenly gods. The Kingdom of the 9 States United Army was dumbstruck, as was the heavenly human tribe United Army. What the fuck? Were these 2 true dragons crazy? Heavenly gods were not some weak trash that could be picked off with ease. On the contrary, these were beings that wielded the paramount power of laws. Even Dao integration stage true dragons would be insta-killed if they rushed in mindlessly. However, the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army was soon relieved upon seeing who these 2 black dragons were. These were the 2 black dragons of the 4-9 Immortal sect that did not fear death, Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu. Eat this! Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Zhe whipped his massive tail violently toward a lark with a white, smoky divine halo above its head. The lark crossed its wings to form a shield and blocked the terrifying tail whip. Despite the massive amount of power behind Xiao Zhe's tail, the lark was not moved in the slightest, while Xiao Zhe was blasted back by the recoil. Heaven-crushing, destructive dragon breath. Howl! Xiao Tu opened his cavernous mouth and unleashed a devastating dragon breath toward a heavenly god whose entire body was obscured by shadows. The heavenly god, obscured in shadows, suddenly extended a withered, gray palm to block the blast of dragon breath. Invisible ripples proliferated forth, and the terrifying blast of energy quickly receded before it. It was as if the blast of energy was going through a process of de-evolution as it shrank in size, and the level of its energy was becoming lower and lower. Just as it was about to reach the heavenly god, it was reduced to a light breeze that blew by harmlessly. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army was shocked to see this. Even if Xiao Tu wasn't on the same level as a heavenly disciple, he was still a Dao integration stage primordial dragon. How could this heavenly god dispel his attack so easily? Celestial the Arch, should we go help them out? The ancient dragon empress wore a speechless expression. The Celestial the Arch massaged his brows. He didn't really know what to do either. Let's wait for a while. Let these 2 black dragons have their fun first. Just as his voice faded, Xiao Zhe suddenly let loose an almighty roar before pouncing toward the heavenly god that was enshrouded by shadows. Meanwhile, Xiao Tu rushed toward the lark. The 2 of them clearly had a tacit understanding with one another and had switched opponents without any prior communication. Xiao Zhe used the most brute force attack by crashing into the heavenly god that was enshrouded in shadows. The heavenly god waved a hand, and a black mist swept toward Xiao Zhe like a hurricane. All-encompassing dragon defense. A suit of crystalline armor imbued with infinite transformation potential appeared on Xiao Zhe's body. This suit of armor could unleash different defensive powers in response to different types of energy attacks. The black mist enveloped his body, and his crystalline armor quickly began to crack open. It was also in that instant that he analyzed his enemy's ability. Degradation, de-evolution, depravity. This was a power that could degrade all things. Dragons would de-evolve to become WIRMS, humans would revert back to ape form, while phoenixes would be degraded to wild chickens. Furthermore, this power could even reduce life forms down to stem cells. Xiao Zhe's heart jolted as he made this analysis. Wasn't this attack a little too terrifying? He immediately made the right decision, which was to relinquish any efforts to update his defenses. Instead, he continued onward with single-minded ferocity and whipped his tail toward the heavenly god before him. The crystalline armor quickly dissolved, but before the black mist came into contact with his dragon scales, his tail had already crashed heavily into the heavenly god's body. Bam! A resounding boom erupted. The black shadow crashed down from the sky before plummeting to create a massive crater in the ground. Countless people's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing this. Xiao Zhe had slapped a heavenly god away with his tail? At this moment, Xiao Tu also pounced toward the lark. After learning from Xiao Zhe's lesson, Xiao Tu didn't use a physical attack this time. Instead, he opened his massive mouth. What is he trying to do? No way. Everyone's eyes widened as the black dragon swallowed the lark heavenly god in an extremely violent manner before clamping his mouth tightly shut. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. He really did dare to eat a heavenly god. Was he not scared that the heavenly god would wreak havoc in his stomach? Was he not scared that the lark would detonate his body? Could it be that he thought he could slowly digest the heavenly god? This was not just crazy anymore. This was plain suicidal. Wait, suicide seemed to be something he did on a regular basis. Ha ha ha. You won't be able to escape after entering my stomach. Have a taste of my infernal dragon grinding disc. Xiao Tu chortled as terrifying energy exploded within his body. Nice! Xiao Zhe laughed heartily as he also threw himself at the heavenly god on the ground below. In the heat of the moment, everyone failed to notice the third heavenly god, which was a speck of light. The speck of light flashed, and all of a sudden, Everyone was blinded by a boundless light that transformed their entire world into a vast expanse of white. Arf! Living beings howled with anguish, and some were even shedding tears of blood. The light was so bright that it deprived everyone of their senses. The Celestial, the Arch, and Ancient Dragon Empress were quite concerned upon seeing this. They knew that this light was targeting Xiaozhe and Xiaotu, so they were the ones bearing the brunt of this attack. Sure enough, roars of shock and panic soon erupted from the two true dragons. The light faded just as quickly as it had appeared. However, the light had only just disappeared when the Celestial, the Arch, and Ancient Dragon Empress were greeted by the sight of Xiaozhe being slapped away by a massive fan. The massive fan was being wielded by an extremely petite heavenly goddess. "Piss off!" The heavenly goddess let loose a disdainful cry. "Howl!" Xiaozhe was caught off guard and was slapped flying for over 1,000 kilometers. Furthermore, he was being pushed away even further into the distance by a burst of extremely terrifying wind power. Xiaotu was in an even more sorry state. His entire body was bright red and scorching hot. "I've become stronger. I've become stronger." Xiaotu whipped his body frantically and uttered gibberish that no one understood as dragon scales began to detach themselves from his body. "How are you still alive?" A heavenly god wielding a massive saber with golden divine symbols engraved upon it was standing on Xiaotu's back. Bursts of terrifying saber projections erupted forth, instantly slicing Xiaotu's body in half. "Howl!" Xiaotu let loose a blood-curdling cry as piercing light erupted from the two halves of his body. The Ancient Dragon Empress and Celestial the Arch were about to rush over to help him out, but they immediately changed their minds upon seeing this. Both of them instantly unleashed their most powerful defensive spell techniques to protect the army behind them. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted. Golden energy engulfed everything in the area in a frenzy. Xiaotu had self-detonated. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army was filled with grief. Xiaotu was dead again. However, it couldn't be said that Xiaotu and Xiaozhe had achieved nothing here. At the very least, they had drawn 2 more heavenly gods to the scene. The Celestial, the Arch, and Ancient Dragon Empress were only able to keep the explosions from Xiaotu's detonation at bay after unleashing their most powerful spell techniques. The heavenly human tribe was seemingly ready for this, as well as they managed to instantly create an invisible barrier that kept all of the shockwaves at bay. Following the explosion, there wasn't any trace of Xiaotu left. In contrast, Xiaozhe was faring much better. As one of the most defensively proficient Dao integration stage super mighty figures, he wasn't really even injured after being swatted away by the giant fan, even though he had been swept very far away into the distance. However, the kingdom of the 9 States United Army was getting a little nervous as they were now being confronted by 5 heavenly gods. There was the heavenly god enshrouded in shadows, the lark heavenly god, the light particle heavenly god, the heavenly goddess wielding the massive fan, and the heavenly god wielding the massive saber. Before these 2 new heavenly gods showed up, the 2 sides were comparable in overall power. But now, with 5 heavenly gods present, things had taken a worrying turn. The power balance was already out of equilibrium, and retaliation from the heavenly human tribe was a possibility. "That annoying bastard has finally pissed off." The petite heavenly goddess sat on her fan, and a smile appeared on her face. "Ling Hua, you should have killed him," the heavenly god wielding the massive saber said. Ling Hua glared at him and harumphed coldly. "You make that sound so easy. Why don't you give it a try? I'd like to see you kill that dragon without activating all 9 of your divine halos." The saber-wielding heavenly god's lips twitched. "Would it kill you to flex with me?" At this moment, the lark flew into the sky and looked down upon the opposing army. A crisp, chirping voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. "Do you want to continue? If you wish to keep fighting, we'd be happy to fight as well." The lark was giving the Celestial, the Arch, and the others a choice. They could choose to withdraw from the battle. Kingdom of the 9 States United Army, retreat. The Celestial Thearcha's voice rang out across the entire battlefield. The Kingdom of the 9 States United Army was both relieved and slightly disappointed upon hearing this. So this was not the final battle after all. The massive army numbering in excess of 90 million retreated in an orderly fashion. The heavenly human tribe united army looked on expressionlessly at their retreating enemies, as if they were extending a silent farewell. Only the lark turned to look into the distance in a certain direction with a cautious expression on its face. At this moment, at the eastern heavenly gate, within a sea of light, a female living being constructed from countless particles of light said to a clump of soil in her hands, "How is the situation at the central heavenly gate? We've encountered some trouble. That Enlin really is quite the maverick. Furthermore, the divine Phoenix Maiden is also posing as a major roadblock. We won't be able to carry out our plan for now." The heavenly earth god's voice sounded from the clump of soil. The woman fell silent for a moment before responding. "Our plan can't change. We need to restrict these two when necessary." "That's easier said than done. He's becoming stronger at a phenomenal rate. I really don't know what the outcome would be in an actual battle," the heavenly earth god said in a resigned voice. "Surely it'll be a piece of cake with the heavenly sea god's help?" The woman chuckled. "He's still recovering from his injuries," the heavenly earth god sighed. "Then wait until he's fully recovered. After that, you guys can join forces to restrict Enlin and kill the divine Phoenix Maiden." The woman brushed off his concerns with nonchalance. In her eyes, Enlin and Su Xiaolan were indeed roadblocks, but they were not powerful enough to derail their plans. At the very most, they would be a little troublesome to deal with. "How is the plan progressing on your end?" the heavenly earth god asked. "It's going very smoothly." An elated smile appeared on her face at the mention of this topic. "We slew 10 million of the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army forces at the expense of only 20 million heavenly humans. These humans must be thinking that they've won that battle. What a pitiful and foolish race. The heavenly human tribe is just a tool in our eyes. I wonder what their reaction will be if they discovered that there are over 1 billion heavenly humans waiting for them on the West Sea." The heavenly earth god was quite pleased. "We can keep grinding the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army down like this. You and I will only need to hold off the 2 premier heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect, and the human race will be completely erased. Those 1 billion heavenly humans are our main trump card. Make sure they're kept safe and hidden," the woman cautioned. "Don't worry. Don't underestimate the heavenly sea god. He knows what he's doing." The heavenly earth god wasn't concerned. At Yu Tong City, Enlin received a report of the battle that had just taken place at the Eastern Front. The Celestial the Arch was very elated as he delivered the news to Enlin. However, Enlin was quite concerned after receiving this news. He could see what the enemy was trying to do. At this rate, the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army would be reduced to half of its numbers. After that, 1 billion heavenly humans would suddenly emerge from the west and completely crush them. This was a very good plan, but they had miscalculated. What they didn't know was just how ambitious one of their supposed allies was, and Lin chuckled with this thought in mind. "What has gotten you in such high spirits?" Su Xiaolin carried a dish with her to the table. She was currently wearing a little bear mask. Even though Enlin had wholeheartedly accepted her current appearance, she was still quite self-conscious. She couldn't change what she looked like, so she could only put on a mask to obscure her features. Thankfully, Su Xiaolan's spirits seemed to have been lifted slightly after putting on the mask. She accepted this reality and resumed her daily activities, which included cooking. Enlin sampled the delicious dishes being placed before him and delivered news of the recently concluded battle to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was also quite elated after hearing this news. "We slew over 20 million enemies at the expense of only 10 million troops? That's great. No wonder you look so happy." And Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. The reason for his elation was that he had seen through the heavenly human tribe's sinister plot. Speaking of which, wasn't it time for the heavenly sea god to set things into motion? At this moment, on the western border of the Taichu continent, on a boundless ocean, countless sea monsters were letting loose war cries. There were over 20 million sea monsters gathered, and their combined cries rocked heaven and earth. Lan Xiaoni sat upon a massive, colorful bubble and floated at the center of all of the sea monsters. This was the first large-scale battle between the West Sea Alliance and the Heavenly Human Tribe since the Heavenly Sea God had descended. As such, she naturally had to attend the battle in person. She could command an army of over 40 million sea monsters. However, this battle was only a test of strength for both sides, so she refrained from deploying all of her troops. Aside from the 20 million sea monsters, there were also 5 million powerful beings each from the Holy Martial Clan and the True Demon Tribe. They had also been drafted into this army and followed Lan Xiaoni's commands. In the past, the West Sea Alliance was the only force guarding the Western Heavenly Gate. Now that the Heavenly Sea God had descended upon this world, the other forces on the Tai-Chu continent began to panic. Even though the West Sea Alliance hadn't requested reinforcements, they were still being voluntarily provided. The West Sea Alliance was the most important force guarding the Western Front. They could not be allowed to fall. Lan Xiaoni looked at the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army in the distance, of which there were only about 20 million, and a stern expression appeared on her face. She stood up and waved a slender arm through the air. West Sea Alliance Army, heed my call and commence battle. The battle erupted. 20 million West Sea Alliance sea monsters, 5 million True Demon Tribe powerful beings, and 5 million Holy Martial Clan powerful beings converged to form a terrifying wave of 30 million formidable cultivators. All of them surged toward their 20 million counterparts. The Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings flew in the sky and unleashed barrages of holy light attacks. Pure, white holy light fell incessantly, lighting up the entire heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The holy light shot into the ocean, creating a series of massive splashes. The sea monsters were advancing along the seabed. However, the holy light summoned by the Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings possessed extremely formidable penetrative power, allowing them to easily puncture the ocean as well as the bodies of the sea monsters. Wails of anguish erupted from the sea monsters before their lifeless bodies floated to the surface. Of course, the sea monsters were no slouches. Pillars of energy that were condensed to the extreme shot forth from the ocean like spears. One Heavenly Human Tribe powerful being after another was punctured by these spears and plummeted into the ocean. All Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings who plummeted into the ocean would be quickly consumed by hordes of piranhas, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. These piranhas did not possess high-level intelligence, and they did not belong to Lan Xiaoni's army. However, there were several 100 million of them spread within an area with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and the bodies of Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings were their favorite food. True Demon Tribe powerful beings spread open their black bat wings and rose into the sky before unleashing bursts of black energy. These black bursts of energy clashed with the Heavenly Human Tribe's holy light, transforming the sky into a vast expanse of black and white. An oblivious bystander could be forgiven for thinking that this was an epic battle between angels and demons. Meanwhile, the Holy Martial Clan powerful beings were in an awkward situation. They didn't have wings, and they weren't great swimmers, so they could only tread on water. Furthermore, most of these Holy Martial Clan powerful beings were melee warriors, so they could only charge through the barrage of holy light in order to close down the distance to their enemies. Many of them were killed by the holy light during this process. However, they were not fearful because of this. Instead, their battle intent was further elevated. The 5 million Holy Martial Clan powerful beings suffered heavy losses before they even reached their enemies. However, they were finally able to reach the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Bam, bam, bam! The surface of the ocean caved in as a series of figures shot forth into the sky like rockets. The Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings looked on with shocked expressions as Holy Martial Clan powerful beings launched an assault from below. Bam, bam, bam! Many Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings didn't even get a chance to react before their bodies were shattered by the fists of the Holy Martial Clan powerful beings. The Holy Martial Clan specialized in melee battle, and their bodies were insanely powerful. After the distance was closed down between the Holy Martial Clan and the Heavenly Human Tribe, the Heavenly Human Tribe's casualties immediately began to spike. When they were running over from afar, the Holy Martial Clan powerful beings were vulnerable targets. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings were the vulnerable targets now. A Heavenly Human Tribe Great General immediately issued panicked commands. Disperse. Hurry up and disperse. Fly at a higher altitude. Get far away from the surface of the ocean. The heavenly human tribe was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, and they immediately changed tactics. However, just when they thought they could open up some distance by rising higher into the air, the sea suddenly roared. Immediately afterward, the seawater in a radius of several thousand kilometers rose into the sky before converging at the center to form a massive ceiling. The heavenly human tribe was astonished. Who was capable of such a miraculous feat? This was all of the seawater in a radius of several thousand kilometers. Surely not even a heavenly god would be capable of doing something like this. Long live Alliance Leader Lon. Charge! Slaughter the heavenly human tribe. The West Sea Alliance United Army knew that this was their alliance leader's handiwork, and they were spurred on even further. The true demon tribe and holy martial clan powerful beings all turned toward the center of their battle formation. They were then all struck by a sense of awe and veneration at the sight of the exquisitely beautiful mermaid with the divine halo above her head. This West Sea Alliance leader had developed to become just as powerful as a heavenly god. It was also at this moment that an ethereal voice imbued with supreme majesty and prestige rang out across the entire ocean. A living being with heavenly power bestowed upon them is indeed very powerful. Everything Master C has done is correct. However, we have still encountered some difficulties. We must correct this wrong. All of a sudden, a peculiar light flashed through the sky. The massive dome of seawater suddenly faltered before showing signs of crumbling. At this moment, countless silvery gray streaks of liquid suddenly descended from the sky. These streaks of liquid were as sharp as sabers, and they sliced the dome of seawater into pieces. A heavenly god with a body constructed from silvery gray liquid appeared in the sky above. We meet again, Alliance Leader Lon. A disdainful sneer appeared on Lon Xiaoni's face at the sight of the nearby heavenly god. Heavenly liquid god? You ran away like a cowardly dog last time. What gives you the courage to stand before me again? This heavenly god was none other than the heavenly liquid god, who had ambushed Lon Xiaoni once before. The heavenly liquid god trembled with rage upon hearing this. Kukuku, if it weren't for your backer swooping in to save you last time, you would already be dead. We wouldn't be able to do anything if you continued to hide in your immortal land above water. But who would have thought that you would dare to show yourself in public? We can take you down once, and we can take you down twice. A heavenly god with a cylindrical, crystalline body yelled. This was none other than the heavenly mirror god. I didn't think that you two would come again. Are you trying to provide me with a warm-up? Lon Xiaoni's tail whipped as she flew into the air. She spread open her slender arms, and the entire boundless sea began to surge and roar. The terrifying divine might emanating from her body struck fear into the hearts of allies and enemies alike. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings were trembling in their boots and wondering if they were going to be insta-killed. Meanwhile, her allies were worried that they would be swept up in her attacks and perish from friendly fire. Even the heavenly liquid god and heavenly mirror god wore grave expressions. Lon Xiaoni's usage of her heavenly water power seemed to have improved significantly since their last battle. It appeared that living beings of the Taichu continent really were restricted to a lesser degree by the heavenly Tao when using heavenly power. Prior to Nuwa's mending of the heavens, they were already slightly inferior in power to Lon Xiaoni. Now that Nuwa's mending of the heavens had reached the third stage, their powers were further restricted, while Lon Xiaoni had become more powerful. They were even less of a match for her in a one-on-one battle now. However, they had come prepared this time. Lanya, Ming-He, you can come out now, the heavenly mirror god summoned. Immediately afterward, seawater began to surge behind the West Sea Alliance United Army. A woman with snowy white skin and long, blue hair emerged from the surface of the ocean. A man with an inky black body as well as black hair to match emerged alongside her. He had a pair of crimson eyes and was holding an inky black chain in his hands. Their emergence immediately sent heavenly god-level might crashing down upon the West Sea Alliance United Army. All of the living beings were struck by a sense of asphyxiation. Crap! Those two are heavenly gods. Their divine heaven stage heavenly humans. The West Sea Alliance powerful beings turned pale with horror. Lan Xiaoni's confident smile had completely disappeared. When did they get here? She could use her heavenly water power to sense everything that was going on in the ocean, but she was completely oblivious to their presence. Ha ha ha! Are you surprised? The heavenly mirror god chuckled triumphantly. My mirror space is able to contain and transport divine heaven stage heavenly humans. Furthermore, I can make them appear from any mirrors near me. The surface of the ocean is technically a massive mirror, so a cruel smile appeared on the heavenly mirror god's face. Lan Xiaoni, you've been surrounded by all four of us. Let's capture Lan Xiaoni alive and offer her to the heavenly sea god. All of the sea monsters were shocked to see this. Their alliance leader Lan had been surrounded again? Even if this mermaid was an extremely powerful one, anyone would be worried about a gorgeous mermaid being surrounded by four sinister heavenly gods. You dare to attack me? Don't forget that I have a backer who you'll have to answer to. An extremely cold expression appeared on Lan Xiaoni's exquisitely beautiful features. Ha ha ha! Are you referring to your big boss and Lin? The heavenly mirror god chuckled smugly, as if everything was under control. The heavenly sea god has already cut off all teleportation spell formations leading to the West Sea. He won't be able to teleport here, so he can only fly here. Do you think he'll get here in time? How could this be? Lan Xiaoni shuddered as a hint of disbelief appeared in her eyes. The heavenly sea god had mobilized to take her down? But there were rumors going around that the heavenly sea god couldn't battle due to special circumstances. Heavenly goddess Lanya giggled. You should be quite proud that the heavenly sea god has mobilized to take you down. Even though he has paid an extremely heavy price during this process, it's all going to be worth it. Let's go! The heavenly mirror god yelled and pounced toward Lan Xiaoni. The heavenly liquid god, heavenly goddess Lanya, and heavenly god Ming he rushed forward in unison and surrounded Lan Xiaoni. Protect Alliance Leader Lan. We must protect Alliance Leader Lan with our lives. Guyu, Yufeiyu, Lan Xingyang, and the other Dao integration stage super mighty figures immediately sprang into action. There's no need to protect me. Just defeat the other enemies. Lan Xiaoni dove headfirst into the sea and swam away from the army. She had already informed Enlin of her current situation, so all she had to do now was to stall for time. Even if Enlin could only fly, he would be able to save her if she bought him enough time. The sea was her home court, and she could travel several hundred kilometers with a light flick of her tail. However, even though her speed was phenomenal, the heavenly gods pursuing her were no slouches. The divine halo above the heavenly mirror god's head lit up with a scintillating light. Reality distortion, illusionary mist mirror. Whoosh! Energy instantly proliferated throughout heaven and earth. Lan Xiaoni was struck by this energy and completely lost her sense of direction. She felt like she was stuck in a world of countless mirrors, where everything reflected and replicated itself. Humph! You think this pitiful illusionary realm can fool me? Lan Xiaoni harumphed coldly as seawater imbued with the paramount power of laws erupted forth violently. Boom! Crack! The illusionary realm shattered like a mirror. Lan Xiaoni had broken the heavenly mirror god's attack, but she had wasted a couple of seconds of valuable time in doing so. The other three heavenly gods took advantage of this delay to converge upon her. Pillars of scorching, white golden liquid that boiled the ocean fell from the sky before converging toward Lan Xiaoni from all directions. Lan Xiaoni twisted her enticing body and evaded the pillars of scorching liquid. Meanwhile, Lanya and Ming he both activated 6 of their divine halos, and extremely formidable auras erupted forth, threatening to freeze the space around them. Lanya descended upon the ocean like a graceful butterfly before gently tapping a foot upon the seawater. Fearsomely high temperatures emanated from the tip of her toes, and the ocean in a radius of several hundred kilometers began to bubble and surge. Ow, that's hot! A pained expression appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. At this moment, an inky black chain parted the sea and rushed toward Lan Xiaoni's slender waist. Do you really think you can push me around like this? Lan Xiaoni was enraged, and an extremely dazzling light erupted from the divine halo above her head. Boom! A massive vortex over 1,000 kilometers in radius suddenly appeared on the ocean. The vortex rose into the sky and transformed into a divine tornado. The boiling seawater, scorching liquid, and sinister, inky black chain were all swept away by the overwhelmingly powerful seawater tornado. Xianxia was flung into the air amid a shrill cry as her body was sliced countless times by the blades of water imbued within the tornado. The heavenly liquid god and heavenly god Ming He were also struck, and they quickly retreated. The heavenly mirror god was a little dumbstruck. Was Xianxia this powerful? After first receiving this mission, they had thought that 4 heavenly gods would be more than enough to capture Xianxia alive. However, they were not expecting to encounter such fearsome resistance. The West Sea Alliance United Army was also extremely astonished by the sight of the gargantuan seawater tornado. They felt like they were witnessing a divine miracle. If this tornado were to fall upon the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, it would probably be able to kill at least several million Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings. The 4 heavenly gods all unleashed devastating spell techniques imbued with the paramount power of laws to combat this gargantuan tornado. As such, the ocean within this area was transformed into a lethal realm of destruction. Their battle was taking place over 10,000 kilometers away from where the 2 armies were situated, but many powerful beings were still inundated by the massive, ensuing tsunami waves. This was extremely detrimental to the West Sea Alliance United Army. The wildly fluctuating seawater temperatures caused great suffering to the sea monsters. Furthermore, the massive tsunami waves were sweeping away Holy Martial Clan powerful beings who weren't powerful enough to resist. However, fortunately, the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was quite weak. Among their ranks, there were only 10 great generals. In contrast, the West Sea Alliance had 5 Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figures. In addition, there was 1 Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure each from the True Demon Tribe and the Holy Martial Clan. This amounted to a total of 7 Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figures, which was more than enough to crush the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Just as this earth-shattering battle was taking place on the West Sea, at Yu Tong City, and Lin immediately flared up into a thunderous rage upon receiving Xiaoxi's plea for help. How dare they? Deploying 4 heavenly gods to capture Xiaoxi? Don't they know that Xiaoxi is my underling? Looks like I'll have to teach them a lesson. And Lin stood up with fury burning in his eyes. Xiaolan, I have to go to the West Sea and save Xiaoxi. And Lin said. Su Xiaolan was quite concerned upon hearing this, and she also stood up. I'll come with you. If you encounter the heavenly sea god there's no need for that. You have to stay behind and keep an eye on the heavenly earth god. And Lin immediately shook his head. Even if I encounter the heavenly sea god, I'll at least be able to escape if not defeat him. Su Xiaolan contemplated this for a moment before nodding. All right, but do take care of yourself. And Lin rushed over to the teleportation spell formation in order to teleport to the immortal land above water. However, he discovered that the space teleportation gate had been sealed by some sort of paramount power. Damn it! And Lin immediately tore open space and rushed toward the West Sea. On the West Sea, the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was being crushed and was reduced to only 15 million powerful beings in no time. If the battle continued in this fashion, they were most likely going to be completely annihilated. Retreat! A Heavenly Human Tribe Great General yelled. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army fled toward the Western Heavenly Gate. Charge! Don't let them get away. The West Sea Alliance United Army was not about to let them get away so easily. Right at this moment, the battle in the extremely far distance also drew to a conclusion. Xiaoxi's delicate body was riddled with wounds, and she was seemingly on the brink of death. She had been bound by a few indestructible liquid ropes as well as that inky black chain. Furthermore, her power had been sealed by countless divine symbols. Ming He towed Xiaoxi behind him as he flew into the distance. The other 3 heavenly gods also flew away as they nursed their injuries. The West Sea Alliance United Army vanquished the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, and they only doubled back after giving chase for over 10,000 kilometers. However, their high spirits were instantly doused by the discovery that their alliance leader Lan Xiaoni had been captured alive by the 4 heavenly gods. This was like a bolt of lightning to the head for everyone. All of them were rooted to the spot and didn't know what to do or say. Soon, sea monsters began to roar with grief and indignation, stating that they were going to save alliance leader Lan. However, all of these emotional powerful beings were calmed down by Lan Xingyang. Allowing these powerful beings to try and save Lan Xiaoni would be the equivalent of allowing them to commit suicide. Calm down, everyone. Do not fear. Our alliance leader Lan has only been captured, not killed. Our enemies are 4 heavenly gods, and we won't be able to do anything against them. Lan Xingyang stood at the center of the army and yelled in a loud voice. However, his words were immediately met by vehement resistance. That's right. We must protect Alliance leader Lan with our lives. Let's go. Death is nothing to fear. Countless powerful beings roared in unison. Lan Xiaoni had established an extremely loyal following consisting of the Spirit Fish Clan, Heavenly Turtle Tribe, as well as all of the tribes in the West Sea. She was an extremely important figure in everyone's heart, and many of them would willingly die for her. Lan Xingyang was not enraged by the fact that his words of caution were being disregarded. Instead, he was extremely elated that his daughter was revered and loved by so many West Sea brethren. He immediately issued a reminder. I'm not saying we won't save Alliance leader Lan. There will definitely be someone who will save her. Have you forgotten who her backer is? Someone instantly let loose a cry of surprise upon hearing this. It's sect leader Enlin. It's the super heavenly lightning god. It's the Lord of Transcendence. It's the tamer of divine lightning. All of the West Sea Alliance powerful beings yelled with excitement. Alliance leader Lan has that many backers? A sea monster exclaimed in shock. Everyone instantly fell silent. All of the sea monsters turned expressionlessly to scrutinize that sea monster. That sea monster was immediately struck by a sense of unease. Just as massive hordes of sea monster powerful beings converged upon it, the trembling sea monster was taken away under the suspicion that it was an enemy spy. Lan Xingyang continued with a smile. That's right. Alliance leader Lan's backer is Enlin. Enlin is already on his way, and this battle belongs to him. Please place all your trust in him. The entire West Sea Alliance United Army fell silent upon hearing this. They would immediately offer vehement objections if they were told to place their trust in anyone else. After all, they couldn't just entrust anyone with such an important mission. However, none of them had any objections when Lan Xingyang told them to place their trust in Enlin. Had Enlin not created enough miracles to earn their trust? Enlin was simply too dazzling a figure. How many beings on the entire Taichu continent could stand up to him in battle? It had to be said that having Enlin as their backer gave them a strong sense of security. The West Sea Alliance United Army began to retreat. However, before they returned to the immortal land above water, the space above them suddenly cracked open. A man in a flowing white robe then emerged from the spatial crack. "Where's Lan Xiaoni?" the man asked. "Ah, it's sect leader Enlin. Sect leader Enlin is finally here. Sect leader Enlin, please save our alliance leader Lan." The West Sea Alliance powerful beings roared with elation upon seeing Enlin. Some of them even began to weep tears of joy. Enlin really had come to the rescue, and he had come so quickly. "Slow down and tell me what happened. I need the shortest and most efficient report you can deliver," Enlin instructed. Lan Xingyang and the other Dao integration stage super mighty figures immediately stepped forward to deliver a report. Enlin became more and more enraged as he listened. How dare they? Even the heavenly sea god is involved? No wonder I couldn't get here via teleportation spell formation. I can't believe they would deploy for heavenly gods and a paramount heavenly god just to capture a frail and delicate mermaid. Lan Xingyang's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. His daughter was no frail and delicate damsel in distress. She was a terrifying being who had almost killed the 4 heavenly gods that had come to capture her. I've already announced that underling Lan is someone under my protection. Do they think I'm a joke? And Lin's fury continued to grow, and the weight of his rage threatened to crush the entire heavens. The entire West Sea United Army was struck by a sense of crushing asphyxiation. This pressure was many times more terrifying than the pressure they experienced in the face of normal heavenly gods. Sect leader and Lin. I'm willing to accompany you to save Alliance leader Lan together. A Dao integration stage true demon supermighty figure stepped forward with a frenetic expression. He was extremely reverent toward the man standing before him, and he dreamed of being able to fight at his side one day. And Lin turned to the true demon tribe supermighty figure, who was rather thin and had mysterious golden-veined patterns all over his body. You're Demon Lord Lingu, right? The man was extremely flattered that Lin knew of him, and he immediately replied, I am indeed. A holy martial clan supermighty figure with a completely hairless, white, streamlined body stepped forward. He was also wearing a reverent expression on his face. I would also be honored to fight by sect leader and Lin's side. And Lin was quite elated to see this supermighty figure. You're one of the 3 founders of the Holy Martial Palace, True Element Martial Lord? That is correct. The Holy Martial Clan supermighty figure nodded. And Lin recalled that he had once fought alongside Chaotic Element Martial Lord, who was also one of the 3 founders of the Holy Martial Palace. Chaotic Element Martial Lord was a Dao integration pinnacle stage supermighty figure, while True Element Martial Lord was only at the Dao integration intermediate stage. Guyu, Yufeiyu, and Lan Xingyang immediately also offered to come along. And Lin contemplated the situation for a moment before deciding to only take Demon Lord Lingu, True Element Martial Lord, and Lan Xingyang along with him. The rest of them were to stay behind to guard the immortal land above water from potential enemy attacks. He didn't really even need these 3 supermighty figures with him. In reality, he was only bringing them along as his personal cheerleading squad. And Lin turned to look into the distance. Time is of the essence. Let's save Lan Xiaoni as soon as possible. We have to teach the heavenly human tribe a lesson, and let them know how foolish a decision it was to mess with my underling. Demon Lord Ling Gu flew through the air and was very excited at the sight of the white-robed figure up ahead. He finally had a chance to fight with Lin. This was like a dream come true. True Element Martial Lord also harbored the same emotions as Demon Lord Ling Gu. He was a worshipper of Lin and had planned to challenge Lin to a sparring match. However, he gave up on these ambitions after hearing news that Lin could now fight on par with the heavenly earth god. He was afraid that Lin would accidentally kill him if they were to have a sparring match. Lan Xingyang was also very excited, but his excitement was a little different in nature. The fact that Lin was taking such a big risk to save Lan Xiaoni surely suggested that their relationship went beyond typical friendship. Otherwise, why would he still be so intent on rescuing her despite being aware of the multiple heavenly gods and even a paramount heavenly god stationed at the western heavenly gate? So just how far had Lin and Lan Xiaoni taken their relationship? Lan Xingyang felt like no one in this world was worthy of his outstanding daughter, with the exception of Lin. As such, he was already beginning to envision Lin as his son-in-law. They were all traveling very quickly, and they soon reached a place where heaven and earth were flipped. Originally, the ocean lay beneath their feet, but that had now become the clear, mirror-like sky. They could even see clouds hovering down below, while the sky had transformed into a vast, turbulent ocean. This is the end of the West Sea, the Sky Realm, Lan Xingyang mused. This is the Sky Realm? And Lin surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. This was the first time he had come here. Even though this world was flipped, he didn't feel like it went against the laws of nature. Instead, it was imbued with the paramount laws of heaven and earth and created some sort of balance with the Taichu continent. At the end of the Sky Realm was a towering heavenly gate. In front of the heavenly gate were countless heavenly human tribe powerful beings stationed upon a massive, pure white, crystalline ship. This ship was akin to a moving fortress and looked a little like the legendary Noah's Ark. And Lin unleashed his divine sense to discover that there were over 60 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings on that ark. There were many more heavenly human tribe powerful beings here than those that had been deployed during the prior battle. Enemy invasion. Prepare to engage the enemy. Crap! It's Lin. Alarms rang out on the massive arc in the distance while all of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings set up battle formations. Several million heavenly human tribe powerful beings flew out from within the arc and unleashed holy light to form a gargantuan combination formation. I'm here for Lan Xiaoni. You better return her to me in perfect condition, or I'll stomp your western heavenly gate to the ground. And Lin rocked heaven and earth with his thunderous rage. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings were greatly intimidated by his threat. However, none of them were going to back down. Lan Xiaoni belongs to the heavenly sea god. You're dreaming if you think you can rescue her. You'll never find out where she is, and you'll never be able to save her. We won't tell you where she is even if you kill us. We don't know anyway. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings yelled up at Lin, looking as if they were ready to give up their lives. Lan Xingyang pulled out a bloodline detection jade pendant, and his brows furrowed. I can't sense Lan Xiaoni's location. An unimaginable power has cut off my connection to her. The heavenly human tribe great generals chortled with glee upon hearing this. Ha ha ha! The heavenly sea god is holding Lan Xiaoni captive, so no one will be able to find her. You can still cling onto your pathetic lives if you run away now. Otherwise, when the heavenly sea god returns, none of you will be able to get away. Lan Xiaoni's death is sealed. And Lin chuckled coldly upon hearing this. Do you really think I won't be able to detect underling Lan's location? All of the heavenly gods and even the paramount heavenly god are nowhere to be seen. They must be holding an evil ritual somewhere, right? Seeing as I'm already here at the western heavenly gate, I'll definitely be able to find them. His eyes suddenly encompassed heaven and earth as invisible ripples proliferated through the air. Divine simulation technique. Others would perhaps be powerless in this situation, but Lin possessed a godlike simulation technique. All of the traces and leads available between heaven and earth flowed into his mind. Every single detail, no matter how minuscule, could be used to dig up the truth. Underling Lan, and Lin suddenly turned toward the northeastern direction as his eyes returned to normal. Is in that direction. And Lin and the three accompanying Dao integration stage super mighty figures flew toward the northeastern direction and completely ignored the heavenly human tribe powerful beings. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings looked at one another atop their massive arc. Could it be that Lin really has discovered where Lan Xiaoni is being hidden? What a massive slap to the face. Should we chase him? And do what? Offer up our heads on a silver platter. We can perhaps still fight Lin with the West Sea Heavenly Arc, but our top priority now is to guard the Western Heavenly Gate. Besides, Lin is no match for the Heavenly Sea God anyway, so we have nothing to fear. A powerful heavenly human tribe great general dissuaded everyone from giving chase, so they could only obey his command and continue to guard the Western Heavenly Gate. Furthermore, what the great general had said made sense. The Heavenly Sea God was invincible, so what did they have to fear? Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the Taichu continent, after the first resounding victory to the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army, 3 more earth-shattering battles ensued on the eastern front. These battles were taking place at a rate of virtually 1 battle per day, and the entire eastern region had been reduced to a land of blood and slaughter. However, what was worthy of a celebration was that the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army emerged victorious from all of these battles. The number of powerful beings within the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army fell from over 90 million to over 80 million, then from over 80 million to over 70 million, then from over 70 million to over 60 million. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army also followed this trend with 80 million falling to 60 million, then 60 million falling to 40 million, then 40 million falling to 10 million. As their numbers decreased, the rate at which they were suffering casualties was also spiking dramatically. The members of the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army were very excited to see this, but they were also a little baffled. Had the Heavenly Human Tribe gone insane? If they continued to battle in this manner, they would be completely annihilated by tomorrow. At the Eastern Heavenly Gate, within a sea of light, a woman constructed entirely from light cupped a clump of soil in her hands with a smile on her face. Our plan is progressing very smoothly. We've killed 40 million enemy troops, and tomorrow the final 10 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings will launch a kamikaze attack. That should bring the enemy forces down by a further 10 million, which reduces the kingdom of the 9 states united army to only half of their original number. The heavenly earth god's voice sounded in reply. The 1 billion heavenly human tribe eggs will hatch in the West Sea in less than a month. Who is going to be able to stop them? I'm really looking forward to seeing that day. It would be very satisfying to see the human race in despair. The woman nodded in response. I don't care about their despair or suffering. I'm only looking forward to the day the entire human race is exterminated. On a gigantic island located to the northeast of the Western Heavenly Gate. A large spell formation that contained the paramount power of natural law enshrouded the island. From outside, one could see a blue light barrier completely enveloping the entirety of the gigantic island. This light barrier appeared extremely thin, yet when looking at it from up close, it was as if one could see a boundless stretch of sea. This sea was so vast and tremendous that it instilled a sense of despair in one's mind. Streams of extremely rich vital energy flowed around the island, and countless types of bizarre and peculiar plants bloomed all over the land. There were also all kinds of extremely rare spirit beasts roaming around this island. This island was called Shiming Island, and it was an incredibly rare cultivation paradise. Right now, Shiming Island was packed full of large white eggs. From afar, it looked as if this island were a sea of eggs. In fact, these large white eggs stretched for as far as the eye could see. Lan Xiaoni's entire body was bound by liquid ropes, and there was even a black-colored chain tied around her slender waist. All of her powers were sealed by the countless golden divine symbols that were carved onto the chains. Just like that, she was marched onto Shiming Island by the 4 powerful heavenly gods. When she saw the boundless stretch of large white eggs, her dainty mouth gaped open in shock. This island is actually overflowing with eggs. This is far too spectacular. Lan Xiaoni was dizzied by the stunning sight before her. Crap, I'm getting trypophobia. What on earth are you guys planning? Why are there so many eggs on this island? There was a look of alarm and terror on Lan Xiaoni's face. Heh! You don't have the right to know about this, the heavenly mirror god said and chuckled. This majestic plan is bound to be earth-shattering. It's bound to be something that shocks the entire Tai Chu continent. The heavenly mirror god led Lan Xiaoni onto a round, crystal-like spell altar. This spell altar was extremely exquisite, and it was decorated with various types of incredibly rare gemstones. A blue water person stood in the center of the spell altar. His facial features couldn't be made out, and he was currently standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Lan Xiaoni's expression changed slightly. She knew who this water person was. He was none other than one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly sea god. The heavenly sea god turned around to face Lan Xiaoni. Then, like billowing waves, a voice suddenly traveled over from some unknown place. We meet again, Alliance Leader Lan. You escaped by sheer luck last time, but it seems like your luck has already run out. I won't allow the same thing to happen again. Lan Xiaoni clenched her jaws as she glowered at the water person with her beautiful blue eyes. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, she fumed. Big Boss and Lin is going to arrive soon, and when he does, he's going to pummel all of you into the ground. Ha ha ha! The heavenly sea god roared with laughter, and his finely chiseled facial features suddenly became clear. His expression changed to one of disdain. The West Sea is so vast. How can he possibly discern your location? Even in the near impossible case that he still can't breach my heavenly sea formation anyway. Do you know why I chose this place to strip you of your heavenly water power? It's because this place is enveloped within my most powerful spell formation, the heavenly sea formation. Even if a divine being of the god of creation stage comes here, they'll still be unable to breach my supreme spell formation. Although I'm severely wounded right now, and although I'm unable to act due to forcibly using my powers just then, I'm still invincible thanks to this supreme spell formation. A victorious smile spread across the heavenly sea god's face. The heavenly mirror god, heavenly liquid god, heavenly goddess Lanya, and heavenly god Min he also put on proud and haughty expressions upon hearing this. At the same time, they effusively praised the heavenly sea god's brilliance. Lan Xiaoni continued to glower at the heavenly sea god with a furious expression. "What are you going to do to me?" The heavenly sea god chuckled. "I bestowed you with the heavenly water power, yet you used this power to oppose me. I don't need disobedient underlings. So, I'm going to make you obedient." Heavenly god Min he tossed Lan Xiaoni toward the center of the spell altar. Lan Xiaoni let out a groan as she thumped into the ground. Her slender body thrashed about as she struggled with all her might, and an expression of terror gradually fell over her beautiful face as she looked at the slowly nearing water person. "What are you trying to do? What on earth are you going to do to me? I'm going to alter your memory and transform you into someone completely subservient to me." The heavenly sea god chuckled. The color drained from Lan Xiaoni's face. "Release underling Lan." An enraged voice suddenly boomed over from the distance. Lan Xiaoni shuddered as she looked up into the distant sky. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she shouted emotionally, "Big Boss and Lin, I'm over here." And Lin saw the injury-riddled Lan Xiaoni, and he also saw the heavenly sea god as well as the 4 other heavenly gods. His face was filled with rage. "How dare you? You actually had the nerve to hurt underling Lan." Demon Lord Ling Gu and the True Element Martial Lord were also extremely moved. "We found her. Alliance leader Lan really is here. Sect leader and Lin's abilities are truly mysterious and profound. We were clearly clueless about Alliance leader Lan's whereabouts. Yet sect leader and Lin was able to find her location with pinpoint accuracy." As the 2 super mighty beings gasped in admiration, Lan Xingyang heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Lan Xiaoni hadn't received any grave or irreversible wounds. Then, he turned his expectant gaze back onto Enlin. Enlin was burning with rage, and a tremendous might instantly smashed down toward the spell altar. The spell formation that enveloped Shiming Island suddenly lit up with a blue glow. It completely blocked out Enlin's overwhelming attack, and not even a single shred of the attack's aura was able to make its way through the glowing blue barrier. The 4 heavenly gods were shocked that Enlin was actually able to find this place. However, they quickly calmed down and started to leisurely converse among themselves again. "Enlin, just give up," the heavenly mirror god sneered. "This is the most powerful spell formation that our heavenly sea god can set up, and there's simply no way you'll be able to breach its defenses." The heavenly liquid god also scolded in a harsh voice. "Everyone's spreading the rumor that you were evenly matched with the heavenly earth god. However, all heavenly gods know this to be false. The heavenly earth god was fighting well below full strength. If the heavenly earth god wants to kill you, he can do it with absolute ease. And the same goes for our heavenly sea god. Yet right now, you're still naively trying to challenge the heavenly sea god. Are you seeking death? Heh. Perhaps Enlin is just coming here for a show." Heavenly goddess Lanya giggled softly. After hanging around for a while, he can return to the Taichu continent and announce to everyone that he's evenly matched with the heavenly sea god. The heavenly sea god looked at Enlin with contempt in his eyes. "Enlin, I suggest you go back to wherever you came from. With your measly strength, it's impossible for you to breach my heavenly sea formation. How will we know if I don't try?" A golden halo materialized behind Enlin's back as he activated his 5 elemental body. Then, he threw a full power punch toward the spell formation before him. Boom! Waves of terrifying energy erupted outward. As if it were trying to shatter even the sky, the 5 elemental power furiously smashed down into the heavenly sea god's heavenly sea formation. Like a raging torrent of waves, the blue spell formation barrier shuddered violently as a fist imprint was stamped into it. However, even though it tremored violently, the spell formation showed no signs of cracking open. It was as if Enlin's power had sunken into a boundless sea and been completely absorbed by the spell formation. The heavenly sea god wore a calm expression as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Just give up. You'll never be able to crack my spell formation." At this moment, the True Element Martial Lord suddenly cried out in surprise. "Look at the island. Why are there so many eggs?" Gasp! These eggs. There are at least 1 billion, right? What on earth are they trying to do? Demon Lord Lingu was also extremely startled. His eyes were wide with shock as he looked at the vast stretch of eggs on the island. In fact, there were already cracks on some of the eggs, and it looked as if something was about to climb out from them at any moment. What kind of concept was 1 billion eggs? If they could hatch into an army, then this was definitely an existential catastrophe for the Taichu continent. Very well, you're even hatching up a secret plan. I definitely won't let you succeed. And Lin, coincidentally, discovered the heavenly sea god's plot, and a look of resolution appeared on his face. Even if I have to fight with my life, I'm still going to exterminate all of these eggs from the face of this world. And Lin was filled with indignation, and his expression became even more resolute as he threw another punch at the spell formation. The heavenly sea formation once again caved in under his ferocious strike. It looked as if it were about to crack, yet it still maintained its integrity. This spell formation was like a vast sea. No matter how many waves were triggered by Enlin's strikes, it was simply impossible for him to hammer the entire sea into oblivion. Let's help Enlin out. Lan Xingyang also started attacking the spell formation. Upon hearing this, Demon Lord Lingu and the True Element Martial Lord also unleashed their strongest attacks at the spell formation. However, their attacks were all completely ineffective. The heavenly sea god chuckled smugly. You're merely wasting your strength. My spell formation contains my paramount heavenly god power. With such measly strength, how can you people ever dream of breaching it? Paramount heavenly god power, huh? And Lin silently mulled over this in his mind. He recalled how he had wounded the heavenly earth god during their battle. With this in mind, an extremely pure and domineering heaven-crushing power instantly started to erupt from his fist. Fist of the heavenly Tao. The 5 elements power and heaven-crushing power both surged onto Enlin's fist as he viciously punched toward the spell formation. A 5-colored energy flickered around Enlin's golden fist, and it looked as if it could tear apart even the heavens. The fist howled through the air and smashed into the heavenly sea formation, and a devastating fist might instantly cause violent waves to sweep out thousands of kilometers. Boom! The spherical blue barrier was forcefully hammered into an oblate shape by the golden fist. The 4 heavenly gods within the spell formation were all extremely startled. It was as if the spell formation were about to crack the very next second, leaving them completely exposed to the devastating might of the golden fist. This was an earth-shattering strike. At the same time, this strike also awakened the heavenly gods to a sudden realization. Perhaps Enlin wasn't as powerful as a paramount heavenly god. However, the fingers on their 2 hands were already insufficient to count the number of heavenly gods that he had killed. Heavenly goddess Xianxia had gone slightly pale, and she couldn't help but take a small step back. Although the spell formation had distorted a frighteningly large amount, it was fortunately still able to absorb the full impact of Enlin's strike. Enlin was slightly taken aback. This still isn't enough? What on earth is the heavenly sea god playing at? He called me over to destroy these eggs, yet he made the defenses of this island so bloody sturdy. Is he fucking retarded? Enlin, your attacks might have been effective against the heavenly earth god, but they're completely useless against me. The heavenly sea god sniggered. The earth is the earth and the sea is the sea. You don't understand the unique characteristics of my spell formation at all. And Lin knew that this was a hint. So, my attacks have to target the unique properties of the sea. The heavenly mirror god suddenly said at this moment. Heavenly sea god, before Enlin breaks in, why don't we deal with Lan Xiaoni first? Upon hearing this, both Enlin and the heavenly sea god's expressions changed slightly. Fuck. Why is the heavenly mirror god so sensible? Heh, what do you mean before Enlin breaks in? Are you trying to say that Enlin can break in? The heavenly sea god squinted his eyes as he shot a cold glance at the heavenly mirror god. The heavenly mirror god shuddered, and he immediately lowered his head. That's not what I meant. Humph. Don't underestimate my heavenly sea formation. My spell formation is supported by the entire sea, from which it also draws its energy. No matter how powerful Enlin is, it's not like he can obliterate the entire West Sea, right? He'll never be able to breach the defenses of my supreme spell formation. The heavenly sea god humphed coldly, and Lin's eyes lit up. He finally thought of an effective method. Ximing Island was very large, and it covered an area of around 500 kilometers in radius. Meanwhile, the heavenly sea formation enveloped an area of around 600 kilometers in radius. That being the case, a crimson-colored light suddenly lit up on the outer rim of the golden halo that was continually spinning behind him. It was especially dazzling, and the energy that was gathered in the center of the halo suddenly became red as well. At the same time, a crimson-colored divine halo materialized above his head. Heavenly fire power, activate. Come on out. Holy vermilion flame, demonic star holy flame, supreme holy flame, setting moon holy flame, heavenly void holy flame, golden dragon holy flame, mutant blood phoenix holy flame. Boom! Tremendous amounts of holy flames erupted from Enlin's body and started boiling the surrounding seawater. Not only did these 7 holy flames possess incredible heat and immensely profound Tao conception, but they were even imbued with the 5 elements power, heavenly god powers, and heaven-crushing power. How formidable was the might unleashed by the combination of these 3 powers. Lan Xingyang, Demon Lord Linggu, and the true element Martial Lord clearly weren't the targets of these holy flames. However, they all activated powerful protective spell techniques as they stumbled back in fright. Even if they touched these flames by accident, they would still be putting their lives at risk. The billowing flames furiously spread outward to tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers. In no time, the holy flames had already enveloped the entire Ximing Island. And Lin is actually trying to burn through the spell formation? The heavenly liquid god couldn't help but chuckle in scorn. Is he out of his mind? Is he trying to fight water with fire? Heavenly goddess Xianxia shook her head. This is the water of the heavenly sea god, a paramount being of heaven and earth. To attempt burning through the heavenly sea god's heavenly sea formation. How foolish is he? He's merely wasting our time. The heavenly mirror god yelled arrogantly. Heavenly sea god, why don't we contact the heavenly earth god and ask him to come over? That way, we can attack from both sides and annihilate Enlin. The heavenly sea god's lips twitched slightly as he turned around to face the heavenly mirror god. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? If the heavenly earth god comes, what are we going to do about the central heavenly gate? Give it up? The heaven-crushing sect is still looming in the shadows. Moreover, this is the sea, and the heavenly earth god won't be able to use his instantaneous teleportation ability. In fact, he won't be able to unleash his full strength either. Even if he comes, it's no guarantee that we'll be able to kill Enlin. The heavenly mirror god finally came to a realization. He wiped the frost from his mirror. Weird. Why is there suddenly frost on my mirror? Boom! The earth suddenly tremored violently. The expressions of the 4 heavenly gods changed slightly. What's happening? Heavenly goddess Xianxia yelped in surprise. No, something feels off. Heavenly god Min, he turned his gaze toward the scorching holy flames outside the spell formation. Then, his pupils contracted drastically as a divine light penetrated through the dense sea of flames. And Lin isn't trying to burn through our heavenly sea formation. Rather, the heavenly mirror god activated the observation ability of his mirrors. Then, he shouted in alarm. He's trying to evaporate the seawater surrounding Ximing Island. The heavenly gods were startled, and they all looked toward the heavenly mirror god's large mirror. Looking down from above, the 7 terrifying holy flames had already converged into a blazing sea that stretched for over 1,500 kilometers. More importantly, the overwhelmingly hot flames had already evaporated the surrounding seawater and formed a gigantic void. Right now, Ximing Island was like an island that was hovering above a caved-in sea. North, south, east, west, above and below, not a single drop of seawater remained around the island. Instead, it was enveloped within a boundless sea of holy flames. The heavenly gods all thought of a possibility. The heavenly sea formation relied on the West Sea for energy, so if the seawater around the spell formation had all been evaporated, then didn't that mean they had now lost their energy source? The heavenly sea formation stretched for over 500 kilometers in length, and the volume of water that it was in contact with was immense. If someone announced that they were going to incinerate all the surrounding water, their utterances would definitely be viewed as wishful if not crazy. However, Enlin was different. He possessed the heavenly fire power, and he also possessed 7 different holy flames. As such, he would indeed be able to perform such a feat. The seawater in the surrounding thousands of kilometers was all evaporated by the holy flames. Right now, Shiming Island was being held up by the flames. It had gone from floating in the sea to being scorched by a sea of flames. So, how are you going to block my fist now? And Lin's voice carried a divine might, and rays of brilliant light erupted from his fist as it viciously crashed into the spell formation. Boom! The heavens collapsed, and the earth crumbled. The 5 elements' power and heaven-crushing power exploded violently. The heavenly sea formation formed an exaggerated angle as it caved in. Crack! A brittle cracking sound echoed around heaven and earth. The heavenly sea formation was cracked open. The spell formation, which stretched for thousands of kilometers, was flattened by the gigantic golden fist. Then it burst apart like a bubble. The blue light barrier transformed into specks of blue light as it disappeared from the void. The spell formation, which possessed the heavenly sea power, was indeed very formidable. However, it also had a fatal flaw, and Lin had evidently discovered this flaw. Moreover, he had used his absolute strength to destroy this unbelievable powerful spell formation. The 4 heavenly gods were transfixed with shock as they stared at the disappearing spell formation. They all wore looks of incredulity on their faces. What the hell is going on? And Lin actually managed to shatter the heavenly sea god's spell formation. The heavenly gods all felt their faces flush red in shame. Just then, they had still been ridiculing Enlin and claiming that he wouldn't be able to crack open the spell formation. Yet a short while later, Enlin's actions forced them to swallow their words. Pwah! The heavenly sea god vomited a mouthful of black blood, and the divine halo above his head started weakening at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. It was clear that he was suffering from the spell formation's backlash. Heavenly sea god. Crap! The heavenly sea god is suffering from the spell formation's backlash. Hurry! Protect the heavenly sea god. The remaining heavenly gods formed a defensive circle around the heavenly sea god. Heavenly goddess Lan Ya's expression changed drastically. The heavenly sea god was already severely wounded and unable to use his powers freely, she said anxiously. Now that he's received a backlash from the spell formation, he definitely can't continue battling. It's far too dangerous. The heavenly sea god shot an approving glance at heavenly goddess Lanya. This is how a good subordinate should behave. The other heavenly gods all nodded in agreement. We can retreat to the western heavenly gate first. That's right. The western heavenly gate is the safest place to go. It's our territory and we have our strategic weapon, the West Sea heavenly ship, there. In addition, that place is illuminated by the light of the heavenly gate. The heavenly gods all wanted to retreat. The heavenly sea god clenched his jaws as a look of stubbornness and determination appeared on his face. He shook his head resolutely. No, I can't leave just like that. There are still 1 billion heavenly human eggs here. These eggs are our weapons of mass destruction, and they're of great strategic importance. I can't let them be destroyed under my watch. The heavenly gods all felt a pang of grief upon hearing this. But, heavenly sea god, your body? Please don't be stubborn, heavenly sea god. You shouldn't continue battling. We'll protect these eggs. We're willing to protect them with our lives. The heavenly sea god shook his head. No, none of you are powerful enough to withstand Enlin's attacks. So, let me go. Lan Xiaoni was rendered speechless as she looked at the heavenly gods who had suddenly become extremely emotional. By the looks of it, they're all extremely afraid of Enlin even though they continually ridicule and slander him. They're merely unwilling to admit this fact. There was a look of excitement and yearning in her bright eyes as she gazed up at the white-clothed figure in the sky. As expected, Big Boss Lin is an omnipotent hero. Heavenly Sea God, allow me to end your worthless life. And Lin's 5 elements power and body of the war god were both raised to the extreme as he charged toward the Heavenly Sea God. And Lin die. The Heavenly Sea God also leaped into the sky. Fist of the Heavenly Tao. And Lin unleashed an earth-shattering might again. Universal Sea True Martial Fist. The Heavenly Sea God's blue-colored fist was vast and profound. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Heaven and earth instantly became a battlefield for the clashing golden light and blue light. This was the first time Lin had exchanged blows with the Heavenly Sea God, and he felt as if his fist had landed into the deep sea. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free from or change the overwhelming power before him. It was far too profound. It was far too tremendous. It was ubiquitous, it could birth all matter, and it could also annihilate all matter. And Lin felt that he was incredibly powerful, so much so that he was already able to shatter the Heavenly Sea power. Unexpectedly, however, it was as if most of his power had been sucked into a swamp and was about to be completely engulfed. And Lin was extremely startled. He had initially planned on pummeling the Heavenly Sea God during this exchange. Yet, it was actually the Heavenly Sea God who had gained the upper hand? Pwah! The Heavenly Sea God suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto Lin's face. And Lin was astonished. Was my strike really that powerful? The Heavenly Sea God crashed toward Shiming Island like a free-falling cannonball. Heavenly Sea God! Boss Heavenly Sea God! The Heavenly Gods shouted in alarm as they dashed over to catch the Heavenly Sea God's tumbling body. They were all extremely moved by the Heavenly Sea God's defiant choice to protect the 1 billion heavenly human eggs. However, even though they were moved, they still carried the Heavenly Sea God and frantically fled toward the western heavenly gate. Battling and whatnot were all unimportant to them. Similarly, the 1 billion heavenly human eggs were also expendable. Right now, the most important task was to protect the Heavenly Sea God. The Heavenly Sea God was the future, and everything else was non-essential. You aren't going anywhere. And Lin made a grabbing motion as he hurriedly chased after the heavenly gods. Heaven and earth suddenly transformed into a realm that was ruled over by him. Sky sealing technique. Crack. The heavenly gods all felt as if some power was forcibly holding them back. There was a fervent look in Lin's eyes as he ferociously lunged toward the Heavenly Sea God. He genuinely didn't want the Heavenly Sea God to escape just like that. After seeing the severely wounded Heavenly Sea God, a bold thought had suddenly surfaced in his mind. Killing the Heavenly Sea God was unrealistic and detrimental. However, if he just took a small bite of his flesh, and Lin was extremely excited, as if gaining a final burst of power before death, the Heavenly Sea God suddenly spat another mouthful of liquid at the lunging Lin. This liquid was like the sharpest of blades, and it instantly pierced through the expanse of heaven and earth that was ruled over by Lin. Run! The Heavenly Mirror God screamed as he summoned a mirror. The Heavenly Gods leaped into the mirror without hesitation. Before Lin could catch up to them, the mirror had already disappeared. The Heavenly Gods had all fled, and all that was left was an empty island, as well as the dumbstruck Lan Xiaoni, Lan Xingyang, Demon Lord Linggu, and True Element Martial Lord. They were absolutely shocked. With just a single punch, Lin had actually wounded the Heavenly Sea God and frightened off the 4 heavenly gods. They were aware that the Heavenly Sea God was already severely wounded. However, being able to fight off the Heavenly Sea God and the 4 heavenly gods was still a shocking achievement. It was Demon Lord Ling Gu's dream to fight alongside Lin. After finally receiving this rare opportunity, however, Lin ended the battle before he could even join in. This made him feel a sense of despair. Sect leader Lin's combat capability is indeed extraordinary, Demon Lord Ling Gu exclaimed in amazement. Since he was unable to fight alongside Lin, he could only relegate himself to a member of Lin's cheer squad. Lin's heart throbbed in pain as he descended back onto the island and looked at Lan Xiaoni's injury-riddled body. Big Boss Lin. The rims of Lan Xiaoni's eyes were red as she gazed at the male standing before her. And Lin swung his sword and shattered the chains that were binding Lan Xiaoni's body. A feeling of feebleness overcame Lan Xiaoni, and her body was just about to crumple to the ground. And Lin immediately dashed forward to catch her soft and slender body. He patted her smooth back and consoled gently. "Everything's okay now. You did extremely well. Big Boss and Lin, you also did extremely well," Lan Xiaoni said softly as she hugged the male before her. "But you had to bear the brunt of their attack," and Lin said with a sigh. "You were even wounded so badly. It's fine. This was all at my request. At least it was worth it." There was a hint of attachment in Lan Xiaoni's voice as she enjoyed the warmth before her body. We both performed admirably," and Lin chuckled. Lan Xingyang, Demon Lord Lingu, and True Element Martial Lord were all at a loss as they listened to Lin and Lan Xiaoni's exchange. They had a nagging feeling that they were missing out on something. They dared to injure you, so it is time to make them suffer the dire consequences. A frosty smile stretched across Lin's face as he looked toward the 1 billion heavenly human eggs in the distance. And Lin gazed at the vast expanse of heavenly human eggs before him. If all of these eggs hatched, it was unfathomable just how powerful the resulting heavenly human tribe army would become. However, he was about to put an end to all this. He was going to kill this ambitious plan in its cradle. Fire! And Lin flicked his hand. Rumble, like a formidable tsunami, the blazing supreme holy flame surged toward the 1 billion eggs on Shiming Island. Then, like an expanding carpet of fire, it proliferated outward and instantly cooked the eggs in its path a fiery red. In fact, some of the eggs were even burnt charcoal black. A peculiar aroma started wafting through the air. It smells so good." Lan Xiaoni's eyes suddenly lit up as she sniffed in the appetizing aroma. "Big Boss and Lin, these eggs smell so good." And Lin had naturally smelled this fragrant aroma as well. This was a rich aroma that contained a very high amount of energy. Demon Lord Lingu was even more direct. "These eggs have all been cooked through, right? Such a rich aura. Will I become stronger if I eat all of these eggs?" And Lin was shocked. "These are heavenly human eggs. Isn't that even better?" There was a brilliant sparkle in Demon Lord Lingu's blood-red eyes as he waved his skinny arms about. "Us true demons have also eaten heavenly human soldiers. However, they didn't taste that great. As for these eggs, they smell quite good after being roasted by your flames. I'm sure they taste as good as they smell." And Lin was speechless. "Eat them if you want, just don't ruin your stomach." Demon Lord Lingu charged toward the eggs like a ravenous wolf upon hearing this. He instantly took the shape of a true demon god body, which measured 100,000 feet in height, and he released countless tentacles to grab the eggs that were cooking in Lin's holy flame. Then, like a savage, he started stuffing his mouth with thousands of eggs at a time. "Roar! Sect leader and Lin, can you lower the temperature of your flames? It's hot." Demon Lord Lingu wailed in pain as he discovered that a portion of his tentacles had been incinerated before they could even grab onto any eggs. And Lin smiled and shook his head. "No can do. If I lower the temperature, I'm afraid that the eggs won't cook." Demon Lord Lingu mulled over this for a second, and he realized that it was indeed the case. As a result, he could only endure the burning pain as he swept huge amounts of heavenly human eggs into his mouth. Delicious. It's so hot. It's burning my mouth." This super mighty being of the true demon tribe was stuck in a limbo between agony and ecstasy. He felt like he was playing a game of retrieving chestnuts from the fire within Lin. Although the flames were terrifying, the chestnuts were truly too delicious to ignore. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but gulp in hunger when she saw this. She carefully glanced at Lin, and she found that Lin didn't exhibit any desire to eat the eggs. She hesitated for a moment before eventually deciding against eating the eggs. Meanwhile, the true element martial lord wore an indifferent expression as he gazed at the scenes before him. Only Demon Lord Lingu was feasting on the eggs. Before long, he had already gulped down a few million heavenly human eggs. His body was riddled with burns, Yet the energy fluctuation within his body was also climbing at an explosive rate. In no time, Enlin's supreme holy flame had already enveloped the entire Shiming Island. The earth was melted by the insane temperature of his holy flame, and the 1 billion heavenly human eggs were all thoroughly cooked through. Heavenly humans won't hatch out of cooked eggs, right? This is a process of going from infancy to maturity. Enlin smiled as he gazed at the cooked eggs before him. He had finally crushed the paramount heavenly god's plan. Ah! Demon Lord Ling Gu suddenly howled in anguish. His face contorted in agony, and his body thrashed about violently as he collapsed to the ground. And Lin's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Is it indigestion? Possibly. Demon Lord Ling Gu wolfed down 100 million eggs just then. Lan Xiaoni stroked her chin and nodded. And Lin, how bloody large is his stomach? I think the main reason is that he ate a black-shelled egg just then, the true element martial lord speculated. Black-shelled egg. And Lin's expression faltered as he looked toward the eggs that were still roasting in his holy flame. Out of the 900 million remaining heavenly human eggs, only 15 had black shells. It could be said that they were genuinely 1 in 100 million. And Lin's expression changed again when he recalled what he had seen at the heavenly human holy land. If my guess is correct, these black-shelled eggs are most likely for hatching heavenly humans of the divine heaven stage. Lan Xiaoni and the true element martial lord were both shocked upon hearing this. Didn't this mean that 16 heavenly gods would appear if the eggs before them hatched? Just thinking about this made their flesh crawl. No wonder the paramount heavenly gods viewed these eggs as the heavenly human tribe's biggest weapon. Not only were these unhatched heavenly humans great in number, but they were even extraordinary in quality. So, you're saying that Demon Lord Ling Gu is experiencing indigestion due to swallowing a heavenly god? Lan Xiaoni exclaimed in astonishment. The heavenly god egg can't still be alive, right? The true element martial lord furrowed his brows. And Lin shook his head in reply. I've observed the life forces of these eggs, and all of them are already dead. Demon Lord Ling Gu is most likely experiencing genuine indigestion. After all, a heavenly god is supremely powerful. Even after they die, the density of energy that they possess is still unfathomable. He probably can't digest the overwhelming energy contained within the egg. As he said this, and Lin waved a hand and swept the remaining 15 black-shelled eggs before him. Then he started examining them carefully. These black-shelled eggs were oval-shaped and as tall as a human. They clearly had pointy ends, yet they were uncannily able to stand upright on the ground. And Lin sensed nothing peculiar about the remaining eggs, and it was only these black-shelled eggs that gave him a unique feeling. This feeling was unexplainable, and it was as if he were instinctively attracted to the black-shelled eggs. Does Big Boss and Lin want to eat these eggs? Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up in excitement, and Lin shook his head and extended a hand toward one of the black-shelled eggs. Ring! A strange fluctuation instantly pulsated through his body, and Lin felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. Ding dong! And Lin's body shuddered. Holy fuck! What was that sound? After pondering for a moment, he finally came to a realization. It was his system. He immediately opened the system in his mind, and he discovered that there was a string of flashing words. Detected that the host is in contact with the essential power of heavenly gods. Now assigning the following special mission. Absorb the essential heavenly god power of all the heavenly human black eggs. Mission success. Perfect strengthening of the divine Tao of darkness. Receive the Karma Dual Tribulation weapon. Mission failure. Host's 2 eggs will be erased. Time limit, 2 hours. Note: this mission cannot be rejected. If the time limit is exceeded, this mission will be counted as a failure. After reading through the mission, and Lin suddenly felt a cold chill between his legs. The punishment from this system is so full of evil intentions. Anyhow, the truth had finally become clear. The black-shelled eggs before them were indeed special. They contained the essential heavenly god power. No wonder heavenly humans of the divine heaven stage can activate divine halos and wield the power of the heavenly Tao. Not only that, but they can even activate 9 divine halos at once. So, it's all because of the essential heavenly god power within their bodies. And Lin wasn't sure how this essential heavenly god power would affect him. However, he was certain that it was definitely extremely beneficial. He took a deep breath. Then, he placed a hand on a heavenly human black egg and activated his engulfment spell technique. Without needing to do anything special, the energy and essential heavenly god power of the black-shelled egg started flowing through his arm and into his heart, and Lin could feel a terrifying swirl of power surging through his body. Furthermore, an extremely peculiar burst of heavenly power was flowing into his heart. This power was not actually flowing into his heart, but into a black spot within his heart. This black spot was actually his divine Tao of darkness, and Lin could feel his divine Tao of darkness becoming more powerful. This was a very special feeling, as if his darkness had become purer. Lan Xiaoni let loose a cry of surprise at the sight of the egg in Lin's hands, which was quickly being reduced to powder. "My God! Is this a new way to eat eggs?" And Lin immediately retorted, "Nonsense! I'm not eating the egg. I'm just absorbing the energy within the egg." Lan Xiaoni nodded with a stunned expression. "Does it taste good?" "It's delicious." And Lin replied. All of the energy and essence within the black egg flowed into Lin's body. The remaining powder was just the parts of the egg with no nutritional value. Very soon, a black egg was completely absorbed, and Lin exhaled as his eyes lit up. He knew that he had become significantly more powerful. The energy within the egg had refined his divine Tao of darkness, and its nutrients strengthened his body. They were perfect for him to consume. And Lin turned to the remaining 14 black eggs and began to absorb them one by one. And Lin became more powerful with each and every egg he absorbed. He knew that each of the black eggs contained the essence of a heavenly god. As such, this was the equivalent of absorbing heavenly gods into his body, thereby providing an extremely significant boost to his power. 2, 3, 4, 5. And Lin's aura became more and more terrifying. True Element Martial Lord and Lan Xiaoni both detected this, and they turned to look at Lin with bewildered expressions. Demon Lord Linggu was in excruciating pain after eating just one black egg. However, Lin was chomping down these black eggs without any repercussions. Burp! Lin belched after finishing the 14th egg. He turned toward the final black egg. His mission would be completed after eating this final egg. In reality, it didn't really matter whether he completed his mission or not. He could feel that he had already become significantly more powerful. In his current state, he felt like he could absolutely destroy the severely wounded heavenly sea god. Of course, this was only how he felt. Whoosh! And Lin began to absorb the final black egg. He spread open his arms. "I've become more powerful yet again. Come, system. Give me my reward." And Lin yelled in his heart. However, nothing happened. There was no system notification. He turned his attention to his system and was shocked to find that the mission had still not been completed. And Lin's eyes widened as his divine sense erupted forth and scanned through the several 100 million heavenly human eggs on the island. However, there really were no black eggs left. He had already satisfied the mission condition by absorbing all of the black eggs. Why wasn't the system reacting? Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? And Lin was starting to panic. The reward wasn't all that important. However, if he failed the mission, he was going to lose his balls. That was something he absolutely couldn't allow. Lan Xiaoni was a little alarmed by Lin's panicked expression. "What is it, Big Boss Lin? What happened? Where are my balls?" Cold sweat was pouring down Lin's face. The mission time limit was only 2 hours. If he couldn't figure something out during that time, he was screwed. "Your balls." Lan Xiaoni blinked before glancing down between Lin's legs, upon which a deep blush appeared on her face. "Aren't they right there?" "What?" And Lin turned to Lan Xiaoni with a blank expression, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon arriving at the realization that he had misspoken. "Not balls, I meant eggs." "Oh, is that what you were referring to?" Lan Xiaoni's blush deepened, and she was so embarrassed that she almost dove into the ocean. How was she supposed to know that he was referring to eggs? Was she going to be seen as a mermaid with a dirty mind in Big Boss and Lin's eyes now? And Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Lan Xiaoni. He was still looking for his eggs. Didn't you eat all of the black eggs? True Element Martial Lord speculated. If there are still other black eggs, then could it be that the heavenly sea god took them with him? And Lin shuddered upon hearing this. If that was the case, then this mission was next to impossible to complete. He had thought that this was a freebie mission, but was this actually an impossible mission? No. Calm down. The heavenly sea god told him to destroy all of the eggs. He didn't want to surround himself with disobedient heavenly humans either, so there was an extremely small chance that he had taken some eggs with him. There had to be another explanation, and Lin's mind raced as his gaze drifted to Demon Lord Lingu, who was still struggling on the ground. Has he been rolling around this entire time? Does he have indigestion? And Lin's lips twitched. Could it be? Demon Lord Lingu felt like he was about to die. The energy within his body was threatening to destroy him. He was absorbing energy at a rate that was far slower than the rate the eggs were releasing energy within his body. This imbalance was leading him toward death. Right at this moment, a white-robed figure appeared before him. Sect leader and Lin. Demon Lord Lingu's expression faltered at the sight of the man who had arrived before him. Mr. Lingu, let me help you. And Lin wore an extremely urgent expression, as if he were extremely concerned about him. Warmth surged through his heart upon seeing this. To think that the sect leader and Lin that he revered so much was so concerned about him. The thought of this brought tears to his eyes. Swish! And Lin flung Demon Lord Lingu's massive body into the sky. And Lin leaped up behind him with tightly clenched fists. Wait! Sect leader and Lin, are you trying to? Demon Lord Lingu's expression changed drastically at the sight of Lin's clenched fists. A golden light began to erupt from Lin's fist, thereby confirming his suspicions. No, wait, I'll do it myself. Demon Lord Lingu was about to shit himself as he yelled in a loud voice. And Lin had wounded the heavenly sea god with a single punch. If that fist was to land on him, he would die. However, and Lin's fist still rammed into Demon Lord Lingu's back, as if he hadn't heard anything. Mr. Lingu, I'm here to save you. Mountain quaking fist. Boom! Demon Lord Lingu's back instantly arched into the shape of a horseshoe from the massive force behind Lin's fist. Demon Lord Lingu was struck by excruciating pain. His stomach hurt so badly that he felt like he was going to die, and tears almost flowed from his eyes. Wah! Erg. A huge pile of half-digested eggs intermingled with green stomach acid erupted from his mouth like a waterfall. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened as she pinched her nose. There it is. And Lin's eyes lit up as he extended a hand, upon which a black egg flew toward him. The egg hadn't been digested yet. His balls were saved. And Lin immediately grabbed the black egg before turning to Demon Lord Lingu, who was howling with pain. Mr. Lingu, there's no need to thank me for alleviating your stomach digestive problems. Demon Lord Lingu gripped his back and lay sprawled on the ground. Tears of pain flowed down his face as his howls subsided. His digestive issues had been alleviated, but he was in even more pain than before, and Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Demon Lord Lingu now. This egg was the most important thing to him in this current situation. He used his divine liquid creation technique to completely clean the egg before reaching for it. He began to absorb the egg, and it didn't take him very long to completely absorb it. His power had increased once again. Ding dong! The system notification finally arrived. Congratulations, host, for completing your mission. Now bestowing reward for mission success. And Lin instantly became excited. The system gave out exclusively extraordinary items. This was exemplified by the frying pan and black brick. As such, this Karma Dual Tribulation weapon it was bestowing upon him had to be some super badass weapon. A brilliant light flashed. The weapon and Lin had been eagerly awaiting appeared in his hand. His pupils then contracted as his eyes widened. His hands trembled as astonishment and disbelief appeared on his face. There was only a single thought in his mind. Holy fuck! What the fuck is this thing? He was holding a black, Y-shaped slingshot. On the two tips of the slingshot were a white and a red egg-shaped ball respectively. These balls were connected by a thin string of energy. So this thing was the Karma Dual Tribulation weapon? There was no surge of divine light or emergence of spectacular phenomena. Furthermore, there wasn't even any exquisite workmanship. This thing felt like a mediocre quality children's toy. It was even more mediocre than the frying pan and the black brick. And Lin swung the slingshot through the air, upon which the two little egg-shaped balls wobbled slightly. And Lin was struck by a peculiar feeling. He felt like this slingshot reminded him of something. He looked at the inky black slingshot before flicking the two balls. He finally knew what this thing was reminding him of. Fuck! And Lin's expression darkened. Lan Xiaoni was blushing deeply. Big Boss and Lin, what is that thing? It looks so strange. And Lin's chest tightened upon seeing her expression. She was trying to pretend to be innocent, but her expression had already betrayed her. This thing is called the Karma Dual Tribulation weapon. And Lin replied with a serious expression. What a badass name. Lan Xiaoni was a little shocked and quite skeptical. Not only was Lan Xiaoni skeptical, but even Lin himself was also feeling quite skeptical. How could such a farcical object have such a badass name? The system gave out exclusively extraordinary items. This was something Lin firmly believed in. Even though this thing was a little ugly, it had to be very practical. After all, this was a reward he had received after absorbing 16 heavenly god eggs. But how was he supposed to use it? There were no instructions, and Lin decided to use his divine inspection technique. Karma Dual Tribulation weapon, a supreme karma-type weapon on which the red egg is the Christmas Day Tribulation 1, while the white egg is the New Year's Day Tribulation 2. Strike the enemy with New Year's Day, then strike them with Christmas Day, within the span of a minute to trigger the Armageddon Karma Tribulation, which will deal a lethal blow to the enemy. And Lin, why did this thing sound like a toy? Did this thing actually work? His confidence in the system was beginning to waver a little. He had to test this thing out on a target, but there were no enemies around. So be it, I'll put it away for now. And Lin put this strange thing into his storage ring. Lan Xiaoni was appraising him with a curious expression. What is it, Big Boss and Lin? You don't seem very happy? And Lin? Soon, Demon Lord Ling Gu's anguished wails began to subside. He finally caught his breath and crawled upon from the ground. He expressed his gratitude to Lin before devouring more eggs. Soon, all 1 billion eggs had been swallowed by Demon Lord Ling Gu. His six-pack had now transformed into a bloated one-pack, giving him the appearance of a heavily pregnant woman. This bloating was caused by the extremely condensed energy from within the eggs. If that energy was not condensed, his entire body would have exploded. It's time to put an end to all of this. And Lin rose into the sky, and a golden ring appeared behind him. At the same time, scorching holy flames erupted from his fists while his arms bulged and turned fiery red. 5 elemental body, 8 times fire sage fist. Boom! The flaming fist fell from the sky like a meteorite before crashing heavily upon Shiming Island. Terrifying power exploded forth alongside boundless flames. The massive island was smashed into pieces before being engulfed by flames. The seawater began to surge and swallow the final remnants of the island. From that day onward, the West Sea had one less island, and Lin and his group departed. At the eastern heavenly gate, within a sea of light, a small lake beside the heavenly light goddess suddenly shimmered. She made her way over to the lake with a smile on her face. What is it, see? The heavenly earth god's voice also sounded. See, do you have some good news to deliver? Could it be that the 1 billion heavenly human tribe powerful beings have already hatched? Hee. Is it finally time for the human race to be plunged into despair? The heavenly light goddess continued. There are only about 10 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings left on the eastern front. Deploy the 1 billion heavenly human tribe powerful beings there. and will initiate the final battle. Light, Earth. The heavenly sea god sobbed in reply. I'm so sorry. I really am. This is all my fault. A hint of unease welled up in the hearts of the heavenly light goddess and heavenly earth god. What happened? The heavenly light goddess asked. The heavenly sea god's voice sounded in reply. The 1 billion heavenly human eggs are all gone. Boom! The heavenly sea god's words were like bolts of lightning crashing down upon the heads of the heavenly light goddess and heavenly earth god. Do you know what you're saying right now, see? Unimaginable fury raged in the heavenly light goddess voice. The surrounding sea of light became extremely dazzling bright, as if it were going to explode at any moment. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was too careless, and Lin. He destroyed all of the heavenly human eggs. The heavenly light goddess and heavenly earth god were both dumbstruck. And Lin again. Fuck. Does this Lin really think we can't bring him down? The heavenly earth gods was extremely enraged, and his expression darkened significantly. Our trump card is gone. Just like that. The heavenly light goddess was still a little dazed as she tried to recover from this heavy blow. She had deployed the heavenly human tribe powerful beings with reckless abandon in the past. They had now been whittled down to a mere 10 million from their original 100 million. She was trying to whittle down the kingdom of the 9 States United Army as quickly as she could before deploying the 1 billion heavenly human tribe powerful beings. But now, those 1 billion heavenly human tribe powerful beings were gone. The heavenly sea god was in distraught. He gave them a recount of what had happened, starting from his attempt to alter Lan Xiaoni's memories, only for Lin to somehow find them before destroying his formation. The heavenly light goddess and heavenly earth god were shocked by this recount. Wasn't it too coincidental to be true? However, there were no flaws in this story. The heavenly sea god's tears had flowed into literal oceans as he requested punishment from the heavenly light goddess and heavenly earth god in order to ease his guilt. However, the two heavenly gods couldn't do anything. The heavenly sea god was already severely wounded, so any further punishment could kill him. They detested the heavenly sea god for dropping the ball at such a critical juncture, but he was so distraught already that they didn't even feel like hurling abuse at him. We'll discuss this another time, the heavenly light goddess said in a thunderous voice. Thus, the heavenly light goddess and the heavenly earth god cut off the voice transmission. Was this the end of that matter? No, this was only the beginning. On that day, extremely terrifying lights suddenly erupted in the eastern region of the Taichu continent. It was as if a series of devastating explosions were being set off in quick succession. Near the White Nectar Sea, the earth tremored and quaked violently as a terrifying power exploded forth. It was as if a primordial, ferocious beast were trying to shatter the earth with its devastating power. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army was given a massive fright. All troops were immediately gathered in preparation for battle. However, this situation lasted for 2 hours before receding. The heavenly human tribe didn't attack, nor did the paramount heavenly gods. Peace and quiet resumed. Everyone looked at one another with blank expressions, unsure of what the heavenly human tribe was plotting. Light, the ocean is not my territory, so I don't know what goes on there. Do you know what happened? The heavenly earth god asked. The heavenly light goddess replied in a grim voice. I've simulated the situation over 10,000 times, and even though the circumstances seem suspicious, there are no holes in this story. Lan Xiaoni really did struggle for her life. The heavenly sea god really did want to alter her memories. Furthermore, Lin really did possess an extremely powerful divination technique that allowed him to discover the heavenly sea god's location. After being discovered, the heavenly sea god had engaged in a heated battle with Lin despite his severe injuries, so he had taken a great risk. Paramount heavenly gods weren't omnipotent and omniscient, but they could derive a lot of information about a specific event if they used their simulation techniques. The heavenly earth god heaved a forlorn sigh. How could we be so unlucky? Could it be that the heavenly Tao is striking us with bad fortune? We are going against the heavenly Tao by forcefully entering the Taichu continent and eradicating the living beings here. As such, It's not impossible that the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao is inflicting backlash upon us in the form of ill fortune. The heavenly light goddess sighed. What do we do now? The heavenly earth god was quite dejected. He was planning to use this massive heavenly human tribe army to show the human race true despair. But now he was the one to experience despair. And Lin, that accursed Enlin, the heavenly earth god's perpetually stable mental state was being shaken by Enlin. We still have a trump card, but the probability of success when using that trump card is not as high as before. Either way, we have no choice. A hint of resignation and concern appeared in the heavenly light goddess voice. The heavenly earth god finally recovered a bit of confidence at the mention of that trump card. Let's settle on a date to initiate the final battle. At the center of the white nectar sea, atop the divine tree, the peerlessly beautiful heavenly life goddess stood on a tree branch. The heavenly heaven god, whose body was constructed from white clouds, stood alongside her. Both of them were a little gloomy. They had also just received news from the heavenly sea god. The heavenly life goddess broke the silence. Do you see something wrong with this? Everything the heavenly sea god said was true. And Lin was trying to kill the heavenly sea god with all his might even at the very end. The heavenly heaven god's simulation went deeper than even the heavenly light goddess, but he still arrived at the same conclusion. That makes things difficult. The heavenly life goddess brows furrowed. Not only is this a major blow to light and earth, but this also has a severe impact on our plan. It appears we've shot ourselves in the foot, the heavenly heaven god remarked. A wry smile appeared on the heavenly life goddess face. We should have never given the heavenly poison god to him, and Lin had only enjoyed a significant increase in power after killing the heavenly poison god. He would not be anywhere near as powerful if he hadn't reached the phenomenal success in his divine body. Just as all of the paramount heavenly gods were in distress, the immortal land above water was a sea of joy and elation. Demon Lord Ling Gu is about to give birth. He's so loud. Push. Push harder. Some of the West Sea United Army powerful beings were cheering Demon Lord Ling Gu on at the top of their lungs. Erf. A true demon over 10,000 feet in height thrashed about in the ocean. His stomach bulged further and further as if something were about to come out. Tens of millions of West Sea Alliance powerful beings had already heard about how Enlin had saved their alliance leader Lan and also foiled the paramount heavenly god's plans. As such, all of them were in extremely high spirits. They also knew that Demon Lord Ling Gu had swallowed 1 billion heavenly human eggs. 1 billion eggs. Each egg was as tall as a fully grown man. What was it like to eat 1 billion of those eggs? Following this epic feat, Demon Lord Ling Gu earned himself the title of Egg-Eating Demon Lord. All of the members of the West Sea Alliance yelled loudly to spur him on. Finally, following an ear-splitting roar, boom! A massive boom erupted. It's finally coming out. Egg-Eating Demon Lord is about to make his breakthrough. The power of the divine Tao began to surge across heaven and earth. Phenomena began to emerge. On that day, Demon Lord Ling Gu reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage from eating eggs. Tens of millions of West Sea Alliance members burst into elated cheers. They were genuinely happy. Demon Lord Ling Gu's breakthrough from the Tao integration intermediate stage to the Tao integration final stage further bolstered the power of the West Sea Alliance. With this increase in power, he could potentially become a heavenly disciple candidate as well. In that case, he would become quite the force to be reckoned with. And Lin was completely unsurprised by this turn of events. Demon Lord Ling Gu had swallowed 1 billion heavenly human eggs. The energy contained within those eggs rivaled the energy within the bodies of several dozen Tao integration stage supermighty figures. With such a vast intake of energy, Demon Lord Ling Gu would even be able to progress straight to the God of Creation stage if he had sufficient aptitude. Of course, the vast majority of supermighty figures did not have sufficient aptitude. Take the Celestial the Arch, for example. He had been at the pinnacle of the Kingdom of the Nine States for countless years, but he was still stuck at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. He had definitely accumulated enough energy and could not progress any further through normal cultivation. All he lacked was a hint of enlightenment. However, That tiny little bit of enlightenment was more important than the energy of hundreds of Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Howl! A proud and domineering roar erupted through heaven and earth. After progressing to the Tao integration final stage, Demon Lord Ling Gu's aura had soared to an extremely terrifying extent, and it was still elevating. He was still absorbing the energy essence within the heavenly human eggs, and as he did so, he became more and more powerful. His stomach finally sagged like a balloon and reverted to its original state after he reached the very pinnacle of the Tao integration stage. Ah, I'm so powerful. Is this the feeling of invincibility? Demon Lord Ling Gu felt like his body had become so powerful that he didn't fear any enemies. He clenched his fists and demonic power surged within his body. His blood vessels bulged, and a red light pulsed within them as his arm expanded. A punch unleashed by him in his current state would generate more destructive power than the most powerful hydrogen bomb. Demon Lord Ling Gu felt like he could stomp the heavens beneath his feet. He turned toward Enlin with an intense light in his eyes. Sect leader Enlin, punch me with your full power. I want to test my power. Demon Lord Ling Gu now had the confidence to challenge the white-robed man he once revered and worshipped. And Lin blinked as if he were a little surprised. Sure. He didn't understand why this request had been made, but he would satisfy it nonetheless. And Lin unleashed a punch. Demon Lord Ling Gu chortled as he too unleashed a punch in response. Boom! Heaven and earth fell silent for a split second as their fists collided. Erf! A howl of anguish instantly shattered this silence. Demon Lord Ling Gu's massive body was blasted away for several hundred kilometers and was reduced to a black spot on the horizon. The power of the 5 elements had torn his entire arm apart in an extremely violent manner. If Enlin hadn't held back, that power would have spread to his entire body. Everyone was at a loss for words at the sight of Demon Lord Ling Gu being insta-killed by a single punch. Lan Xiaoni crossed her arms as a resigned expression appeared on her face. He got way too cocky there. To think that he would dare to challenge Big Boss Enlin. Let this be a lesson to him. The West Sea Alliance members could tell that Demon Lord Ling Gu had become extremely powerful, but Enlin had crushed him with ease. They were both shocked and very excited to have such an invincible backer. Demon Lord Ling Gu was the most astonished of all. After absorbing the energy essence from so many heavenly human eggs, he had thought that he was invincible. However, Enlin's punch had knocked him back down to earth, both literally and figuratively. Demon Lord Ling Gu's gargantuan body crashed into the ocean, triggering a massive tsunami. He gripped his shattered arm and looked up into the sky, wondering if he had actually evolved at all. Just how powerful was sect leader Enlin? As expected of someone that he worshipped, Demon Lord Ling Gu quickly gathered himself and flew over to Enlin before expressing his gratitude and admiration. If it weren't for Enlin, he wouldn't have encountered this massive opportunity that had taken him to the Tao integration pinnacle stage. It was said that hanging out with powerful beings would improve one's luck. This appeared to be the truth. Demon Lord Ling Gu was even more determined to follow Enlin now. Of course, his top priority was to guard the West Sea. Enlin would only acknowledge him if he dedicated himself to defending the West Sea. Meanwhile, at the eastern heavenly gate, a heavenly god with a massive saber on his back stared intently at a sea of light. Heavenly Light Goddess, all 10 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings have been gathered. When do we initiate the kamikaze attack? The Sea of Light shuddered at the mention of the kamikaze attack. The plan has been cancelled. The Heavenly Light Goddess' indifferent voice sounded in reply. But why? A heavenly goddess with a massive pink foldable fan in her hands was bewildered. Didn't you say that an earth-shattering plan was about to be set into motion? That's right, I heard the same thing. The other heavenly gods all chimed in before turning to the Sea of Light with curiosity. The Sea of Light faltered before trembling again. How was she supposed to explain this? Her epic plan had been foiled? No, she couldn't admit it. If she did, it would be a massive slap to the face for all 3 paramount heavenly gods involved. We'll talk about this another time. The Heavenly Light Goddess refused to deliver a statement. However, even though the heavenly light goddess didn't say anything, she couldn't stop others from spreading the word. And Lin stayed true to his humble self and requested the West Sea Alliance to broadcast the fruits of his labors. Furthermore, he sent a series of high-definition photos taken by the true element martial lord to all major media outlets. He struck one final nail into the coffin by confirming the rumors about Demon Lord Ling Gu's breakthrough after consuming 1 billion heavenly human eggs. Thus, Lin dominated all of the headlines once again. Invincible war god foils sinister plot hatched by paramount heavenly gods. Threat of doomsday erased before eventuating. Human race war god exterminates 1 billion enemies. Demon Lord Ling Gu goes on a private trip with sect leader Lin and returns 1 day later heavily pregnant. Stay tuned for the shocking truth. One astonishing headline after another spread across the entire Taichu continent, shocking countless living beings. No one in this world seemed capable of stopping this human race war god. Not only was Lin the heavenly court war god now, but he was also revered by countless living beings as the war god of the entire human race. There were superfans staring at him wherever he went. Lin wanted to live a quiet and understated life, but that was now nothing but a distant dream. As such, he could only go out less. After all, being pounced on by frenetic fangirls would not be a fun experience. Little boys like him had to be careful when traveling. After accomplishing these epic feats, Lin returned to Yutong City. Lan Xiaoni bade farewell to Lin. She was hoping that Lin would stay for a few more days. After all, this was a rare opportunity for them to be alone together. However, Lin insisted on leaving as soon as possible as there was someone waiting for him. Lan Xiaoni pouted with a hint of disappointment and displeasure in her heart. Was she not beautiful enough? Or did her seafood cooking not suit his tastes? Why was he so insistent on leaving? She was a little unhappy, but she still put on a smile for Lin and wished him a safe journey. After Lin left, Lan Xiaoni pumped herself up and reapplied herself to the resistance against the heavenly human tribe. The war had not been won yet, and she had to continue to work hard. At Xianxia City, the Celestial the Arch was quite perplexed by the heavenly human tribe's near-suicidal attacks in the past few days. They were all thumping victories, but he was unable to muster up any joy as his heart was filled with confusion and unease. Finally, the truth was revealed to him following Lin's destruction of the 1 billion heavenly human eggs. So this was what the paramount heavenly gods had been planning. They were trying to lure the kingdom of the 9 States United Army into a state of complacency before unleashing the 1 billion heavenly human tribe powerful beings upon them. If that plan had succeeded, complete despair would have ensued. To the kingdom of the 9 States United Army, that would be a lethal blow. However, this sinister plot was foiled by Lin, and the heavenly human tribe United Army had essentially shot themselves in the foot. They had been reduced to only 10 million soldiers, and they no longer had any reinforcements. How were they supposed to stand up against the kingdom of the 9 States United Army, which still had around 60 million troops? The media outlets on the Taichu continent didn't elaborate this on their headlines, but all of the mighty figures across the entire continent were aware of how important this event was. It could be said that Lin had dragged the Taichu continent back from the brink of annihilation once again. A few days ago, he was still hanging around Yutong City as if he were on a vacation. Now, he's out there foiling the plans of the paramount heavenly gods and burning 1 billion heavenly human eggs. Is he a god? Emperor Ziwei was completely astonished. Ha ha ha! Sect leader Lin really is an extraordinary man. The Celestial the Arch burst into laughter. The paramount heavenly gods are always coming off second best against him. They must be cursing him to hell right now. Emperor Changshang stroked his beard with a buoyant smile. My knees feel weak when I think about 3 paramount heavenly gods thirsting for my blood. What a terrifying position sect leader Lin is in. His words expressed concern, but the smile on his face only grew wider. The more furious their enemies were, the more elated they became. Deriving joy from the suffering of one's enemies was a very enjoyable activity. Lin's 3 disciples were the most elated of all. The 3 of them were boasting about how mighty and invincible their master was to whoever would listen. In fact, Xiao Tu even went further than that. He had drawn out a massive line with his urine on the eastern front and challenged any heavenly human tribe powerful beings who crossed this line to a battle. There was no cap on the number of heavenly human tribe powerful beings that could challenge him all at once, and this invitation was extended even to the heavenly gods. Xiao Tu was alive again, and he was back to his old antics. He had many lives to squander, so he could taunt the enemy to his heart's content, and he was really taking advantage of this. He had even gathered several million turtle eggs and placed them in front of his line of urine. He proclaimed these to be heavenly human eggs, and he roared with laughter as he chomped on those eggs. He was taunting the enemy to such a severe degree that even the Celestial, the Arch, and the others were fearing for his safety. Just as Xiao Tu was trying his best to get himself killed, and Lin returned to Yu Tong City. He immediately went to visit Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan welcomed him with a smile. You seem to be accomplishing earth-shattering feats wherever you go. Hee, it wasn't much, don't mention it. And Lin gave Su Xiaolan a massive hug. Su Xiaolan was feeling a little awkward. After all, she still had the appearance of an old woman, and it felt a little strange to be embraced by an Lin like this. And Lin didn't care about all that. He was content as long as he could feel Xiaolan's aura and warmth. And Lin, I cooked a few new dishes for you. Do you want to taste them? Xiaolan's eyes crinkled in a smile under her mask. Sure. And Lin replied with a smile of his own before his hand shot forth like lightning and plucked the mask from Su Xiaolan's face. What are you doing? Give me back my mask. I don't want you to see me like this. Su Xiaolan panicked and tried to grab the mask. But I want to see you in your current state, and this accursed mask is obstructing me. And Lin ran away as Su Xiaolan rushed toward him. What's so good about seeing a shriveled old prune like me? Su Xiaolan asked as she gave chase. And Lin looked into Su Xiaolan's eyes and gave an earnest response. Your smile. He could only see Su Xiaolan's eyes crinkle up through the two holes on the mask, and for some reason, that really displeased him. Su Xiaolan's footsteps faltered as tears welled up in her eyes. And Lin couldn't bear to see her like this, and he immediately rushed to her side. Please don't be sad. You can wear the mask if you want to. Su Xiaolan accepted the mask, but she didn't put it on her face, and Lin was a little perplexed. Do you really not mind seeing me like this? Su Xiaolan lowered her head and asked in a faint voice, and Lin faltered slightly before a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Su Xiaolan's wrinkly face and gave his reply. Of course I don't mind. I want to be able to see your face no matter what you look like. The mask in Su Xiaolan's hands was suddenly set on fire. She held the burning mask and raised her head. A smile appeared on her face, further accentuating her wrinkles. Then, I won't wear a mask ever again. Su Xiaolan had made up her mind. The person she cared about the most didn't mind seeing her in her current state. As such, there was no point to this mask. And Lin was very elated and enveloped Su Xiaolan in another massive hug before leading her to the dining table. Let's sample your cooking together. The two of them enjoyed a delightful meal. At the western border of the Taichu continent, the heavenly sea god looked at the headlines on the newspapers in his hands, and he was struck by the urge to throw up blood. What kind of headlines were these? Were these people stupid cunts? And Lin defeated the heavenly sea god with a single punch. The heavenly sea god is the weakest paramount heavenly god. And this was the most atrocious one. The heavenly sea god was the last paramount heavenly god to descend upon this world. Could it be that he's so weak because the heavenly Tao had delivery complications when birthing him? These fucking media outlets. I'm going to slaughter all of them. The heavenly sea god's enraged roar reverberated throughout the western heavenly gate. And Lin's act of destroying the 1 billion heavenly human eggs had left a massive impact on the entire war. Many living beings were absolutely ecstatic, but those who had pledged their allegiance to the heavenly human tribe were distraught. Their morale had fallen to its lowest ever point, and even their conviction had been shaken. The handful of most powerful beings on the Taichu continent were also paying close attention to this debacle. Nuwa wore a faint smile on her face as she flicked through one news article after another. White Spirit Snake was cheering at the top of her lungs while Black Spirit Snake's eyes were wide with incredulity. At the land of eternal light. Do all of you see this? This is your third heavenly disciple. He has already accomplished an earth-shattering feat by successfully foiling the enemy's plans. It's our turn now, Cyril announced to all of the heaven-crushing sect powerful beings gathered before him. I hereby announce the commencement of the heaven-crushing project. Within the heaven-crushing glazed palace, all of the powerful beings raised their hands high into the sky. Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! Their chants pierced through the clouds and traveled directly into the heavens. There were several hundred fanatical heaven-crushing sect members gathered, and even the weakest among them were returned to void stage mighty figures. The three heavenly disciples candidates, battling Buddha, Yun Menjing and Michael were also present, as was the fourth heavenly disciple, the ancient dragon empress. Virtually all of the most powerful beings in the heaven-crushing sect were present, and they were about to bear witness to an epic moment in history. Cyril wore a crimson Taoist robe as he strode toward the vortex at the center of the palace. He wore an extremely solemn expression as he cast a black ball toward the vortex. Chun Chun recited a mantra as he too cast his white ball into the vortex. The two balls fell into the chaotic vortex at the same time before immediately disappearing. Everything fell silent. All of the powerful beings gulped nervously as they looked on with wide eyes. Soon, a change began to take place. Black veined patterns began to appear around the heaven-crushing glazed palace. The patterns connected with one another before spreading into the distance, creating a complex diagram. These black veined patterns continued to spread into infinity and beyond. They soon covered the entire Purple Star ruins, but they did not stop there. They were still spreading, and before long, they had encompassed the entire kingdom of the 9 states, the opposite shore realm, the East Sea, the southern heavenly wing nation, the North Song Mountain realm, and even the White Nectar Sea. To the west, the veined patterns covered the entirety of the West Sea, and there was nowhere on the Taichu continent that these black veined patterns hadn't spread to. Countless living beings were shocked. They couldn't even begin to imagine what these veined patterns were. Would they bring destruction to the entire Taichu continent? The heavenly human tribe powerful beings were also in a state of panic. A heaven pioneer stage great general slammed an almighty palm toward the black veined patterns, pulverizing the earth within a radius of several hundred kilometers. However, he was shocked to discover that the black veined patterns were entrenched deep into the ground. Even after creating a crater several hundred meters deep, the same veined patterns could still be seen. What the hell is this? The heavenly human tribe great general's eyes widened with shock and horror, and he immediately reported this to the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods didn't say anything, but their silence only made the atmosphere even more oppressive. At this moment, the aura of a formation spread throughout the entire continent. Indeed, this was a formation. It was a formation of an unprecedented scale. It was a formation that encompassed the entire Taichu continent. This was the heaven-crushing formation. Its name was self-explanatory. This was the formation the heaven-crushing sect was going to use to crush the heavens. The sunset painted the horizon a golden color. Beneath the golden horizon was the vast earth, upon which the black veined patterns were omnipresent. The earth was connected with the heavens as yin and yang transitioned. At a certain magical moment, the lines between reality and illusion seemed to have blurred. Time and space, as well as heaven and earth, also seemed to have blurred at that moment. During that special moment of transition, the black spell formation on the ground seemed to spread all the way into the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Black energy shot forth into the heavens in unison from the 999 nodes on the formation. At the same time, a pillar of white light over 10,000 meters in diameter erupted into the sky from the roof of the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Heaven-crushing true intent that was condensed to the extreme threatened to pulverize the entire heavens. The heaven-crushing sect members in the heaven-crushing glazed palace looked up at the countless black cracks that had appeared in the sky, and all of them were struck by a sense of indescribable excitement. The heaven-crushing project had officially begun. Now it was time for them to witness a miracle. Cyril turned to all of the powerful beings with a smile on his face. From here onward, we are going to face relentless attacks from the heavenly human tribe as well as the heavenly gods. Are you all willing to battle with me? To exterminate the heavenly human tribe, and to destroy this flawed heavenly Tao? I am. I would gladly lay down my life for this cause. All of the heaven-crushing sect members roared with surging battle intent. The commotion the heaven-crushing sect had stirred up soon alerted all of the living beings on the entire Taichu continent. Even though the vast majority of them didn't understand anything about spell formations, they could still sense the heaven-crushing true intent emanating from the spell formation. This potent intent was apparent even to a 3-year-old. The entire Taichu continent knew that the heaven-crushing sect was finally about to make its move. One mighty figure after another turned their attention to what was once the most prosperous place on the Taichu continent. This was the very same place that had now been reduced to a barren wasteland and served as the headquarters for the heaven-crushing sect. Is Cyril finally making his move? I really can't set my heart at ease when he's involved. On the contrary, I quite like Chen Chen. A benevolent old man with an ethereal, transcendent aura stroked his long, white bear as he sighed. Master, I feel like Enlin is the most reliable among them. A fatso with an almost spherical body interjected in a respectful voice. At the same time, he was cramming pills into his mouth and chewing loudly. Enlin is indeed more suitable, but he has to be willing. Besides, Enlin has many choices open to him. He doesn't necessarily have to crush the heavens. The old man cast a meaningful glance into the west. Oh, the fatso nodded. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The old man was looking into the distance with the air of a transcendent being, but the loud chomping sound was really getting on his nerves. Will you stop eating? The old man finally snapped. The fatso finally faltered in his chewing. What is it, master? The old man pointed at the fatso with a trembling finger. Look at the state of you. I feel ashamed when I take you anywhere. Everyone would try to suppress laughter and ask me how my disciple became like this. How am I supposed to answer them? You've swept my reputation to the ground. You don't have to be handsome. I don't even mind that you're a fatso, but you have to at least be a human. Ishi, please return to being a human. The fatso's mouth gaped open as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. This fatso was none other than Ishi, while the old man with him was the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. Ishi didn't dare to refute his master's words, but he was still stubbornly cramming pills into his mouth. To this, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue could only shake his head in resignation. So be it. Let's go to see Nuwa. This world is about to undergo a massive change. The old man waved his sleeve and the two of them disappeared. One at Yu Tong City. And Lin looked at the black-veined patterns on the ground, and he knew that something big was about to happen. This is the heaven-crushing sect's handiwork. Su Xiaolan's expression changed slightly when she sensed the heaven-crushing true intent within the spell formation. What are they planning? And Lin turned to the east, where the sun was gradually setting below the horizon. The heaven-crushing sect is going to commence the crushing of the heavens. My God! So soon? Su Xiaolan was given a fright. She knew that the heaven-crushing sect had made a big move, but she didn't think that they would choose to crush the heavens at a time like this. Why now of all times? Perhaps they think that this is the moment when the paramount heavenly gods are at their weakest, so they're going to capitalize? And Lin speculated. Things were happening too quickly. Even he was a little confused. The only news he had heard was that the battling Buddha, along with all of the higher-ups in the heaven-crushing sect, had been summoned to the land of eternal light in order to witness a monumental event. That event was most likely the event taking place right now. Sigh. If only I was a heaven-crushing sect heavenly disciple, I wouldn't be in the dark about everything then. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. All of a sudden, he recalled his conversation with the heavenly sea god. Within the cabin of life, an exquisitely beautiful female sat lazily on a floral vine chair. She wore a relaxed expression, and her tight-fitting, colorful robe accentuated her flawless figure to perfection. A concerned expression appeared on her face as she heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh. Ambition is always the root cause of a world's destruction. An elderly man with white hair and a beard responded with a smile. Cyril's heaven-crushing project has commenced 3 years earlier than anticipated. And Lin must have done something to change the direction the Taichu continent is progressing in, thereby making Cyril feel like this is the ideal moment to initiate his plan. I don't actually mind seeing someone become the heavenly Tao. However, the chances of Cyril succeeding in crushing the heavens are very low. The female spoke in a grave voice. We can seek redemption and right our past wrongs, but we definitely can't keep hurting the heavens. Trying to kill the heavens and replace it is a very dangerous Tao. She turned to the elderly man beside her with an earnest expression. Lord Lao Zi, I need your help. We don't have much time left. This elderly man was none other than Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue of the Taoist Trinity. Meanwhile, the female was the goddess of creation, Nuwa. She stood by silently and respectfully. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue could detach himself from these matters, but he couldn't bear to see the human race being hunted into extinction. He stroked his white beard and heaved a faint sigh. Nuwa, you have done so much for the human race. I just don't want to witness mass genocide. Nuwa cut him off in a firm voice. You don't need to thank me. I will continue my mending of the heavens regardless of whether you are going to help me or not. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I will complete this mission. Tears welled up in White Spirit Snake's eyes. Your Majesty, a conflicted expression appeared on the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's face. He really did want to save the human race, but getting involved in this matter would incur a massive risk to him. He was a being that had already transcended beyond this world. Would he be willing to risk his life to save the human race? The majority of gods of creation wouldn't do that. Among the Taoist Trinity, Pangu had transcended long ago and completely detached himself from this world. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure preferred a carefree life and wouldn't take any risks for the human race either. The only one who was still concerned about the human race was the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. Hence, the question arose. Was the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue willing to risk it all for the human race? It was now time for him to make his decision. Just as the atmosphere was becoming a little tense, Nuwa's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. She picked up the voice transmission talisman, and a familiar voice sounded from within. How have you been, Your Majesty Nuwa? And Lin's friendly voice sounded. A smile lit up Nuwa's gorgeous features upon hearing this voice. I've encountered some difficulties of late, but they're not very significant. Why have you suddenly contacted me? Do you need help with something? Nuwa knew that Lin was not the kind of person that would contact her without a reason. He was definitely looking for her assistance with something. However, she didn't dislike him for that. Instead, she was becoming more and more interested in him. I'm not looking for your help with anything today. And Lin replied in a slightly awkward voice. Oh? Then I'm even more curious to hear what you have to say now. Nuwa was intrigued. I want to join the heaven-mending sect, and I want to ask what I need to do. And Lin was a little uneasy. Nuwa abruptly stood up as her eyes shimmered with excitement. Really? You're not kidding, right? I wouldn't dare to fool around with you. I was hoping that I could visit you to discuss things in person when you have some free time. And Lin chuckled. No need. I'll come to you, Nuwa replied eagerly. Huh. And Lin was quite surprised to hear this. All of a sudden, a round and colorful spatial hole appeared above the pavilion he was sitting in. An exquisite beauty in a colorful robe emerged from the spatial hole. And Lin, are you really serious about joining the heaven-mending sect? A voice as soothing as a gentle creak sounded. And Lin's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Holy fuck, how had she gotten here so quickly? He hadn't even cut off the voice transmission yet, and she was already here? This woman was none other than the goddess of creation, Nuwa. Your Majesty Nuwa. And Lin immediately rose to his feet. My apologies for not being able to organize a better welcome for you on such short notice. Nuwa wore a soothing smile, and she nodded gently before making her way over to Lin. She sat down beside him before turning to him with a scorching light in her eyes. I just so happened to have access to a passageway that led directly to Yutong City, so I decided to come to you. I'm very glad that you're choosing to join the Heaven-Mending sect. This is fantastic news for the entire continent. Nua's eyes shimmered even brighter than stars as she spoke in an excited voice. And Lin, I was right about you after all. And Lin was feeling a little guilty as he nodded his head. All he wanted to do was to extrapolate information from her. However, her enthusiastic response was making him feel quite ashamed. What was he supposed to do now? Within the cabin of life, the heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue's lips twitched at the sight of the shrinking spatial hole in front of him. White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake both wore awkward expressions and were at a loss for words. Ishi was the first to break the silence. My God, Her Majesty Nua was begging Master to join the Heaven-Mending sect just a second ago. But now, she has completely ditched Master to go on a date with Enlin. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue's hands shuddered, and he glared at the fatso beside him as he repressed the urge to throw up blood. Things wouldn't have been so awkward if nothing was said. So why did Ishi insist on saying something? Was he trying to embarrass his master? A date with Enlin? You better watch your mouth. Black Spirit Snake exploded with rage, and she immediately rested her massive sword on Ishi's neck. Ishi almost collapsed from fear, and he immediately rephrased, I'm sorry, Her Majesty Nua is only meeting sect leader Enlin to discuss the monumental mending of the heavens. Black Spirit Snake harumphed coldly before withdrawing her massive sword. Is Senior Enlin really going to join us? I'm so happy. White Spirit Snake cupped her face with her hands as excitement shimmered in her eyes. Black Spirit Snake turned a resigned gaze to her hopeless sister. She didn't even know what to say anymore. Why did White Spirit Snake idolize Enlin so much? It didn't make sense. Was Enlin really that attractive? Black Spirit Snake couldn't help but scoff with disdain as she recalled Enlin's infuriating smile. She simply couldn't bring herself to admire such an annoying man. At Yutong City, countless stars shimmered in the night sky, within a peaceful courtyard. Your Majesty Nua, please have some tea. Su Xiaolan had brewed some tea for Nua. Nua's expression faltered slightly at the sight of Su Xiaolan's geriatric features. However, vibrant divine light then flashed through her eyes, and she soon came to a realization. Divine Phoenix Maiden, I almost didn't recognize you. It looks like you're undergoing a certain transformation. Enlin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Your Majesty Nua, do you know why Xiaolan has become like this? Su Xiaolan also turned to Nua with curiosity in her eyes. However, Nua shook her head. I don't know what the Divine Phoenix Maiden will become in the end. All I can tell is that she is undergoing a certain transformation. As for whether this will be a positive or negative transformation, that is not something I can ascertain. It seems to have something to do with her choice. Something to do with my choice? A confused expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. As far as she could tell, she hadn't done anything. It's not going to be a life-threatening transformation, is it? And Lin was quite concerned. No, Nua shook her head firmly, and Lin finally heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. A faint smile appeared on Nua's face. Now, shall we discuss your decision to join the Heaven-Mending sect? Why do you suddenly want to join the Heaven-Mending sect? Did something happen? And Lin adopted a serious expression as they moved on to the main topic of conversation. Had something happened? No. He just wanted to be in the loop. Nothing really happened. It's just that I want to do something for this world, but I'm not sure what I should do. I feel like your Heaven-Mending sect takes a more gentle approach than the Heaven-Crushing sect, which is why I want to know more about your sect. And Lin replied. Nua nodded with a smile. You're right. Mending of the heavens is the best way to save the entire Taichu continent. It's also a method with virtually no side effects. And Lin turned to Nua with a serious expression. What is the chance of success? And what is your specific plan? That's a sensitive topic. Nua turned to look up into the sky with a meaningful smile. There may be unwelcome eavesdroppers around. I'll tell you everything in detail when I take you to the secret realm. However, You'll have to sign a contract and truly join the heaven-mending sect first. Nuwa elaborated with a smile. Sign a contract? What contract? And Lin's expression shifted slightly. The heaven-mending contract. After you sign the contract, you'll possess different power as well as many privileges. Nuwa explained. And Lin didn't expect this hurdle. He hesitated momentarily before breaking the silence. I have a question, and I'm not sure if I should ask it. Nuwa nodded with an encouraging smile. You can ask me anything. And Lin was a little uneasy. If I join the heaven-mending sect and sign the heaven-mending contract, can I still join the heaven-crushing sect? Nuwa, Su Xiaolan. Silence ensued. I feel like you shouldn't have asked after all. Nuwa's lips twitched ever so slightly as she took a deep breath. To think you would still think about the heaven-crushing sect after joining my heaven-mending sect, and that you would tell me this. Honesty is a virtue. I don't want to keep anything from you. And Lin spoke with an earnest expression. That may be the case, but what you're doing now is the equivalent of throwing shit into my face. Nuwa's voice had cooled significantly. Gasp. And Lin and Su Xiaolin both drew sharp intakes of breath. These words were coming out of Nuwa's mouth. They knew that Nuwa had really been enraged. My apologies, I was just curious about what the heaven-crushing sect would get up to. Only by knowing one's enemies can one come out on top. I'm only asking this for the sake of the heaven-mending sect. And Lin immediately began to grasp at straws. The heaven-crushing sect and heaven-mending sect appear to be sworn enemies, but the conflict between the two is nowhere near as fierce as you imagine it to be. Nuwa explained in an indifferent voice. Why is that? And Lin really was confused this time. The mending of the heavens and crushing of the heavens won't actually interfere with one another. The final step is the most critical step for both parties. If our heaven-mending sect reaches the final step first and completes the heavenly Tao, then the heaven-crushing sect won't be able to crush the heavens no matter what they do. Likewise, if the heaven-crushing sect completes their final step and completely destroys the heavenly Tao, then our heaven-mending sect won't be able to do anything either. And Lin was enlightened. So this is a contest of speed? It's also a competition of success rate. If one party fails in taking their final step, then they will have no choice but to give the opportunity to the opposition, Nuwa replied. And Lin stroked his chin in deep thought. So, in essence, not only are the two sects conflicting parties, they will actually complement each other in a way. If one sect fails, the other one can inherit the baton. That's right. This is a good thing for the Taichu continent, and it's the only reason why I haven't targeted the heaven-crushing sect. Of course, that doesn't mean that I do not detest them, Nuwa continued. And Lin chose to remain silent. He knew that this was a conflict in ideologies, and it was against his best interests to speak out for either party. And Lin, do you want to join the heaven-mending sect or not? Nuwa continued. All you have to do to join the heaven-mending sect is to sign the heaven-mending contract. I won't prohibit you from interacting with the heaven-crushing sect. Just make sure that I don't see you doing it. This was the biggest concession she could make. And Lin, what is your decision? Nuwa asked one final time. And Lin nodded. I'll join the heaven-mending sect. And Lin had made up his mind. His first priority was to join the sect first. In any case, no one could control him now. He just had to focus on gathering more information. The heaven-mending sect welcomes you. Nuwa extended a hand with a smile on her face. And Lin shook Nuwa's hand. This was the first time he had shaken hands with Nuwa, and her hand was very soft and warm. Nuwa smiled at Lin like a doting big sister. And Lin tried to retract his hand, only to find that Nuwa was unwilling to let him go. She was holding onto his hand with a hint of enjoyment on her face. And Lin was shocked. Was she flirting with him? Just as this thought sprang to mind, Nuwa retracted her hand before turning to Su Xiaolin. Divine Phoenix Maiden. And Lin has already joined the heaven-mending sect. Are you interested in joining as well? Not only did Nuwa want Lin, but she was also now trying to recruit Su Xiaolin as well. Su Xiaolin shook her head with a faint smile. I'll pass. I'll fight whoever Lin fights, and I'll help him with whatever he needs help with. That's the best arrangement for me. She could tell what Lin's true objective for joining the heaven-mending sect was from his reactions. As such, it wouldn't be a good idea for her to join the sect as well. And Lin was only joining the sect to steal information. If both of them joined the sect for that same ulterior motive, it would be going too far. And Lin cast a fleeting glance of approval at Su Xiaolan. All right. Nuwa was slightly disappointed, but she still maintained her smile. Then let's go sign the heaven-mending contract. I'll tell you the core secrets of the heaven-mending sect after that. And Lin's heart jolted slightly with shock. Things were progressing more quickly than he had expected. Please wait here for now, Divine Phoenix Maiden. Nuwa waved a hand, and the colorful spatial hole appeared again. And Lin, please come with me. Nuwa strode into the spatial door as she spoke, and Lin immediately followed along. After entering the spatial door, he was instantly struck by a rush of dizziness. And Lin was a little startled by this. It was very rare for him to experience spatial dizziness at his level. This indicated that the spatial energy density within the spatial door was very high. That, in turn, suggested that they were going to a place on a very high plane of existence. The world around him transformed drastically. Soon, a burst of gentle, white light appeared before his eyes, and Lin saw a boundless sky of stars. These stars flowed like rivers, converged to form vortexes, and constructed all types of stellar images. His line of sight pierced through the boundless sky of stars to a shimmering continent. That continent seemed to be the very core of the starry sky. As his line of sight drew closer, he finally saw what the continent looked like. This was the Taichu continent. There was a sinister hole in the heavens of this world, and countless, inky black cracks spread outward, emanating destruction and chaos. On the ground below, a pillar of white light shot into the sky, directly into the sinister hole. The pillar of light released sticky, viscous energy in an attempt to fill the hole. Not far away from the pillar of white light, there was an extremely sharp black and white spear. The tip of the spear was pointed directly up at the sky, and it seemed to be threatening to puncture this entire world. Countless black veined patterns were being released by the blunt end of the spear. These veined patterns covered the entire Taichu continent, creating a black formation that was relentlessly gathering the power of the earth. It was as if the spear were trying to gather the power of the entire Taichu continent in order to crush the heavens. Aside from the most prominent black and white spear, there were also 999 miniature spears pointing up at the sky. These miniature spears were also relentlessly gathering power. One could imagine the earth-shattering spectacle that would be created once these spears unleashed all of their powers. And Lin instantly understood a lot just from seeing this. This is my projection model of the Taichu continent. You can see the true form of the Taichu continent here, Nuwa explained. And Lin nodded with a hint of excitement. This was the first time he had seen the Taichu continent presented in such a straightforward fashion. It had to be said that the Taichu continent was currently in a very curious situation. There was a doctor trying to save it, but there was also a murderer trying to kill it. Both of them were trying to achieve their respective objectives alongside one another, but neither party was influencing the other. If the Taichu continent were a living being with sentient will, it would most likely be in a state of panic. You can see that our goal is to fill the hole in the sky. Nuwa pointed a slim finger at the sinister hole. However, the heaven-crushing sect is trying to deliver a lethal blow to the hole in the sky. They are essentially going to land the killing blow and destroy the entire heavenly Tao in doing so. Nuwa continued, after that, they will replace the heavenly Tao. This is an extremely dangerous and insane plan. Even the slightest mishap could lead to destruction. And Lin knew that Nuwa was not exaggerating. This was truly the case. If a living being was to replace the heavenly Tao, how could one ensure that they upheld absolute fairness? How could one ensure that this living being would strive to make this world a better place? Who would hold them accountable for their actions? Unless that living being wiped away their own sentient will and became a truly emotionless manager, there was no way to ensure these things. And Lin thought the same thing about the heavenly sea god. Even though the heavenly sea god was a part of the heavenly Tao, he had his own sentient will, which made him no different to a living being. If he were allowed to control the entire heavenly Tao, no one knew what would happen. The Taichu continent could become heaven or hell. How was Enlin supposed to ensure that the Taichu continent wouldn't descend into chaos? No matter how he thought about it, the mending of the heavens seemed like the way to go. This was also why Enlin wanted to know more about the heaven-mending sect first. Even though the heaven-crushing sect had been quite good to him, he was still more inclined toward the mending of the heavens. Successful mending of the heavens would ensure that all of the heavenly gods would be eradicated, and there would be no potential risks involved. Our heaven-mending sect is a sect that abides by the natural order and the heavenly Tao. We are protected by the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao, and even the paramount heavenly gods do not dare to touch us. This is why I have been able to mend the heavens for so long without encountering any resistance, Nuwa explained. And Lin had always thought that the heaven-mending sect was just a sect of cowards. However, that didn't appear to be the case. They simply didn't need to fight. Our heaven-mending plan is split into 6 steps. The first step is to fill the hole in the sky with matter. The second step is to repair the core of the heavens. The third step is to restructure and rebuild. The fourth step is to inject Tao power. The fifth step is to perfect the heavenly Tao. And the sixth step is to eradicate negative consequences. At present, we are close to completing the restructure and rebuild stage. We are going to begin the fourth step of injecting Tao power soon. Nuwa continued. And Lin had heard the heavenly sea god mention the third step, and he was quite intrigued after hearing about the remaining steps. What do you mean by Tao power injection? Nuwa turned to Enlin with a smile. The heavenly Tao is split into matter and power. This power is Tao, and the injection of Tao power refers to repairing the flawed parts of the heavenly Tao. In other words, we are aiming to perfect and repair the heavenly darkness power. Repairing the heavenly darkness power? And Lin's eyes widened as his heart skipped a beat. That's right. Nuwa nodded. Light, darkness, heaven, earth, sea, and life. All 6 paramount heavenly powers have physical manifestations. Aren't you curious with regard to why the heavenly darkness god has never appeared? And Lin's lips twitched imperceptibly, but he put on a curious expression. Why is that? A reminiscent expression appeared on Nuwa's face. This is because when the Purple Star civilization attempted to crush the heavens, they destroyed the Tao of darkness within the heavenly Tao first. The hole in the sky is actually the absence of the heavenly darkness power. And Lin. He pretended like he had heard some shocking news. Nuwa continued. Darkness represents absolute nothingness and termination. The Purple Star civilization actually wanted to break down the darkness component of the heavenly Tao in order to capture the essence of darkness. Then, they were going to infinitely enhance the power of darkness and use that power to absorb all of the other heavenly powers in the heavenly Tao. Thus, everything would be reduced to nothingness. The heavenly Tao would be completely destroyed, and the human race would be able to create a brand new heavenly Tao. However, they failed during the second step. They broke down the heavenly darkness power, but they were unable to capture it. After that, the heavenly Tao inflicted a terrifying backlash that wiped out the entire Purple Star civilization. Nuwa raised a finger. The flaw in the heavenly Tao is actually just the lack of the Tao of darkness. If we can repair the Tao of darkness, then our heaven-mending mission would be completed for the most part. Unbeknown to Nuwa, and Lin was the heavenly darkness god. Didn't that mean that they were trying to repair him? The heavenly Tao has already been completely repaired on a materialistic level. The structure has pretty much been rectified as well. Now, we are only lacking in the power of darkness. This power of darkness has been missing for countless years, but recently, the heavenly Tao managed to repair a small portion of it on its own. Perhaps the heavenly Tao would be able to completely repair itself in the near future, Nuwa explained. And Lin was shocked to hear this. The heavenly Tao can repair itself? That appears to be the case. A thoughtful expression appeared on Nuwa's face. It has roughly repaired about 60%. Boom! And Lin's heart jolted as his breathing accelerated. 60%. And Lin, are you all right? Nuwa asked. I am fine. Please continue. And Lin forced a smile onto his face. After that, Nuwa elaborated on the things the heaven-mending sect needed to do, as well as their plans for the future. She also provided a detailed description with regard to some cautionary aspects and the duties of the heaven-mending sect members. All of these things were related to the core secrets of the heaven-mending sect, but Enlin couldn't bring himself to focus his attention. His head was still ringing from Nuwa's words. 60%. After a while, Nuwa began to establish the heaven-mending contract with Nuwa. He swore to not reveal any of the heaven-mending sect's secrets to outsiders and to dedicate himself to the mending of the heavens. After establishing the contract, he dripped his blood on a peculiar disc. A brilliant light erupted from the disc, and invisible ripples merged into heaven and earth. Soon, he developed a clearer sense of the flaw in the heavenly Tao. At the same time, he was a lot more knowledgeable about the heaven-mending sect. At Yu Tong City, when Enlin finally returned, 6 hours had already passed. "You're back." Su Xiaolan made her way over to him. "How did you go? Did you get what you wanted?" Enlin nodded. At the very least, he had been alerted to an extremely important piece of information. The only downside was that this was not good news. Enlin sat in the pavilion and sipped wine as he gazed up at the moon. The white moon in the sky was particularly beautiful and seemed to be growing brighter by the day. In contrast, the crimson moon was becoming duller and colorless, as if it was going to disappear soon. Chang'e is going to win. Thinking about it now, her story is quite a motivational one. Enlin downed the strong wine in his cup, and he felt like his entire body and consciousness were burning. Su Xiaolin knew that Enlin was concerned about something, so she stayed by his side. Indeed, her path to Tao integration has been quite a bumpy one. Not only did she have to compete with a Dark Wing tribe mighty figure, she even had to face oppression from the heavenly Tao. Normal people would have been crushed long ago. However, she persisted until hope arrived, and she is now staging a crushing comeback. No one can stop her from ascending to new heights now. When that time comes, she won't just be the leader of the Moon Palace. She will be the Moon Goddess. TSK. She's like a protagonist. Enlin chuckled. Su Xiaolin filled Enlin's cup with a smile. You're like a protagonist as well. You're the hero of the entire Taichu continent, and everyone around you pales in comparison. Why are you still yearning for someone else's life? Protagonist. Enlin chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. That's the most hilarious thing I've ever heard. Was he a fake protagonist? Even his cultivation was fake. How was he a protagonist? I feel like you've been acting a little strange. Did something happen? Su Xiaolin sidled close to Enlin. Imagine that the world is coming to an end, and all of your loved ones will die as a result. However, you can choose to sacrifice yourself in order to save the world. Would you do it? A wry smile appeared on Enlin's face. Su Xiaolin shuddered upon hearing this. She knew what Enlin was implying. She really wanted to say no, but she knew that if this decision fell to her, she would sacrifice herself without any hesitation. I would. Su Xiaolin couldn't lie to herself, and she couldn't lie to Enlin. Enlin smiled upon hearing this, and he raised his cup. However, Su Xiaolin continued. She turned to Enlin with a determined expression. If there is a way to save the world without having to sacrifice myself, I would do everything in my power to make that happen. Enlin was rooted to the spot. A warm smile appeared on Su Xiaolin's face. After all, it's great to be alive, isn't it? Enlin looked at the woman beside him. Even though her face was lined with wrinkles, she was extremely beautiful to him. She was like a ray of sunlight clearing the congestion in his heart. Yeah, there is always another way. Enlin enveloped Xiaolan in a hug. Xiaolan, thank you. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. What's there to thank me for? We have to work hard together. You're right. Enlin nodded as a sense of warmth flowed through his heart. Enlin, what are you going to do next? Can you tell me? Su Xiaolan asked in a gentle voice. I'm going to the land of eternal light, Enlin replied. Why are you going there? I'm going to join the heaven-crushing sect. Su Xiaolan was a little stunned. Was he really going to join both sects at the same time? Furthermore, he had only just joined the heaven-mending sect. Was he really going to join the heaven-crushing sect so soon? Was that really okay? Wouldn't Nuwa explode with rage if she heard about this? And Lin seemed to be aware of what Su Xiaolan was thinking. It's all right. I'm going to do this sooner or later anyway, so I might as well get it over with. Su Xiaolan didn't know what to say. She could only nod in agreement. All right. Then let's go to the heaven-crushing sect. In the northeastern region of the Taichu continent, there was a vast wasteland that had been bleak and desolate for over 10,000 years. However, there were green grass and vibrant flowers emerging from this land. This was part of the effects of the mending of the heavens. However, at the same time, there were howling winds that tore through the air like blades. The sinister heaven-crushing aura was also spreading. At the center of the Purple Star ruins was a pristine, white holy land of light. It was like a jewel that would never lose its luster, and it was emanating a light that was more dazzling than ever. This was the main base of the heaven-crushing sect, the land of eternal light. At this moment, the land of eternal light was in a state of uproar. Shocking news! Sect leader Lin is going to join the heaven-crushing sect. What? Really? Of course it's real. Furthermore, he will be the third heavenly disciple. That makes sense. Who else has the right to become the third heavenly disciple aside from God? And this is fantastic. This is the best news we've gotten since we've initiated our heaven-crushing project. The heaven-crushing sect powerful beings were excited beyond belief. And Lin was simply far too prestigious a figure in the hearts of all of the heaven-crushing sect powerful beings. In fact, his reputation even outweighed that of Chun Chun and Cyril. His inclusion into the sect provided a guiding force for everyone to follow. Just as all of the members were whooping with joy and clambering to meet Lin, Shui Yen flew over toward them. She made everyone swear vows of confidentiality in order to keep Lin's decision a secret. These were quite drastic measures. However, none of the members had any objections. All of them swore their vows with nothing but unbridled excitement. They knew that confidentiality meant that they were going to do something in secret. Was Heavenly Disciple Lin up to something again? How exciting! At this moment, Lin himself arrived at the heaven-crushing glazed palace of the heaven-crushing sect and surveyed the core heaven-crushing formation. Cyril, Chun Chun, and the ancient Dragon Empress had all gathered to welcome Lin. This was the highest level of hospitality. No one aside from Lin had been welcomed by all three heavenly disciples at the same time. Lin wondered what their reactions would be if they knew that he was only here to steal information. This is the core of our heaven-crushing formation. This is the yin-yang chaos bead, which is the central hub of the formation, Cyril explained with a smile. Oh, that's so badass. Lin felt like his horizons had been broadened significantly as all of the secrets of the heaven-crushing sect were revealed to him. Su Xiaolan walked alongside Lin, but none of the heavenly disciples objected to her presence. They were clearly regarding her as one of their own. Only after joining the heaven-crushing sect did Lin discover just how insane these people were. They were a bunch of nut jobs. In reality, saving the Taichu continent wasn't even their main objective. They had higher and more ambitious aspirations. All heavenly disciples and heavenly disciple candidates had to possess the ambition of becoming the heavenly Tao. If they didn't, they weren't good heavenly disciples. This opinion was shared among Cyril, Chun Chen, and the ancient Dragon Empress. Of course, all of them had sworn vows to protect all living beings on the Taichu continent and lead the continent toward a normal, peaceful direction. Furthermore, they wouldn't interfere with this world unless a threat arose that could lead it toward destruction. As for why they wanted to become the heavenly Tao, all of them had different goals. Cyril wanted to see what cultivation base lay beyond the God of Creation stage. Hence, to put it more accurately, he was doing this for his own Tao. The ancient Dragon Empress simply wanted to survive and lead her tribe to prosperity. Chun Chen's thoughts were even simpler. All he wanted was to ensure the safety of the human race, and he had no selfish desires. Lin, why do you want to become a heavenly disciple? Chun Chen asked. Me? Lin blinked. I want world peace. Chun Chen, Can you be a bit more realistic? Cyril chuckled with amusement. More realistic? And Lin suddenly became excited. After becoming the heavenly Tao, I can do whatever I want. I could sample the best delicacies, go to the most fun places, and enjoy the most beautiful women. Chun Chin. Cyril was astonished. Isn't that a bit too realistic? And Lin was then viciously pinched by Su Xiaolin. Don't get carried away, Su Xiaolin cautioned with a fake smile. And Lin nodded obediently. After that, and Lin surveyed the heaven-crushing sect's strategic weapons. These weapons could be summarized using 3 words. Badass, insane, invincible. The heaven-crushing sect suited An Lin's tastes quite well. To him, they presented a very attractive alternative. An alternative to having to give up his life. Mending of the heavens sounded great, but if he wasn't careful, he could quite possibly die in the process. However, crushing the heavens was different. This process involved destroying the heavenly Tao before replacing it. This eliminated the necessity of An Lin having to sacrifice himself. And Lin was starting to understand why Cyril had said that he was the one with the greatest chance of being able to crush the heavens. Darkness embodied termination. Using the power of darkness to terminate the heavenly Tao was the equivalent of using the heavenly Tao to kill the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, reconstruction of the heavenly Tao would be best executed by the heavenly Tao. No matter how one looked at it, and Lin had the best chance of crushing the heavens and had more right than anyone to become the new heavens. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that An Lin really was the heavenly darkness god. From now on, An Lin is the 3rd heavenly disciple of our heaven-crushing sect. He will fight alongside us and strive to create a new future, Cyril announced to the several hundred heaven-crushing sect members gathered. A sea of raucous cheers erupted. The 3 heavenly disciple candidates, the battling Buddha, Yun Menjing and Michael, were all applauding enthusiastically. They were clearly quite reverent toward their new heavenly disciple. And Lin stood upon the stage in his white robe and bowed respectfully. From now on, we are all comrades. The divine phoenix maiden, Su Xiaolin, will be the heavenly disciple attendant to the 3rd heavenly disciple, Cyril continued. Su Xiaolin stood up with her mask on her face. Another burst of cheers rang out. Yun Menjing pouted with disappointment. I just applied to become An Lin's heavenly disciple attendant to try and get closer to him. But Su Xiaolin has taken that spot. Sai, how am I ever going to find a Tao partner now? If someone else had assumed the role of An Lin's heavenly disciple attendant, she would be inclined to compete with them. However, she couldn't muster up the courage to compete with Su Xiaolin. Su Xiaolin possessed God of Creation stage power. How was she supposed to compete? This was not someone she could mess with. And Lin officially joined the heaven-crushing sect, signed the heaven-crushing contract, and swore his vows. From his personal experience, he could verify that one could sign both a heaven-mending contract and a heaven-crushing contract. And Lin wore a white heavenly disciple robe with black edges and stood at the most prominent location in the heaven-crushing glazed palace. He began to deliver an address, and all of the heaven-crushing sect members listened intently. He was used to flexing at the 4-9 Immortal sect, so he was an expert when it came to delivering rousing speeches. Soon, the entire atmosphere had been ignited, and bursts of enthusiastic cheers rang out. As his speech progressed, the cheers from the heaven-crushing sect members grew louder and louder, and they became even more frenetic toward An Lin. Cyril and Chun Chen both drew sharp intakes of breath upon seeing this. The heaven-crushing sect did require fighting spirit, but wasn't this a little too much? Why were they all shouting things like, An Lin is invincible, and, I love you? Gotten? The members of the sect appeared to be getting brainwashed. Cyril couldn't help but wonder whether he had recruited a heavenly disciple or a master salesman. 1 hour later, the rousing speech finally came to a conclusion, and Lin exited the stage amid thunderous cheers and applause. He then arrived in a secret chamber before picking up an ancient scroll and observing it. After joining both the heaven-crushing sect and heaven-mending sect, he had gleaned many secrets and was now a lot more knowledgeable about the mending and the crushing of the heavens. The ancient scroll he was currently observing was the supreme treasure of the heaven-crushing sect. This was a journal recording the destruction of the ancient Taichu realm. This journal detailed how the ancient Taichu realm came to destruction, as well as how the heavenly Tao was destroyed. This journal was extremely valuable for their cause. However, there was only one thing Lin didn't understand. Who could have written such a badass journal? He had asked Cyril about this, but even Cyril didn't know the answer to that question. Cyril told him that this was something he had risked his life to retrieve from a destroyed sacrificial altar in the ancient Taichu realm. Even the name for this journal was coined by him. This journal was most likely something left behind by a being that had transcended beyond heaven and earth after witnessing the destruction of the ancient Taichu realm. Lin looked at the strange symbols and images on the scroll, and he didn't really understand anything at first sight. However, once he immersed himself, extremely shocking and realist images immediately began to appear in his mind. These were terrifying images of heaven and earth being destroyed, and countless living beings being wiped out in the blink of an eye. Following the destruction of the heavenly Tao, everything was thrown into chaos. A series of inexplicable disasters began to appear. For example, in some areas, walking in the eastern direction would ensure one's survival, while walking in the western direction would spell instant death. In some areas, one could rise into the sky from laughing, but those who felt sadness would instantly explode. Or, for example, in some areas, the genders of living beings began to interchange, and any physical contact between living beings of opposite genders would result in instant death. Lethal bacteria began to spread, and disasters took place relentlessly. All of the remaining living beings fell into chaos as heaven and earth gradually returned to nothingness. Cultivators could only run or become stronger. However, due to the destruction of the heavenly Tao, everyone's cultivation path had been severed. As such, no one could progress or make breakthroughs and could only await death. All mortal living beings were dead within a year. Countless beautiful homes were quickly destroyed amid the anguished cries of countless living beings. Death and destruction became a widespread sight to behold. Lin was completely immersed in these images, and he became more and more alarmed as he surveyed these scenes. Wouldn't the same thing happen to the Taichu continent if its heavenly Tao were to be destroyed? The destruction of the heavenly Tao began to reveal Tao power nodes. These were locations where paths of energy intersected with one another and were the equivalent of acupoints in the human body. After careful comparison, Lin discovered that these nodes were very similar to the 999 heaven-crushing pillars of light on the heaven-crushing formation. If the heaven-crushing sect succeeded in achieving its objective, then the images within this journal basically depicted the future of the Taichu continent. At the very end, a transcendent immortal tossed a ball of light into the distance. This ball of light was imbued with boundless hope, and it disappeared into the darkness. Lin returned to reality, and he appeared a little tired, but his eyes were extremely bright. He made new observations and attained new enlightenment every time he observed this ancient Taichu realm destruction journal. These observations allowed him to improve his understanding of the heavens. Furthermore, perhaps this was due to his special constitution, but he found that he was seemingly able to observe the essence behind these images, as if he could extend a hand and reach the heavenly Tao. There are three main steps to crushing the heavens. The first step is to create the formation and gather power, the second step is to crush the heavens, and the third step is to become the heavens. If the heaven-crushing sect reaches the second step first, then the heaven-mending sect would have failed. Lin sighed. After joining the heaven-crushing sect, he now knew that they were currently completing the first step, which was setting up the formation and gathering power. Once sufficient power was gathered, it would be time to crush the heavens. According to the current estimated projections, it would take less than half a year to reach the second step. Time is quickly running out. How will the heaven-mending sect mend the heavens without my help? From our conversation, it appears that Nuwa doesn't know why the power of darkness was able to repair itself. Lin fell into deep thought. You seem troubled, Lin. Have you encountered some difficulties? A fine and delicate youth in linen garments made his way over to Lin with a smile. His eyes were so clear and pure that they seemed capable of reflecting everything between heaven and earth. It was fantastic news that Enlin was joining the heaven-crushing sect. As such, even the perpetually expressionless Chen Chen currently wore a smile on his face. Chen Chen? Enlin turned to the youth beside him and spoke in a hesitant voice. Is there something you can't tell me? Chen Chen smiled. Chen Chen gave Enlin a very special sense of security. The images of them battling side by side resurfaced in his mind, and he finally let down his guard. I don't want to die. I won't have to die if I become the heavenly Tao, right? Chen Chen nodded. If we successfully crush the heavens, I will do all I can to help you become the heavenly Tao. You won't die. Instead, you will be reincarnated. You're going to do everything you can to help me become the heavenly Tao? Don't you want to become the heavenly Tao as well? And Lin was feeling quite touched as he turned toward Chen Chen. No. Becoming the heavenly Tao was never my intention. All I want is to make this world a better place. You are more suited to become the heavenly Tao than I am, so I will do all I can to help you. Chen Chen explained with an earnest expression. Make this world a better place? These words would sound corny and pretentious coming from anyone else. However, Chen Chen made those words sound very convincing. Thank you, Chen Chen. Why are you thanking me? We're truly comrades now. That's right, and we're great friends too. Indeed we are. Is Shui Yen your girlfriend? Do good friends keep secrets like this from one another? Tell me, do you love her? I'll take silence as an admission. After that, no matter what Enlin said, Chen Chen wouldn't answer him. Shui Yen liked Chen Chen, and Lin already figured that out. To put it more accurately, the entire heaven-crushing sect had figured this out. However, no one knew if Chen Chen liked Shui Yen. Brother Chen Chen, hey. Brother Chen Chen, don't go. And Lin quickly tried to give chase. But Chen Chen fled as if he were avoiding the plague and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And Lin could only give up after that. After spending some more time at the heaven-crushing sect, he and Xiaolin returned to Yutong City. They had already gotten a grasp on all of the core elements of the heaven-crushing sect, and all that was left for them to do was to digest these observations. As such, there was no need for them to stay at the land of eternal light. And Lin thought that there were no further improvements that he could make to his heaven-crushing techniques. However, he was able to make substantial improvements following his trip to the heaven-crushing sect, and it was time to test his power against the heavenly human tribe. A brilliant light erupted from the teleportation spell formation, and Lin and Su Xiaolin reappeared in Yutong City. What a lovely scent. And Lin caught a whiff of osmanthus flowers from the breeze that blew by. Directly ahead of the formation was a wide path. Osmanthus trees grew along both sides of the path, and they swayed in the wind. Their fragrant scent wafted through the air, instilling one with a sense of serenity and relaxation. Su Xiaolan inhaled deeply through her nose. After that intensive crash course, we can finally relax our brains. After becoming a heavenly disciple attendant, she had also received the best benefits the heaven-crushing sect had to offer. As such, her heaven-crushing true intent had improved by leaps and bounds, and she now had the heaven-crushing aptitude of a heavenly disciple candidate. In reality, Cyril and Chen Chen would have had no objections if she wanted to become a heavenly disciple. After all, her heaven-crushing true intent and her cultivation base both fit the required criteria. However, she didn't want to do that. She only wanted to be Lin's heavenly disciple attendant. All of the heavenly disciple candidates were extremely shocked after hearing about this. They dreamed night and day of becoming a heavenly disciple, but Su Xiaolan discarded the opportunity like it was nothing. Let's go home, Xiaolan. And Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's hand. Su Xiaolan nodded with a smile, and the two of them strolled along the osmanthus tree path. Back at the courtyard, Su Xiaolan returned to her room and lay down on her bed as usual. Ever since her body had begun undergoing its transformations, she had begun sleeping more. She soon fell into a deep slumber. Within the darkness, a white light suddenly appeared in the distance. That light was extremely alluring, as if it were hope, the future, and the meaning of life. Su Xiaolan began to chase after that light. After what seemed to be an eternity, she finally held that light in her arms. In that instant, She felt like she owned everything. Su Xiaolan was struck by an unfathomable sense of relaxation. She then flew high into the sky like a bird and looked down at the world from above. What a fantastic feeling! Is this the true meaning of life? From her vantage point in the sky, Su Xiaolan could see that familiar courtyard. She saw her old and shriveled body, as well as Lin, who was quietly meditating. Everything was so realistic. In fact, it was too realistic. Wait, no. Su Xiaolan suddenly came to her senses. She was then shocked by a discovery she made. Everything was real. This was reality. Su Xiaolan's eyes widened. If all of this was real and the Xiaolan within the room was also real, then what was she supposed to be? She turned her attention to herself and discovered that she was now a miniature vermilion bird. She was flying slowly into the heavens toward transcendence. I understand now. I finally know what this feeling is. It's the feeling of transcending beyond heaven and earth. I am evolving to become the ultimate life form. I am transcending to become a living being above this world and able to exist for all of eternity. I have experienced everything from infancy to old age. My life is already over, as is my karma in this life. It is now time to pursue my true self. Su Xiaolan was enlightened. She suddenly understood life and her own Tao. The miniature vermilion bird rose into the sky and the courtyard shrank in her line of sight. Su Xiaolan's entire body yearned for transcendence. This was the ultimate pursuit of life. This temptation and yearning was not something that could be resisted through one's will alone. Su Xiaolan was about to accomplish something that even the former great Empress Vermilion Bird was unable to. Even now, Su Xiaolan didn't understand. How was she able to attain transcendence? The former great Empress Vermilion Bird possessed the Vermilion Bird Holy Birth just as she did. Could it be because she was the first living being in history to achieve dual Tao integration? Alternatively, could it be that she had attained such a deep understanding of heaven crushing that even the heavens feared her and were trying to ferry her away? This was a valid suspicion. After all, she had just returned after an extensive crash course in the heaven-crushing sect, and she had almost immediately attained transcendence. Su Xiaolan's mind was very muddled, and she thought about many things. However, the overriding theme of her thoughts was that transcendence was the absolute path of righteousness. This was the path all gods of creation in the entire Taichu continent and realm of stars were pursuing. Wait, I'm not even at the god of creation stage yet. How could I possibly transcend? Su Xiaolan's heart jolted in shock. At this moment, her body gradually became transparent. Countless worlds flashed through her eyes. All of her questions were then answered. Su Xiaolan felt like she had become omniscient and omnipotent. Cultivation base? That's not important. She raised her head to find a living being in a jade dress who was on a plane of existence beyond this world. That was her future self. This was a true, immortal. Relationships? Those aren't important, Eth. Su Xiaolan's words suddenly faltered. A figure appeared in her mind. She had abandoned many ties with this world and was on the brink of transcendence. However, that figure suddenly appeared, even though it was a little blurry. Just as her body was on the brink of disappearing, it suddenly became clearer and more substantial again. A series of images appeared in her mind. The two of them fighting side by side, the two of them sidling up against one another to watch the sunset, the two of them cultivating and motivating one another, the two of them discussing cooking together. She couldn't and she refused to forget. You won't have another chance if you miss out on this one. The figure in the jade dress urged in an ethereal, enticing voice. Relationships are important, Su Xiaolan replied in a firm voice. One final image appeared in her mind. This was an image of Lin kissing her shriveled and wrinkly forehead. A vibrant smile appeared on her face, and she swept a hand through the air to dispel the image of the figure in the jade dress. An ethereal voice rang out across the heavens. What's so good about transcendence? My Lin is more important. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Vermilion bird Bing Xian's cries rang out across Yutong City. One of the 6 high and mighty vermilion bird sages was now being used like a rooster to announce the arrival of a new day. The light of the morning sun spilled over the windowsill and shone down upon the meditating Enlin. The door to his room was gently opened. Before he had even opened his eyes, a pair of soft lips pressed against his forehead, bringing with them a sense of moist warmth. Enlin inhaled that familiar, fragrant scent and opened his eyes. He was greeted by the sight of a woman in a jade dress with her hands folded behind her back. She wore a faint smile on her face, and her hair spilled down to her waist like a black waterfall. She had an ethereal air about her, and her voice was delightful. "It's 20-year-old Xiaolan bidding you good morning today." Her impossibly gorgeous features were within Enlin's reach, and her delectable scent wafted around the tip of his nose. Enlin stared blankly at the woman before him. His Xiaolan was finally back. "How do I look?" Su Xiaolan was a little smug as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. She was just about to say something when Enlin wound his arm around her waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Her luscious lips were sealed. Enlin gave Su Xiaolan an enthusiastic good morning kiss. Their lips only parted after Su Xiaolan was blushing like a beetroot and her body had gone slightly limp. Su Xiaolan quickly took a backward step with an embarrassed blush on her face. That was way too enthusiastic. "I'm celebrating your return," and Lin was very elated. "Furthermore, I feel like your aura has become even more ethereal and difficult to detect. Is this because you've become more badass? Don't be so crude in your speech." Su Xiaolan harumphed. "Xiaolan, have you become more powerful?" And Lin amended. The vermilion bird heart essence has already completely fused together with me, so my power has indeed increased significantly. As for exactly how powerful I am now, I don't know," Su Xiaolan replied before glaring at Enlin. "Keep your hands to yourself." Su Xiaolan was currently being made to sit on Enlin's leg, and Lin's hands simply couldn't help but inch toward some forbidden areas, and he only sheepishly halted his advances after seeing Xiaolan's cold glare. He asked with a concerned expression, "It's great that you're back to normal now, but do you feel like there are any abnormalities with your body? Are you feeling all right?" "I feel quite good," Su Xiaolan replied. "Really? I'll be the judge of that." And Lin's eyes glowed as he reached toward Su Xiaolan again. "Su Xiaolan." Slap, 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 and Lin's perverted paws were slapped away. "What are you doing?" "I'm just concerned about you." And Lin's expression was filled with genuine concern. "Xiaolan, are you feeling all right?" Again. Su Xiaolan's expression darkened as she harumphed coldly. "I don't feel that great now." "Really? Then I really do need to examine you." And Lin suddenly became excited as he reached for her body once again. Slap, slap, slap. "Ah, spare me, Xiaolan." "No, not in the face." Bam, bam, bam. Slap, slap, slap. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Su Xiaolan proved with her actions that she was as fit as a horse. The two of them flirted in the room for a while longer before striding out, hand in hand. "It feels so good to be young." Su Xiaolan took a deep breath and sighed with emotion as she looked up at the morning sky. She was so beautiful that everything in this world paled in comparison. "We are going to be thrust in the fiercest battle soon." And Lin smiled. Su Xiaolan nodded. Indeed. After joining the Heaven-Crushing sect, they had to fight for the Heaven-Crushing project. The Heaven-Mending sect could continue to refrain from participating in this war as the Heavenly Human Tribe and Heavenly Gods couldn't do anything to them. However, the Heaven-Crushing sect wouldn't be able to do the same thing. The Heaven-Crushing sect posed a threat to the very core of the Heavenly Tao. As such, the Heavenly Human Tribe and Heavenly Gods could attack the Heaven-Crushing sect all they wanted. And Lin was the third heavenly disciple of the Heaven-Crushing sect, and he had already identified the path he wanted to follow. If he wanted to live, then he had to fight for the Heaven-Crushing sect. The land of eternal light is the core of the Heaven-Crushing formation. If the paramount heavenly gods are going to attack, then that must be the first place they attack, Su Xiaolan speculated. And Lin smiled. "We can take some pressure off their shoulders. If the heavenly earth god dares to go to the land of eternal light, then we'll conquer the central heavenly gate, so he won't be able to go anywhere." But what if the heavenly sea god comes to attack us? Su Xiaolan was quite concerned about this notion. Well, and Lin hesitated upon hearing this. He couldn't tell her that that wasn't a concern as the heavenly sea god was on their side. If the heavenly sea god comes, we'll just take one paramount heavenly god each, and Lin replied. Su Xiaolan blushed upon hearing this. And Lin, you're overestimating me. And Lin smiled. Every badass man has a powerful woman behind him, as well as a bunch of not very powerful women, right? Su Xiaolan asked. And Lin's legs trembled upon hearing this. Xiaolan, my love for you is true. I wasn't talking about you. Su Xiaolan chuckled with amusement. The two of them conversed joyfully with one another and arrived atop the city wall of Yutong City. Yutong City's city wall was over 1 kilometer in height, and from that vantage point, one could see an expanse of pure white where the horizon met the earth. That was where the White Nectar Sea was situated. If one was to look even further, they would see a divine tree extending all the way into the heavens with clouds and mist obscuring its tip. The central heavenly gate should be at the top of that divine tree. And Lin narrowed his eyes. What will the heavenly gods do if we destroy all of the heavenly gates? Su Xiaolan was curious. And Lin replied with a smile. I don't know, but it will definitely be a very heavy blow to them. Su Xiaolan laid a hand on the hilt of her dragon sparrow sword. How about we take down the central heavenly gate before the enemy becomes aware of my true power? And Lin immediately shook his head upon hearing this. That's not a good idea. I can sense that the heavenly earth god is not the only thing that poses a threat to me on that divine tree. You mean there are other paramount heavenly gods there? Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise. The only beings in this world that could pose a threat to Lin were paramount heavenly gods. And Lin stood atop the city wall and looked into the distance. Let's wait a while longer. Everything will be revealed when the final battle commences. Within the cabin of life. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Ha ha ha. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue chortled with mirth. Nuwa sat beside him with a grumpy expression and didn't say anything. Her exquisitely beautiful features were a little flushed from rage. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were both stunned. How many tens of thousands of years had it been since Her Majesty had put on such an expression? It was actually quite an achievement for Lin to be able to infuriate her to such an extent. Are you done laughing? Nuwa grumbled in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. No. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue continued to chortle with mirth. Nuwa gritted her teeth and tightly clenched her hands together, as if she were trying to repress her rage. She was initially quite elated and had boasted to the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue that she finally managed to recruit Lin into the heaven-mending sect. She then went on to say that this was a major breakthrough for the heaven-mending sect and that she wouldn't be concerned even if the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue refused to help her. Just as she was boasting to her heart's content, Cyril contacted her via voice transmission talisman. Cyril was in very high spirits and boasted to Nuwa about how Lin had agreed to join the heaven-crushing sect and become their third heavenly disciple. He told her that Lin was now a member of the heaven-crushing sect. Nuwa was completely rooted to the spot. What the fuck? Third heavenly disciple? Hadn't he just joined the heaven-crushing sect? How the fuck did he become the third heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect less than a day later? Nuwa then quickly recalled Lin's question about whether he would be able to join the heaven-crushing sect after signing the heaven-mending contract. His question had really rubbed her the wrong way at the time. Nuwa told him not to let her know about any connections he had with the heaven-crushing sect. And Lin had indeed refrained from informing Nuwa about him joining the heaven-crushing sect. But Cyril was rubbing the news into her face. Nuwa was so enraged that she almost let loose a torrent of abuse, and she immediately cut off the voice transmission. What does Lin think the heaven-mending sect is? Just a place that he can steal information from? Furthermore, others would at least have the courtesy to wait for a few days after stealing information, but Lin didn't even do that. He ran over to the heaven-crushing sect and became their heavenly disciple pretty much as soon as he left the heaven-mending sect. Nuwa rolled up her sleeves in preparation to make a trip to Yutong City, where she would give Lin a brutal beating. However, her footsteps faltered when she reached the door. She had to maintain her image as a profound, kind, and beautiful goddess. She sat down again grumpily before fiddling around with the sand table beside her. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue bore witness to all of this. There was a stark contrast between the smug and triumphant Nuwa from before and the enraged and humiliated Nuwa now, and he simply couldn't help but burst into laughter. Humph, that Lin, he really is. Nuwa gritted her teeth, but she was suddenly struck by the realization that she had no words to describe Lin. Ha ha ha, don't blame Lin. Lin has never been one to follow the rules. Did you expect him to stay obediently at the heaven-mending sect? The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue chuckled. Nuwa took a deep breath. But he betrayed me way too quickly. I was still in the middle of celebrating, and now he has dealt me such a heavy blow. I'm very hurt by his actions. Don't be too disappointed. You have to realize that Lin's decision to join the heaven-mending sect may have influenced someone else to change their mind. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue looked straight at Nuwa. Nuwa's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this before a look of elation appeared on her face. You're saying that you... That's right. I'm also going to join the heaven-mending sect. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue stroked his beard with a smile. Recently, the heavenly life goddess had been feeling quite uneasy for some reason. Heaven, do you think we've helped Lin become too powerful? What makes you think that? His power doesn't really pose any threat to us. In the sky above, an elderly face constructed from cloud and mist remarked in an indifferent voice. But he has given us too many surprises. The heavenly life goddess pursed her lips and turned toward the northern direction with concern in her eyes. There, a majestic city stood, but it was merely a black spot in the distance. She murmured in a faint voice. He has done many things outside of our anticipation. For example, his trip to the realm of stars, the destruction of the 1 billion heavenly human eggs. These are all bad signs. You're overthinking things, life. No matter what he does, he's still just a pawn in the game while we are the players. Regardless of what this pawn does, it won't be able to change the direction that everything is progressing in, nor escape our control. The heavenly heaven god still wore an indifferent expression on his face, as if he were merely stating a fact. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, but at the end of the day he's still just a pawn. The heavenly life goddess nodded gently, and Lin had given them many surprises, but the paramount heavenly gods were still the ones who controlled the direction of this war. Everything that had happened up to this point had broken their rhythm and dealt a blow to the execution of their plans, but none of this actually hindered the execution of their core plan. Next, light, earth, and sea must be planning to initiate the final battle in advance. Right? The heavenly life goddess smiled. Of course, the heaven-crushing sect has already provided the catalyst to initiate the final battle. Those three must be planning to make their moves now. The heavenly heaven god nodded. The heavenly life goddess looked down, and her long, pointy ears fluttered gently like a butterfly. Specks of golden light danced around her ears, and an imperceptible smile appeared on her intricate lips. I'm really looking forward to seeing the heavenly sea god's performance. Meanwhile, far, far away from a blue planet, at the edge of the solar system, there was a young woman with a gorgeous figure and a pair of long, white bunny ears. She was cooking with a frying pan in outer space, and she grumbled with displeasure as she cooked. Stupid Lin! Stinky Lin! He promised me 3 super delicious dishes a week in return for my efforts in guarding Earth. But now, he's saying that he's too busy fighting in the war to cook for me and that I have to cook for myself. If I can cook dishes of that caliber, why would I have to ask him for dishes? Scum! He really is a scummy man. He's a dirty, deceitful pig trotter. The rabbit maiden bared her rabbit teeth and grumbled to herself. If it weren't for the fact that the frying pan that Lin had sent her had flavor enhancement properties, her terrible cooking skills would produce borderline inedible food. It smells so good. Looks like my cooking skills aren't so bad after all. The rabbit maiden's eyes narrowed with enjoyment and intoxication as she inhaled the delicious smell wafting from the frying pan. Right at this moment, the massive spatial gate before her suddenly tremored violently. Whoosh! A demon with a twisted body suddenly leaped out from within a spatial gate with a pile of black substance in its hand. It tossed the black substance toward the rabbit maiden, and a foul odor erupted forth like a nuclear explosion. The rabbit maiden was in shock. "Erf! I'm going to kill you!" she screamed as she swept a hand through the air and instantly reduced the demon as well as that pile of black substance to nothingness. "My dish! My super delicious dish!" The rabbit maiden looked at the dish in the frying pan, and tears fell from her eyes. "It's over. I've completely lost my appetite." It had taken her so much effort to cook this delicious dish. Who would have thought that an enemy would suddenly pop up and throw shit into her frying pan? What a disgusting attack. Who could think of such a sinister tactic? What kind of heinous being would be capable of devising a plan like this? Even though the pile of shit hadn't actually landed in the frying pan, the rabbit maiden had already caught a whiff of its scent, and that was a lethal blow. Instead of actually engaging me in battle, all they do is deploy small fry to throw shit at me. The rabbit maiden looked at the shimmering spatial gate and said in a cold voice, "Very well, you've successfully enraged me." Earth was a world created by Nuwa exclusively for human inhabitation. It was the second target that the heavenly human tribe wanted to destroy, but there was the god of creation stage rabbit maiden guarding the spatial gate leading to Earth, thereby making things extremely difficult for the heavenly human tribe. Thus, this place became every heavenly human's nightmare. Following the deaths of a large number of scouts, none of the heavenly humans deployed their own brethren anymore for scouting duties anymore. Instead, a series of twisted and insane demons of hell harboring countless negative emotions began to appear. All of them hurled piles of shit at the rabbit maiden in order to disgust this adorable maiden. Was this tactic familiar somehow? That's right, they had learned this tactic from Tina. Even an adorable was rabbit capable of retaliation if they were pushed over the edge. The rabbit maiden gritted her teeth with rage and contacted Enlin via voice transmission talisman. A familiar voice soon sounded within the voice transmission talisman. "Hey there, little rabbit, what do you need from me?" Enlin asked with a smile. "Enlin, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to enter through the spatial gate right now and kill those heavenly human tribe bastards." The rabbit maiden was absolutely furious, and Lin was taken aback by her flaming wrath. "Don't do it. What's gotten into you?" "What's gotten into me?" The rabbit maiden chuckled coldly. "They're sending demons of hell out to throw shit at me." And Lin fell silent upon hearing this. Why did that tactic sound so familiar? You have to calm down. They're trying to goad you into their territory. You can't allow yourself to fall for their trap. Just ignore them if this is not a regular occurrence. And Lin persuaded. Hee, not a regular occurrence? They've already thrown shit at me over 1,000 times. They're basically keeping up a frequency of one pile of shit per 2 minutes. I'm only contacting you now as I simply can't take this anymore. The rabbit maiden's voice trembled with rage. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Over 1,000 times? They had sacrificed over 1,000 demons of hell just to throw shit at the rabbit maiden? Was the heavenly human tribe retarded? Wait, how is the heavenly human tribe able to control the demons of hell? A shocking thought suddenly occurred to Enlin. Hold on for a while longer, rabbit maiden. I have to take care of some urgent business first. And Lin urged before cutting off the voice transmission. Hello? Hello? The rabbit maiden looked at the silent voice transmission talisman, and she stomped her feet in anger. You're just going to ignore me? You're just going to hang up on me just like that? You bastard! Right at this moment, ripples emanated from the spatial gate. A demon of hell leaped out from within with a sinister smile on its face before hurling a pile of repugnant, black substance at the rabbit maiden. Erf! The rabbit maiden roared with rage before sweeping her hand through the air and completely annihilating the demon of hell into nothingness. She had initially thought that she had successfully intimidated the enemy by slaying the heavenly mind god. As such, she thought that she would be able to spend the rest of her 100 years as Enlin's bodyguard stargazing and thinking about life. But what she didn't expect was this heinous, humiliating shit-hurling tactic from the enemy. Furthermore, the frequency was at 2 minutes per pile of shit. Sampling delicious food was her one and only hobby, and even that had been taken from her. The rabbit maiden was absolutely fuming. She rubbed her sharp rabbit claws together as she grumbled to herself, "You better hurry up, and Lin, I'm already struggling to repress the power within my body." In the southeastern region of the Taichu continent, upon a boundless expanse of lush earth, there was a massive crimson formation that encompassed an area with a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Countless ants that were even larger than humans with hard scales all over their bodies were gathered together in a dense bunch. All of them were extending worship and prayers toward the center of the formation. There was a sea of 30 million ants gathered here. There were also over 30 massive, fortress-like ant queens present, and all of them were lying silently upon respective nodes on the formation. They were also staring into the center of the formation with anticipation in their eyes. They were awaiting the birth of the emperor. Among them, there was a red, big-mouthed ant with an extremely powerful aura, holding a skull staff in its hand. This was High Priest Hong Yu of the ant tribe, and it was currently chanting as it initiated the ritual to summon the ant emperor. Last time they had attempted to summon the ant emperor, they required a vast amount of humans as blood sacrifices. Their plans were foiled by Emperor Ziwei, and in his fit of rage, he had almost wiped out their entire nest. The only reason he didn't destroy the entire ant tribe was that they were being used to combat the demons of hell that were dwelling underground. This was an extremely humiliating event to the ant tribe. Now, the human race was at war with the heavenly human tribe, and the ant tribe was able to remotely draw the human blood that was being shed as a sacrifice. As such, they were able to surreptitiously nurture the egg of the ant emperor. Thus, they didn't even need to deploy their ant army this time. They were still able to gather a vast amount of fortune and blood energy with ease. This was a God-given opportunity, and they were definitely going to be able to successfully summon the ant emperor this time. Once a Dao integration stage and emperor was born, the ant tribe would be able to make use of its insane reproductive abilities to create massive ant armies with ease. When that time came, they would be able to crush the kingdom of the 9 states and sweep through the entire Taichu continent. They would soon become the ultimate rulers of the Taichu continent. High Priest Hong Yu's eyes glowed frenetically as a dazzling divine Dao light erupted from the 2 feelers on its head. It faced the egg up ahead and spread open its arms, upon which an enormous amount of blood energy surged forth from the massive formation before converging within the egg in a frenzy. "Emerge, our great emperor. Today marks the rise of the ant tribe," Hong Yu yelled in a loud voice, and its voice traveled into the ears of everyone within the ant tribe army. "We welcome our emperor," the 30 million ants yelled in unison. The light from the formation grew brighter and brighter as a series of cracks began to appear on the surface of the glittering and translucent egg. Right at this moment, the earth suddenly tremored violently. Is our emperor about to emerge? What a massive commotion! Even the entire earth is quaking. As expected of our emperor, only a spectacle of this caliber is worthy to commemorate its arrival. Some of the ant tribe living beings had already begun to praise their emperor in loud voices. However, Hong Yu's expression had changed drastically. This was no spectacle heralding the arrival of their fucking emperor. This was an enemy invasion. The earth tremored more and more violently. The earth within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was quaking. "Quick! Prepare for battle!" Hong Yu roared. Boom, boom, boom. Before the ant tribe living beings had a chance to react, the earth began to crack open. Countless dark, demonic creatures spilled out from those cracks in the earth. They were insane and bloodthirsty, and they bared their claws and teeth as they charged toward the ant tribe army. They were able to tear through the ants' armor-like exoskeletons before feasting on their blood and flesh in an unimaginable display of brutality. "It's the demons of hell. The demons of hell are here," an ant tribe general yelled. High Priest Hong Yu let loose a loud cry. "They must be here to prevent the birth of the ant emperor. Everyone, engage in battle and kill them all." The ants had already charged into battle with the demons of hell without needing to be urged into action. The heavenly court had used the ant tribe to restrict the demons of hell, as the ant tribe and demons of hell were sworn enemies, and battles between them were a common occurrence. The ant tribe had no choice. They inhabited this land, and the demons of hell tried to feast on any living beings they could see. As such, if they didn't fight the demons of hell, then they would be eaten, so they could only go into battle. Ha ha ha! The black dogs have come out again. Let's kill these brainless bastards. These things are even more delicious than humans. The ant tribe absolutely despised the demons of hell. The demons of hell were all quite powerful individually, but the ant tribe crushed them in numbers. Thus, all demons of hell that dared to emerge from underground to fight the ant tribe would be killed and consumed in their entirety. Sure enough, as soon as the demons of hell appeared, they were met by a frenzied attack from the ant army of 30 million, and they suffered heavy casualties as a result. A faint smile appeared on Hong Yu's face as it scoffed in a hoarse voice. These demons of hell are nothing but lowly trash. They're only worthy of displaying their gruesome deaths as a performance for our emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The cracks in the earth continued to expand, and more demons of hell gushed forth like floodwaters. Hong Yu's expression changed slightly. There appeared to be more demons of hell than usual this time. Over 1 million had already emerged. Howl, howl, howl. The demons of hell frantically pounced and tore at the ants with their teeth and claws. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Erf! Howls of anguish began to erupt from the ant army as hordes of ants were devoured by the demons of hell. Hong Yu was shocked. She realized that things were beginning to spiral out of control. Quick! All soul formation stage powerful beings, gather around the emperor. We have to protect our emperor. Right at this moment, the number of demons of hell swelled to an unprecedented 10 million. Furthermore, this number continued to climb, and they swarmed from all directions in extremely terrifying waves. Wails of anguish erupted from the ant army. The only advantage they had over their enemies was their numbers, and even that advantage was beginning to desert them. A broken expression of despair began to surface on High Priest Hong Yu's face. How could this be? How could there be so many demons of hell? The earth continued to crack open, and demons of hell continued to pour forth in frenzied waves. Over 20 million of them had emerged. There were over 30 million ants guarding the emperor. They still outnumbered the 20 million demons of hell. However, even the most ordinary ant tribe soldiers knew that their army was about to get destroyed. What did 20 million demons of hell entail? Each and every demon of hell was comparable in power to the most vicious beasts. They could easily tear apart the bodies of 3 ants, and 5 ants were required just to deal with a single demon of hell. This meant that there had to be at least 5 times as many ants as there were demons of hell in order to ensure victory. But now, there were only 30 million ants up against 20 million demons of hell. They were screwed. High Priest Hong Yu could only think of one way to turn the tables. Protect the emperor. Buy the emperor time to hatch. As long as the emperor hatches, we'll be able to make a comeback. High Priest Hong Yu finally discovered the final shred of hope amid this desperate crisis. The High Priest is right. We have to protect the emperor egg. As long as the emperor can successfully hatch, we'll be able to vanquish the enemy and survive. All of the ant tribe powerful beings were also enlightened. A Dao integration stage super mighty figure could turn the tables on this entire battle. Even if they couldn't defeat these demons of hell, they would have a chance at carving out an escape path. With this in mind, all of the ant tribe powerful beings surrounded the center of the formation and fought the oncoming demons of hell with all their might in an attempt to protect their emperor. Waves of fearless demons of hell surged forth like raging floodwaters. The ant army also rushed toward the demons of hell like tsunami waves. The clash between the two armies was like a terrifying collision between 2 massive waves that instantly triggered countless splashes. However, as opposed to water, these were splashes of blood and gore. Thus, an extremely brutal battle ensued. The ant tribe was no match for the demons of hell, but they still fought fearlessly and valiantly. Wah! All of the 30 or so ant queens joined their voices in a loud chorus as sound waves spread throughout heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, all of the ants stationed at various locations rushed over, as if their lives depended on it to reinforce the army of 30 million ants. They were completely obedient to the Ant Queen's decree. The ant tribe had reinforcements, but the demons of hell also had reinforcements of their own. The cracks on the earth were still expanding, and more demons of hell were emerging from within. 20 million was not the extent of their numbers. Soon, the ant tribe was gradually forced onto the back foot. High Priest Hong Yu trembled uncontrollably upon seeing this. Have the demons of hell always been this powerful? Is this the true extent of their forces? They had battled the demons of hell countless times and were able to chase them back to their underground lair on all of those past occasions. They didn't know just how many demons of hell there were, but they knew that they could defeat the demons of hell. However, this notion had been completely flipped on its head. The demons of hell bared their vicious fangs, outstretched their sharp claws, and displayed their true power. There was a demon in the form of a centipede with 10,000 legs and a body 20,000 feet in length. On the underside of each and every one of those feet was a sinister, bloody mouth. The demon pounced toward one of the massive ant queens at an extremely fast speed before ensnaring the ant queen like a boa constrictor. All of its 10,000 feet made contact with the ant queen's body before opening their cavernous mouths. Blood-curdling cries immediately erupted from that ant queen's mouth. Its massive, fortress-like body was completely devoured in its entirety by those 10,000 mouths. Mother! Charge! We must avenge our mother! The ants were all completely infuriated upon seeing this, and they converged toward the massive centipede demon. In the face of these enraged ants, the centipede demon put on a sinister smile as 1,000 of its feet ran along the ground. All of the ants that were stomped on by those feet were devoured by the centipede demon's mouths. High Priest Hong Yu was just about to rush over and provide assistance, only to discover a series of massive black figures springing out from within the cracks in the earth. There were over 100 of these terrifying centipede demons. Wah! High Priest Hong Yu drew a sharp breath as incredulity appeared on its face. These centipede demons were comparable in power to return to void stage mighty figures, and there were over 100 of them. Were the heavens really trying to condemn the ant tribe to extinction? Was their dream of ruling the world about to be shattered right after its inception? Right at this moment, a cry of shock and elation erupted from behind them. The Ant Emperor is about to be born. Look, the eggshell is trembling. All of the ant tribe powerful beings were overjoyed to hear this. Hong Yu felt like it had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. At this moment, a return to void stage falcon demon flew toward the ant emperor. Protect our emperor! High Priest Hong Yu roared as it rose into the sky before bringing its skull staff down viciously upon the falcon demon's body. The falcon demon also swiped its sharp and vicious claws mercilessly at High Priest Hong Yu. Bam! A terrifying collision ensued. Peculiar ripples emanated from the tip of the skull staff, and these ripples tore the falcon demon's claws apart along with its massive body. The falcon demon didn't even get a chance to cry out in pain before it was insta-killed by High Priest Hong Yu. So powerful. Our High Priest is invincible. The ant tribe powerful beings all yelled in excitement at the sight of Hong Yu insta-killing one of the most powerful demons of hell. A faint smile appeared on Hong Yu's face. It was a return to void pinnacle stage mighty figure, and it could kill any demons of hell in one-on-one battles. Our emperor has been born. Ah! Hong Yu was overjoyed to hear this, and it was just about to turn around. Whoosh! A sharp claw suddenly punctured Hong Yu's head. The world suddenly became extremely red. Hong Yu's eyes widened, and it trembled uncontrollably as indescribable pain and a bone-chilling sensation assaulted its entire body. Is this the most powerful being within the ant tribe? How pitifully weak! A faint voice drifted through the air, and everything fell silent. All of the ant tribe powerful beings stared blankly up at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, as if they had been struck by lightning. High Priest Hong Yu's head had been punctured by a sharp claw. That claw belonged to an ant with a pitch-black body standing on its hind legs. This ant had the facial features of a human with golden patterns on its forehead, as well as 2 long feelers protruding from its head. My Emperor, why would you? An ant tribe powerful being stammered in a trembling voice. That black ant was none other than the ant emperor that had hatched from the egg. High Priest Hong Yu was also in disbelief. It had envisioned that this emperor would turn the tables on this battle and lead the ant tribe to destroy the human race and rule over the Taichu continent. This emperor was supposed to carry the hopes of the entire ant tribe on its shoulders. But why was it that this very same emperor now had its claw piercing through its head? Despair, horror, and befuddlement gripped High Priest Hong Yu's heart. Why? High Priest Hong Yu asked with difficulty. This body is so weak. The ant emperor twisted its body from side to side with a scornful expression. It didn't bother answering Hong Yu's question. Instead, it gently swept its claw through the air. Whoosh! High Priest Hong Yu's body was completely pulverized, and it was as dead could be. To the ant emperor, speaking with living beings like this was a waste of its time. High Priest Hong Yu, why? Why would you do this, emperor? Countless ant tribe powerful beings roared with grief and indignation upon seeing this as tears flowed down their faces. Why? Because it was too weak. A white divine halo suddenly appeared above the ant emperor's head, and a supreme aura began to emanate from its body. It looked down at the ant army below. It was silent for a moment before a sinister expression appeared on its face. You're all too weak. Such a weak race does not deserve to exist on the Taichu continent. You can all die. Boom, boom, boom. Blood-curdling cries erupted from the ant tribe powerful beings, and they rang out incessantly throughout the continent, at the easternmost point of the Taichu continent. This was a vast expanse of pure white light. A shapely female who was formed from light particles extended a hand and lightly tapped open a light orb. As the light orb expanded, a gigantic screen started to materialize. A pitch-black ant tribe male appeared within the screen. He wore a respectful expression, and behind him was a vast expanse of yellow earth and white sand. The earth was littered with the broken corpses of ant tribe members, and they were currently being gnawed away by countless demons of hell. It was as though this bloody and despairing aura could penetrate through the screen and directly cut through to where the female stood. Esteemed heavenly light goddess, the ant tribe army has already been wiped out. The ant tribe male saluted respectfully, and as if he were expressing its joy, the white light halo above his head fizzed with bubbles. He was the ant tribe's emperor, the hope of the entire ant tribe. You did very well, heavenly ant god. How many of the demons of hell remain? The heavenly light goddess smiled faintly. Out of the 28 million demons of hell, only 22 million of them remain. Thanks to consuming the corpses of the ant tribe members, all of them have experienced an improvement in their abilities. Very well. You know what to do next, right? The heavenly light goddess asked. The ant tribe male cracked a smile. Of course. The image on the screen suddenly disappeared. The ant tribe's emperor, or the heavenly ant god to be precise, gazed around at the bleak and bloody surroundings. Dead members of the ant tribe lay everywhere, and their broken corpses and despairing expressions appeared especially sinister and frightening. The pungent and stomach-churning smell of blood wafted tens of thousands of kilometers into the distance. I guess the ant tribe has been exterminated, huh? The heavenly ant god chuckled as if this had absolutely nothing to do with him. Several million ant tribe members had died by his hands alone, yet he felt absolutely no guilt in his heart. Such a worthless tribe doesn't deserve to exist in this world. The heavenly ant god trod on the head of a powerful ant tribe being. The powerful ant tribe being shuddered as if it still possessed an instinctive consciousness. Boom! A massive energy wave swept outward. The powerful ant tribe being's head was crushed by the heavenly ant god. No, the ant tribe hasn't been completely exterminated yet. After all, I'm also a member of the ant tribe. From now on, the ant tribe is going to be a completely new ant tribe. It's going to be a powerful and brilliant ant tribe. The heavenly ant god wore a faint smile as he walked forward. The hole behind him started to expand, and before long, a golden egg spat out from the hole. Plop! The egg fell onto the ground. However, this wasn't the end. The heavenly ant god's ass continued to expand. Plop, plop, plop. The heavenly ant god slowly walked forward. With each step that he took, an egg plopped out from his rear. The surrounding demons of hell were all filled with respect and admiration upon seeing his confident and haughty demeanor. With regard to the essence of life, the heavenly ant god was indeed the emperor of the ant tribe. At the same time, however, he wasn't completely the emperor of the ant tribe. After all, the heavenly light goddess had personally bestowed him with a heavenly god power. Moreover, this was the paramount heavenly ant power that had been tailor-made for him. He had reached the pinnacle of the ant tribe the moment he was born. That's right, in terms of strength, he was a heavenly god. Moreover, he was the second heavenly god that was a native of this world. Even he himself didn't know how powerful he was. However, one thing was certain. He was confident that he could obliterate the human tribe. Kingdom of the 9 states. The heavenly ant god looked toward the north. A grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his pitch-black antenna raised up toward the sky. "I've arrived," he said with a sinister smile. "The old ant tribe has already been exterminated, and the new ant tribe has already been born. This is a power that's capable of dominating the entire continent. I'll have you all understand the terror of being dominated by the ant tribe in the abyss of evil." This was the border between the kingdom of the 9 states and the ant tribe's realm of white sand. In this infinitely deep abyss, there lived countless twisted and crazed sinister devils. These sinister devils were starkly different from the demons of hell. Demons of hell were bloodthirsty, while sinister devils were psychopathic. Regardless of whether it was their life or mentality, everything about them was twisted. They exuded auras of boundless negative emotions, and living beings who didn't possess firm enough resolutions would even become mad and frenzied upon coming too close to them. Sinister devils were all very strong, and each of them started off with a power that was equivalent to the spirit nurturing stage. All of them roamed about in the abyss of evil, and not a single being knew just how many of them existed. At this instant, the abyss of evil suddenly became frenzied. The anguished wails of sinister devils were like an eerie and unending melody. A heavenly god who was shrouded in dark shadows slowly walked through the dimly lit abyss. He ventured deeper and deeper into the abyss, and the dark shadows behind him swarmed about energetically. Looking closely, these shadows were actually tens of thousands of sinister devils. Roar! A sinister devil who exuded an overwhelming aura suddenly burst from a rock and lunged toward the nearby heavenly god. The heavenly god raised an arm and lightly pressed into the void. The sinister devil froze in midair, and its twisted and frenzied expression became even more distorted and crazed. It was as if it were being eroded by some power. Descend into depravity. Descend into depravity. Abandon all that you don't need and reveal your true desires. Set free the evil that lies within your heart. The heavenly god's voice was mysterious and faintly discernible. The sinister devil thrashed about violently, and the color of its eyes gradually transformed from red to black. At the same time, its aura became increasingly terrifying. In the end, its twisted and pained expression gradually became blank. Then, an uncanny smile stretched across its face, and it silently followed behind the heavenly god. The heavenly god continued forward without giving the sinister devil a single glance. Every sinister devil that lunged toward him would eventually become a dark shadow that followed behind his back. Not only that, but the sinister devils within a radius of several hundred kilometers would all silently follow behind him. The heavenly god continued to venture into the heart of the abyss of evil. As he did so, the number of sinister devils following behind him also increased dramatically. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. He was like the Emperor of Darkness, and no matter where he went, everyone would submit themselves to him. Once he appeared, tens of thousands of demons followed, and millions of devils bowed in submission. "I can't let you continue. This is the end." A voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. Immediately afterward, a male who was also shrouded in dark shadows appeared before the heavenly god. Then he opened his profound and galaxy-like eyes. The heavenly god faltered as he sized up the male standing in his way. "Oh, There's actually a being of the Tao integration stage here? How very interesting. However, you actually dared to block my path. The heavenly god's lips curled up into a sinister smile. He spread his arms, and a supreme aura started to proliferate into the surroundings. Do you know who I am? I can detect degradation and instinct exuding from your body, the male said calmly. You most likely rule over depravity. Should I refer to you as the heavenly depravity god? The heavenly god's arrogant demeanor faltered slightly. He was clearly surprised that the male was able to guess his identity. Even the dozen or so supermighty beings who had seen him in action on the Eastern Front weren't aware of the essence of his power. Yet this male before him, since you know who I am, you should also know that I can squish you like a worthless ant. Are you going to fuck off yet? The heavenly depravity god said in a calm and indifferent voice. No, the male said as he shook his head. You're the one who should fuck off. Heh? You're seeking death. The heavenly depravity god suddenly lunged toward the male, and a black divine light enveloped his hands as he struck toward the male's face. Turn back into particles. However, just as the heavenly depravity god's hand was about to hit the male's face, a black-colored hand shredded apart the darkness surrounding him at an even quicker speed. Then, it viciously slammed into his chest. Heaven-crushing technique. Fist of the heavenly Tao. A golden light pierced through the darkness and illuminated the heavenly depravity god's terrified face. Like a furious wave that wanted to shatter the entire world, the Tao realm true intent of the palm engulfed the heavenly depravity god's entire body. As the palm pushed forward, the heavenly depravity god's chest started to cave in and shatter. Boom! Golden light exploded outward. The devastating palm continued to push forward, and even the sinister devils behind the heavenly depravity god started to crumble under the overwhelming shockwaves that were emitted. A path of death was carved into the dark abyss. Crack, crack. The sound of falling rocks echoed around the abyss of evil. The male slowly retracted his hand. The heavenly depravity god had already been swatted out of view. The male sighed in exasperation as he looked into the distant darkness. I know who you are, yet you don't know who I am. Why didn't you ask who I was? You? Who the hell are you? A hoarse yet profound voice traveled over from the distance. The heavenly depravity god gripped his shattered chest as he flew out from the cracked stone wall. As if they could see through all darkness, his ink-black eyes focused on the face of the nearby male. He was seething with rage right now. Not only was he caught by surprise and severely wounded, but the palm just then had even annihilated 100,000 of his sinister devils. One had to realize he had only gathered 1,000,000 sinister devils after searching for such a long time. Yet the palm just then had destroyed 1/10 of them. It was clear that the male was trying to ruin his plan. The heavenly depravity god was burning with fury. He wanted to learn of the male's identity before torturing him to death. My name is Night Monarch, and I'm the heavenly disciple attendant for the first heavenly disciple, the male replied calmly. His introduction was extremely simple, yet it caused the heavenly depravity god's pupils to contract drastically. Heaven-crushing sect? He's actually from the heaven-crushing sect. The heaven-crushing sect has this many supremely talented freaks. Isn't Demon Emperor Cu the first heavenly disciple attendant? The heavenly depravity god asked solemnly. Since when was there a night monarch? Who told you that a heavenly disciple could only have one attendant? The night monarch chuckled. The heavenly depravity god was rendered speechless by his rebuttal. A formless and uncanny fluctuation started to radiate from his body. Like a raging torrent, a black mist suddenly erupted from his body and furiously proliferated into the surroundings. The underground rock formations within a radius of several hundred kilometers started to become sand at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the nearby sinister devils all began to flee from the dark shadow in alarm. The night monarch shifted his feet slightly as he gazed at the billowing mists. Then, like a sturdy ice crystal, a sparkling and crystal-clear heaven-crushing barrier materialized before his body and blocked out all of the swarming black mist. Very well, Night Monarch, was it? I'll have you experience the deepest and most profound terror of this world. The heavenly depravity god grabbed at the void, and a golden, snake-like sword started to condense in his hand. Sword of Dimension Depravity. Rip. His body moved like a shadow, and he flashed before the Night Monarch at an incredible speed. Then he slashed down with his sword. The twisted golden sword slashed into the heaven-crushing barrier. As if coming into contact with some peculiar power, the heaven-crushing barrier started to rapidly distort and flatten. In the end, it was ripped apart like a piece of thin paper. While the heavenly depravity god had been attacking the barrier, the Night Monarch had already shot back in retreat. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the void or rock wall, everything in the twisted golden sword's path had become a flat surface of no thickness. The Night Monarch's pupils contracted drastically when he saw this. It's not energy, nor is it spatial power. What on earth is this power? Whoosh! The twisted golden sword pierced over again. The Night Monarch grabbed toward the void, and a black sword materialized in his hand. Heaven-crushing dark sword. A pure and powerful heaven-crushing true intent exploded toward the heavenly god before him. As the sword cut through the void, the might that was contained within the blade even obliterated the rock walls in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. This sword strike was immensely powerful, yet when it collided with the sword of Dimension Depravity, there was only an eerie silence. The Night Monarch could only see his black sword decaying and dropping in the dimension at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. It was as if his sword no longer belonged to this world. A golden light flashed by. The heaven-crushing dark sword shattered into two parts. Along with the sword, one of the Night Monarch's arms was also sliced off. The Night Monarch wore a terrified expression as he frantically scrambled back in retreat. He found that his arm had directly become a flat, two-dimensional surface after being sliced off. This power can even ignore energy? This is breaking the rules way too much. Fortunately, however, the burst of heaven-crushing true intent was still able to penetrate through the twisted golden sword and slam into the heavenly depravity god's body, ripping a wound into his chest. The heaven-crushing power created by Cyril and Chun Chun is indeed powerful. The Night Monarch instantly understood how to fight against the heavenly depravity god upon witnessing this sight. Should I use that technique? It's highly likely that this battle will be decided if I use that technique. However, if I use that technique, my body won't be able to withstand it. The Night Monarch's expression gradually became resolute as he looked at the dazed, sinister devils, as well as the terrified and anxious gazes in the darkness behind him. His aim of helping the sinister devils revert back to their original forms still wasn't complete yet. These sinister devils were all transformed from humans, and he definitely couldn't allow them to become tools for the heavenly god. The heavenly depravity god continued to lunge over with his sword of dimension depravity. However, the Night Monarch's expression had already become extremely calm. He made a grabbing motion toward the void of the abyss. Come hither, sword. Heaven-crushing technique. Sword of the heavenly Tao. Boom! A tremendously dazzling golden light suddenly soared into the sky in the profoundly dark abyss. This light was even more piercing and eye-catching than the sun. It seemed as if it were the only light, and it seemed as if it could pierce through all matter. A piercing golden light suddenly burst from the gigantic abyss that stretched between the kingdom of the 9 states and the ant tribe's realm of white sand. It pierced into the sky with an overwhelming heaven-crushing might and a boundless sword intent. It was unclear where it had originated from, and it was unclear where it would eventually reach. When the golden sword projection slashed down, the entire abyss became a boundless sea of golden light. A barely discernible wail traveled out from the abyss, yet it was instantly muted and engulfed. Eastern Heavenly Gate. The holy and majestic female who was silently standing in the sea of light suddenly opened her eyes. A look of disbelief washed over her face. Depravity actually died. Land of eternal light. Cyril also opened his crimson eyes. He looked toward the south with a complicated expression, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Night Monarch was actually forced to such an extent. Which heavenly god did he kill? At this moment, A linen-garbed youth had already stepped forward and was just about to leave the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Chun. Stop. If you head over, we'll definitely face a deadly situation here. Cyril scolded loudly. Chun faltered mid-step. He clenched his fists, yet in the end he didn't take another step. At this moment, in the abyss of evil, the golden light had already dissipated. At some unknown depth in the abyss, the Night Monarch was half-kneeling on the floor and continuously coughing blood. After catching his breath, he hurriedly fused into the darkness. In the next instant, he arrived on a vast plaza. There were over 2 million sinister devils silently standing on this plaza. Master Night Monarch! Master Night Monarch has come! Unexpectedly, the sinister devils started to talk to one another. Looking closely, one could see that these sinister devils were already free from their twisted and frenzied appearances. They were still pitch black, yet they no longer possessed explosive auras of boundless negative emotions. The Night Monarch wore a pained expression as he looked at the sinister devils before him. I was only a small step away, just one small step away. I'm about to transfer all of you to a mystic realm. Remember, don't wander around, and continue to practice the mantra that I taught you. He waved his arms through the void and tore a gigantic circular spatial tunnel into it. The sinister devils didn't raise any questions, and all of them obediently swarmed into the spatial tunnel. The Night Monarch was their supreme leader, and they all held a firm conviction that he wouldn't harm them. Thus, they all entered the spatial tunnel without any hesitation. The Night Monarch breathed a sigh of relief when he saw all of the sinister devils disappear into the spatial tunnel. The abyss reverted back to a dark silence. A disconsolate sigh echoed through the deathly silent surroundings. Such a shame. I won't be able to witness their human forms. In the sky above, a boundless pure white light beamed down. The abyss once again became a boundless sea of light. This time, the penetration of the light was more thorough and more terrifying. Every corner, space, creature, and matter was illuminated by the brilliant white light. An incredibly beautiful female who possessed an aura of infinite hope appeared before the Night Monarch. You return to the embrace of light, the female said softly. Heh! The Night Monarch chuckled scornfully. Hope? Light? It's all bullshit. A vast darkness surged from the Night Monarch's body, and as if he wanted to envelop all the light before him, the power of his Tian Ming Dao physique was pushed to the extreme. He raised his sharp black sword and stabbed toward the female before him. The female gracefully tapped a finger into the void. The darkness that appeared as if it were going to obliterate and engulf everything a moment ago instantly vanished into nothingness. In the southern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, the great Tao of heaven and earth started to wail in anguish. It was clearly daytime, yet the curtain of night suddenly descended. A sense of boundless grief welled up in the hearts of all living beings. Following the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator, heaven and earth also started to wail in mourning. Boom! 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 The great Tao of heaven and earth tremored as it wailed in mourning. Kingdom of the Nine States, Gem State, Autumn Light City. This was where the southern front of the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army was garrisoned. The southern Heavenly Gate had been destroyed. Thus there were only 1 million troops stationed on the southern front. They had initially thought that today was going to be another calm and peaceful day. Unexpectedly, however, the sky suddenly darkened. Immediately afterward, a sense of boundless grief welled up in their hearts. This was an experienced army, and they all knew that this was a phenomenon triggered by the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator. However, no intense battles had broken out here, so where did this phenomenon come from? The army of 1 million immediately swarmed onto the city walls and prepared for a battle. In fact, they even activated the city protection spell formation in fear that their enemy would suddenly appear before them. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly River State, Autumn Leaf City. This was a large city located not far from the abyss of evil. The tens of thousands of defending soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear as they looked at the thick swarm of demons of hell bearing down upon them. The eyes of these demons of hell glowed red, and their wicked and crazed appearances made them appear even more terrifying than the ant tribe of yore. Most importantly, the size of their army was so large that it instilled a sense of despair in defending soldiers' minds. It was impossible to count how many demons of hell had come. Anyhow, the entire realm of white sand was overflowing with their figures. "General Lei Gong, they're not going to come over, right?" a soldier asked shakily. Lei Gong, a veteran general of the heavenly court who was currently holding a divine lightning hammer and immortal lightning nail, shook his head. "The abyss of evil is like a heavenly rift. They can't cross over to our side, no matter how large their army." Just as he finished speaking, the earth suddenly started quaking violently. Boom! 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 The fissure that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers tremored ferociously. Then, like a healing wound on the earth, it started to converge together at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. The fissure became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it rapidly stitched back together. Under the terrified gazes of the tens of thousands of guarding soldiers, the abyss of evil that had existed for many tens of thousands of years actually converged and disappeared. The once gigantic fissure had now become an expanse of flat earth. Lei Gong, who can tell me what on earth just happened? As though they were in a nightmare, the tens of thousands of guarding soldiers all wore dazed expressions. Only the heavenly earth god can easily trigger this type of dramatic change, Dianmu exclaimed shakily. Hurry! Hurry up and contact the guarding soldiers on the Western Front. Request reinforcements. At this moment, a tremendous number of demons of hell were already lunging toward Autumn Light City. The guarding soldiers felt their blood freeze. They knew that even if the Western Front received news of this, it would still be too late for them to send reinforcements over. They were all going to die here, and the humans who resided in the southern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States would all be faced with a catastrophic crisis. Within the boundless sea of light in the eastern heavenly gate, the heavenly light goddess appeared once again. She had just arrived, but heavenly god Ling Hua was already standing by the side with his head bowed and a respectful expression on his face. Heavenly light goddess, the heaven-crushing sect fired a heaven-crushing punishment spear toward us not long ago. We can't block it. Heavenly god Ling Hua bit his lips as he spoke in a self-criticizing voice. It appeared as if the heavenly light goddess had already foreseen this, and she asked calmly, "How were the losses?" More than half of the 10 million heavenly human soldiers stationed at the eastern heavenly gate have been killed or wounded. Only 5 million of them remain, Ling Hua answered. The heavenly light goddess' lips twitched imperceptibly. They're actually willing to tolerate such expenditure with such a measly army? Although she knew that the heaven-crushing sect would definitely seize her absence to launch an attack, she didn't realize that it would be so ferocious. So be it. The heavenly light goddess waved heavenly god Ling Hua off. Heavenly god Ling Hua flew off on his folded fan. There was only the heavenly light goddess left in the sea of light. Night monarch, huh? The heavenly light goddess murmured. The heaven-crushing sect is so full of talent. He killed the heavenly depravity god and also ruined my plans for the sinister devils. Sacrificing 5 million heavenly human soldiers for your life was completely worth it. Her right hand slowly unclenched as she dropped it to her side. There was a black crack running across her smooth palm, and it was currently pulsating with a dark black aura. In the southern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, Autumn Leaf City, despair gripped at the hearts of the guarding soldiers. There was a look of frenzy and bloodlust in the heavenly ant god's eyes as he hovered above the center of the 20 million strong demons of Hell army. Come, we'll massacre Autumn Light City first. Slay and engulf every single human that you come across. Our earth-shattering strength will definitely send ripples through the entire continent. Howl, Kuchi Kuchi, huff. The demons let out a torrent of strange cries as they lunged toward Autumn Light City. The tens of thousands of soldiers on the city wall also sprung into action. Hurry! Activate the spell formation. Counterattack! A red city protection formation rose up from the ground. Streak after streak of brilliant spell techniques gushed out from the formation. Balls of fire erupted as the spell techniques smashed into the demons of hell army, and thousands of demons of hell were instantly killed by the violent explosions. However, such a tiny number of deaths barely caused a ripple in the 20 million strong demons of hell army. Heh! How laughably weak. Humans are also a weak and worthless tribe, and they don't deserve to exist in this world. A cruel smile played across the heavenly ant god's lips. I'll give you demons 2 minutes to annihilate the human army. In the heavenly ant god's eyes, the defenses of this city were pitifully weak. In fact, they were so weak that he couldn't even be bothered to participate in the battle himself. Boom! 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 The city protection formation trembled and cracked as the demons of hell rammed against it. It looked as if it were going to crumble at any moment. Once this spell formation crumbled, the soldiers of Autumn Leaf City would meet their doomsday. Hiss! A gigantic centipede demon rammed a hole into the spell formation with its head. A sinister smile appeared on its pale white face, and the mouths on its tens of thousands of legs started to relentlessly gnaw away at the breach in the spell formation. The guarding soldiers felt their flesh crawl as they looked at the monstrous centipede. Lei Gong leaped into the air. Then, he furiously smashed his divine lightning hammer toward his immortal lightning nail. Boom! A formidable arc of lightning exploded through the void and crashed into the centipede demon's head. Wah! The centipede demon pulled its scorched head back in pain. At this moment, however, hundreds of demons of hell who had similar auras to the centipede demon had already rammed into the spell formation and caused it to explode into shards. We're done for. Lei Gong's hands shook uncontrollably as fright slowly permeated through his mind. When he had been stationed here at the outset of the war, he had initially thought that this would be a relatively easy and stress-free position. Now, however, what kind of fucking enemies had he come across? He was the strongest member of the guarding troops. Yet right now, there were hundreds of enemies who were just as, if not more, powerful than him. Not to mention, there was also the heavenly ant god. It's finished. The heavenly ant god smiled. He raised his bum and shit out another egg in celebration. Starfire. Annihilation cannon. A crisp female voice suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a vast expanse of stars suddenly plummeted down from the sky. A purple galaxy that contained an unimaginable power crashed into the ground. Boom! A trail of death was ripped into the ground, and countless powerful demons of hell were engulfed by the billowing galaxy before they could even react. Their bodies were instantly burnt to crisp. Immediately afterward, a colossal battleship that measured hundreds of kilometers in length hovered out from amid the galaxy. Lei Gong shuddered violently, and he cried, This is the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Starfire battleship. 4-9 Immortal Sect. Heavens! It's reinforcements from the 4-9 Immortal Sect. As if it contained a magical power, the term for 9 Immortal Sect instantly lit a flame of fighting will in the human soldiers' despairing minds. They couldn't help but shed tears of joy. It looks like we arrived at just the right moment. The stunningly beautiful Xiao Hong, who was currently wearing a fiery red dress, breathed a soft sigh of relief. Big Brother and his truly all-knowing and understanding of the enemy. The southern region of the Kingdom of the 9 States genuinely might have fallen into enemy hands if it weren't for him preemptively telling us to come over here. There was a look of reverence on Debai's face. Blah blah blah. Shui Zhantian struggled to maintain his presence as the words of praise were stolen from his mouth. Now, let them experience the true power of our 4-9 Immortal Sect. A thick swarm of golden warheads appeared behind Shen Yuancheng as he thrust his arms open. The heavenly ant god's expression changed slightly as he looked toward the figures on the hovering battleship. 4-9 Immortal Sect? The number 1 power of the Kingdom of the 9 States? So be it. I'll defeat you here and tread upon your corpses as I advance forward. That way, the Kingdom of the 9 States will soon be in my hands. The heavenly ant god pointed with his finger, and countless demons of hell immediately leaped into the sky and lunged toward the hovering Starfire battleship. Several million demons of hell had wings, and heaven and earth were blotted out as they soared into the sky and surrounded the hovering Starfire battleship. Moreover, hundreds of demons of hell that were as powerful as Return to Void stage celestial immortals gnashed their jaws and unleashed their fearsome auras as they fearlessly lunged toward the battleship. Star-shattering cannon, fire! Lu Qianhuan shouted. Hundreds of cannons poked out from the sides of the battleship and furiously fired round after round of deadly ammunition. The sky was instantly filled with streaks of destruction and death. Shen Yuancheng leaped off from the battleship. He was dressed in an elegant white robe, and his jet-black hair billowed behind his back. His eyes were as dazzling as stars, and there was a tranquil and calm aloofness on his peerlessly handsome face. He spread his arms, and countless orbs of golden light suddenly materialized behind his back. Then they shot toward numerous different locations on the ground. Myriad spirit Tai Chi. Heaven-crushing linked explosions. Boom! 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 A string of devastating explosions erupted on the ground below. The energy shockwaves from these immensely destructive explosions surged outward and annihilated everything in their surroundings. A dozen or so mushroom clouds billowed up from the ground as tens of thousands of demons of hell were ripped to shreds by the explosions. The human soldiers hastily maintained the operation of the spell formation in order to block out the remnant shockwaves. The true nuclear celestial immortal has made his move. My God! This explosive power is on par with super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage. What do you mean on par? This destructive ability is even more powerful than what ordinary Tao integration stage super mighty beings can achieve. As the human soldiers fervently conversed among themselves, the demons of hell also discovered the huge threat that Shen Yuancheng posed. In no time, 6 Return to Void stage demons of hell swooped toward Shen Yuancheng in a bid to stop him from dealing catastrophic damage. The fastest demon of hell was a moth-like creature that possessed 8 scythe-like arms. The space was displaced and fractured as it sliced its scythe-like arms through the void, and its attack was just about to cut into Shen Yuancheng's head. However, Shen Yuancheng showed no signs of wanting to block this attack. Instead, he continued to gather power for his second explosive attack. It's close now. There's still a few hundred meters. Right at this moment, a vaguely discernible black thread shot into the space above the moth-like demon of hell. A shapely female suddenly materialized in the void. Then, she swung her silvery white dagger and carved a snow-white trail into the void. When the moth-like demon of hell detected her presence and tried to counterattack with its arms, its body had already separated into 2 neat halves. Blood sprayed through the sky. Hiss! It let out a wretched hiss as it crashed toward the ground. Meanwhile, a peculiar darkness had appeared on its wound and started engulfing its body. Before the moth-like creature could even reach the ground, its body was completely engulfed by the strange darkness. This female was none other than Yi Ling, a cultivator who had already comprehended her own divine Tao. As the moth-like demon of hell died, she had already transformed into a black streak and dashed above another demon of hell. Then, she repeated the same action and easily decapitated her opponent. Like an arc of lightning, Yi Ling's slender body continued to flash around at a speed that was unfathomable to the demons of hell. She sliced a fire-shrouded demonic python into 9 pieces, then continued to leap toward her 4th victim. Her speed was tremendously quick, and 4 of the 6 demons of hell that were lunging toward Shen Yuancheng were killed before they could even react. The remaining 2 demons of hell thought that they would be able to attack Shen Yuancheng. Yet a beautiful and aloof female who was dressed in palace clothing suddenly appeared in front of them. She flicked her wrist lightly, and a bright blue crescent instantly sliced the pair of demons of hell into 2 halves. She was none other than the setting moon celestial immortal, Su Chenyun. Being protected by 2 stunning beauties, it could be said that Shen Yuancheng had ascended the pinnacle of cultivation. He unleashed his explosive attack without restraint, and countless sinister devils who had neared Autumn Leaf City were instantly blown to bits. A large white dog silently snuck past the surrounding demons of hell and slipped onto the battlefield below. Then, he started to unleash his fury on the army of low-ranking demons of hell. Dabai had never been afraid of anyone when it came to crushing weaklings. Xianxia was much more powerful in comparison. He continued to exchange blows with return to void stage demons of hell as he attempted to break through their encirclement, and it was clear that he wanted to rush into the enemy army and directly ram the heavenly ant god to death. Meanwhile, numerous return to void stage supreme beings who were dressed in blood-red robes leaped down from the colossal battleship. There were a dozen or so of them, and each of them was a supremely talented individual among the return to void stage supreme beings. Divine blood dragon, demonic blood eagle, demonic blood god, all kinds of earth-shattering mystic techniques started to explode on the battlefield. The bodies of numerous demons of hell twisted into unnatural angles as blood spurted out from the holes on their bodies. It was clear that their blood was being forcibly sucked from them. Elsewhere, the two supreme sword immortals, Sun Yulua and Yao Mingxi, transformed into the most ferocious powerful beings as they clashed together with the most powerful members of the demons of hell. At the line of defense closest to Autumn Leaf City, heaven and earth had already transformed into a frosty blizzard. Any demons of hell that neared Autumn Leaf City would immediately become sluggish. At the same time, the frosty power of the blizzard would also increase with the passing of time. Weaker demons of hell would immediately be frozen to death, while stronger demons of hell would become dull and lethargic as they pushed on through the deadly fields of snow and ice. Then, they would be easily slain by the return to void stage snow maidens who roamed through the blizzard. The heavenly ant god's expression continued to shift as he observed this sight. He had initially thought that several hundred return to void stage demons of hell were more than enough to suppress the number one sect of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Unexpectedly, however, the 4-9 Immortal sect possessed a terrifying formation of top-end cultivators even though they only had relatively few disciples. Like an unstoppable divine sword, the cultivators of the 4-9 Immortal sect had brutally torn apart the overwhelming demons of hell army. If this continued, the demons of hell army would be massacred regardless of how large they were. It seems like not all humans are trash. You should be proud that you forced me to use this trump card. The heavenly ant god squinted his eyes as he reached a decision in his mind. The divine halo above his head suddenly unleashed a brilliant glow. Today's battle is the first battle for the new ant tribe. Not only that, but it's also the battle that will shake the continent and see the ant tribe reach the pinnacle of the world. Come on out, my children. Bam, bam, bam. The eggs that had been shit out by the heavenly ant god and were quietly rolling along behind the army suddenly exploded open. 36 ants. Each possessed a terrifying aura, soared into the sky. The auras that they unleashed were so overwhelming that the entire expanse of heaven and earth started to tremor violently. The expressions of the 4-9 Immortal sect's supreme beings all changed when they saw these ant tribe members. They noticed that the 36 ants that were flying through the sky all had modeled divine halos above their heads. These divine halos all radiated with a paramount aura, one that was unique to heavenly gods. T36 heavenly gods? Tang Shimin went weak at the knees, and he almost fell from the sky in terror. Not necessarily, Xiao Chou said solemnly as he shook his ugly head. Their auras are extremely similar to heavenly gods, and they also possess the powers of the divine halos. However, their aura isn't strong enough, so they can only be regarded as low-end heavenly gods. In terms of strength alone, they're most likely only on the same level as super mighty beings of the Dao integration initial stage. Tang Shimin continued to go weak at the knees. 36 Dao integration initial stage enemies? Is this not terrifying? What kind of concept is this? It was no surprise that Tang Shimin was feeling extremely panicked. One had to realize the total number of human Dao integration stage cultivators in the entire Kingdom of the Nine States was only around half of this number. Everyone was deeply astonished by the sudden appearance of these 36 ant tribe members. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army soldiers were almost suffocated by the crushing pressure exuded by the ants. How insanely monstrous were the enemies before them. The members of the 4-9 Immortal sect all wore different expressions at this moment. Heh! This is more like an attack launched by a paramount heavenly god. Yiling nodded slightly as she gazed at the nearby ant tribe members. She was already itching to battle against them. Based on individual strength alone, These new ant tribe members were all powerful enough to crush the most powerful ant tribe members of yore. Thus, it was understandable that the heavenly ant god labeled the past ant tribe as trash. After all, such was indeed the case in his eyes. As if they were indifferent about the events before them, the 36 ant tribe members all wore haughty and aloof expressions as they swept their gazes over the battlefield. The heavenly ant god was extremely pleased with these children, and he pointed a finger at the powerful beings of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Go, my children. Exterminate these fragile humans who stand before you. Yiling casually slew a return-to-void stage demon of hell, and her eyes shimmered with a cold light as she looked up at the heavenly ant god in the sky. The key to this entire battle was the heavenly ant god. Setting aside the heavenly ant god's power, just the fact that he was able to give birth to ants with divine halos was already a very scary notion. One had to realize that the heavenly ant god had not been in this world for a long time at all. However, he had produced 36 ants with divine halos during that time, and this number definitely had the potential to increase. If he were afforded more time, he would be able to produce more. Boom! The Starfire battleship blasted its Starfire annihilation cannon again. A destructive galaxy of stars pierced through the air, aiming directly for the heavenly ant god. It was quite clear that Lu Qianhuan had also discovered that the key was to destroy the heavenly ant god. The heavenly ant god remained completely motionless before the oncoming destructive galaxy of stars. 5 ants with divine halos stepped forward and extended their hands in unison toward the purple galaxy of stars. Immediately afterward, a pink, crystalline, triangular barrier materialized in mid-air, acting as a shield. The destructive galaxy of stars crashed into the triangular barrier, and it was as if it had crashed into the most indestructible fortress. The destructive galaxy of stars was split directly down the middle before skirting around the ants and rushing into the distance on either side. They blocked it. Lu Qianhuan was in disbelief. She had a very clear understanding of just how terrifying a cannon blast from the Starfire battleship was. This cannon blast would be able to insta-kill a weaker Dao integration stage super mighty figure if they had a lapse in concentration. However, this cannon blast had now been blocked by 5 ants. One had to realize that there were a total of 36 such ants present. The defending army on the battlefield was already beginning to panic upon seeing this. They felt like despair had descended upon them once again. The Starfire battleship was their biggest trump card. However, just 5 ants were enough to combat this trump card. How were they going to stand up against the remaining 31 ants? Who could stop them? At this moment, a white dress dancing in the wind appeared on the deck of the Starfire battleship. Bai Ling wore a pair of small glasses with a cold expression on her face as she analyzed in an indifferent voice. The energy barrier created by the enemy is imbued with a potent power of laws. This power is paramount in nature and possesses absolute jurisdiction and command. It is indeed very similar to the power of the heavenly gods. Do we have any way to target them? Zhou Yu wore a white work uniform, and there was a massive, spherical, mechanical core hovering in front of him as he looked on with a grave expression. Boom! At this moment, a spear of black lightning over 100,000 feet in length suddenly tore through space and hurtled directly toward them. The Starfire battleship's ionic deprivation barrier was instantly triggered to block the black lightning spear. Bai Ling stood in front of the battleship and looked on silently at the lightning spear, which was still thrusting forward with insane force, but unable to progress even an inch further. A sharp screeching sound erupted from the lightning spear and bursts of jagged lightning arced through the air like the claws of sinister monsters. Before everyone knew it, an ant tribe powerful being with lightning revolving around its entire body and a divine halo of crackling lightning above its head had arrived in front of the Starfire battleship. It crossed its arms in front of its chest and looked at Bai Ling with a disdainful and provocative expression. Right at this moment, bursts of terrifying auras began to quickly approach the Starfire battleship. These were 36 enemies attacking in unison, all of whom were releasing the auras of heavenly gods. Bai Ling smiled. Seeing as their power mainly consisted of heavenly power, then let's combat them as if they were heavenly gods. Looks like we'll have to bring out our trump card earlier than anticipated. Zhou Yu, release the Heaven Deprivation Ball. Bai Ling instructed. Zhou Yu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. The Heaven Deprivation Ball was one of the Purple Star Pavilion's biggest trump cards, and it could only be used once. Such a trump card would not be deployed unless the entire human race was in danger of being wiped out. Had things really progressed to such a dire stage? He looked at the 36 ant tribe powerful beings and received an answer to his question. If they were left unchecked, they really did have the power to massacre the entire kingdom of the 9 states. Outside the Starfire battleship, resounding booms rang out incessantly. The 36 ant tribe powerful beings had already surrounded the Starfire battleship and were unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon the battleship. Wind, rain, lightning, lethal poison and scorching flames, sabers, swords, spears, tridents. All types of attacks were being thrown at the Starfire battleship. The battleship's defensive barrier quickly repaired itself after being damaged, only to be damaged once again. Big Sister Bai, we need to hurry up and retaliate. The battleship's rate of energy expenditure has spiked drastically, and it's going to run out of power soon. Lu Qianhuan's urgent voice sounded. Bai Ling turned to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu acted very quickly as he quickly tapped 2 fingers through the air, and a brilliant light erupted from the mechanical ball. A small, white, semi-transparent ball then emerged from within before shooting into the sky. The small ball quickly spread open high in the sky before blasting out countless black lines that fell to the ground. These black lines converged to create a cage that imprisoned all of Ant Tribe powerful beings. Some of the powerful beings were very alert and immediately began unleashing attacks upon the small ball in the sky. Heaven Deprivation Ball, activate. Zhou Yu let loose a clear cry, and peculiar ripples spread from the black lines. Everything outside the cage suddenly became blurry, as if all of it were illusionary. At the same time, all of the surrounding living beings on the battlefield also felt as if everything within the cage had become blurry and illusionary. It was like they were no longer situated within the same world. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bursts of heavenly power exploded upon the small ball, but the ball remained completely motionless. Immediately afterward, all of the ant tribe powerful beings were struck by an extreme sense of debilitation. It was as if the heavens and the heavenly Tao were deserting them, and their grasp on the paramount power of laws was gradually disappearing. What's going on? The lightning-wielding ant tribe powerful being was in shock. Heaven deprivation is naturally the ability to completely separate everything within a certain space from the heavens. Power of this extent is still unable to separate the paramount heavenly gods from the heavens, but to half-assed heavenly gods like you guys, the rate of debilitation is as high as 60%. Countless streams of information flashed through Bai Ling's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her gorgeous face. The ant tribe powerful beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. They knew that Bai Ling wasn't lying. They could truly feel that the power within their bodies were decreasing quickly. At this moment, the lightning-wielding ant tribe powerful being immediately made the decision to retreat. Bai Ling spread open a hand toward that ant tribe powerful being before curling her fingers inward. Countless thin lines of extremely high-density energy suddenly shot forth from space, binding tightly around the ant tribe powerful being's head, tail, feelers, as well as all of its joints. She smiled as she pulled out a little silver pistol with her other hand. She aimed the pistol directly at the ant tribe powerful being's head before remarking with a hint of ridicule in her voice, "You seem to have been quite arrogant just a moment ago." An expression of shock and horror appeared on the ant tribe powerful being's face, and it was just about to say something. Bam! A bullet shot forth from the silver pistol. The bullet was very small, and it didn't appear to possess any devastating power, but it was able to pulverize the ant's head like a watermelon and even destroy the divine halo above its head in an instant. Gasp! All of the living beings present were instantly stunned. These 36 new ant tribe powerful beings with divine halos above their heads had seemed to be invincible when they had first appeared. However, the first living being to fall in this battle was none other than one of those ant tribe powerful beings. The heavenly ant god wore a thunderous expression as he witnessed this astonishing scene. He had created the new ant tribe, but a member of this new ant tribe had been the first to perish in this battle. This was akin to a slap in the face. This cage is too hard. We can't break it open. Let's attack that battleship together. It's about to run out of power soon. Right, that battleship is the core. They don't have what it takes to bring us down, so they're only putting themselves into a perilous situation. If we take this opportunity to kill them all, this cage will be pointless. The 35 new ant tribe powerful beings soon came to a consensus and began to launch combined attacks against the Starfire battleship. However, Bai Ling suddenly smiled at this moment. Who told you that we don't have what it takes to bring you down? Seeing as you've all shown me your trump cards, I'll return the favor. Come on out. It's time to show everyone the true power of our sect. A cabin door on the Starfire battleship suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, 2 massive black dragons flew out from within. These dragons possessed bodies that were tens of thousands of feet in length and were covered in extremely hard scales. They crashed through the dense barrage of attacks unleashed by the ant tribe powerful beings and completely ruined their battle formation. They are the 2 true dragons of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The defending army was ecstatic, and many of them began to whoop with excitement and joy. This is great. I didn't think they would come here. They had thought that these Dao integration stage super mighty figures would be stationed on the Eastern Front. But who would have thought that they would appear here? Could it be that the 4-9 Immortal sect had already predicted that the enemy was very powerful in advance? Maintain formations. Retaliate. Those are only 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. After a brief panic, the new ant tribe powerful beings began to set up formations and retaliate. However, in the next instant, who told you that there were only 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures? A voice filled with bloodlust suddenly erupted. Immediately afterward, a Kirin with crimson energy, revolving around his entire body, leaped up from the deck of the battleship. His body transformed into a crimson streak that was filled with killing intent, and he pounced directly toward a dual sword-wielding ant tribe powerful being. The ant hurriedly slashed both swords toward the Kirin at the same time. Heaven-crushing Kirin. The crimson Kirin's claws fell as massive crimson streaks of light and tore apart the ant's twin swords along with its entire body. Dongfang Zhuangshi was a Dao integration pinnacle stage super mighty figure, and to him, killing a Dao integration initial stage ant that had been deprived of 60% of its power was like beating up a little kid. Immediately afterward, divine flames spread through the entire sky. A regal and holy phoenix appeared on the battlefield amid boundless waves of fire. The divine flames converged into a vicious storm that forced several ant tribe powerful beings into retreat. 2 graceful, blue figures tore through the air. The great empress of the snow maidens broke through the defenses of the ant-wielding heavenly firepower before reaching for the ant. Her palm made contact with the ant's head, upon which its body was shattered like crumbling ice. Xianxia fought in an even more direct manner. Her body was like a sharp sword as it pierced into the ant tribe powerful being's battle formations, and she unleashed the unique frost power of the ice matriarch. Terrifying extreme frost power burst forth, killing 1 ant and injuring 3 more. The kingdom of the 9 states united army on the city walls of Qiuyi City looked on with incredulity. The cage of black lines had been transformed into an abattoir by the 4-9 Immortal sect Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Xiao Zhe, Xiao Tu, Phoenix Little Huang, Dongfang Zhuangshi, the great empress of the snow maidens, Xianxia, 649 Immortal sect Dao integration stage super mighty figures had appeared. Furthermore, all of them were considered to be extremely powerful, even among Dao integration stage super mighty figures. As such, the weakened ant tribe powerful beings were being comprehensively crushed. The heavenly ant god was unable to remain calm any longer. Did the 4-9 Immortal sect possess so many powerful beings? Was this the true power of the number 1 sect in the kingdom of the 9 states? If Bai Ling hadn't unleashed that heaven deprivation ball, the 36 ant tribe powerful beings would have been able to fight on par with the 4-9 Immortal sect powerful beings. However, following the activation of the heaven deprivation ball, the ant tribe powerful beings had no chance. Did you plan all of this in advance? You intentionally hid to goad me into unleashing my trump card so you could crush all of us at once. The heavenly ant god gritted his teeth with a thunderous expression on his face. If he had known how powerful the 4-9 Immortal sect was in advance, he most definitely wouldn't have sent the new ant tribe powerful beings into a direct confrontation with them. In fact, he might well have decided to stage an immediate retreat before surveying the situation carefully. All of this had happened because of that nasty woman's sinister plan. He had been too careless. He had underestimated the 4-9 Immortal sect. There were only two options available to the heavenly ant god now. The first option was to engage in a direct battle, while the second option was to retreat and leave the other ant tribe powerful beings to die. The logical part of his mind told him that the best course of action now would be to immediately retreat. He had seen the trump cards and powerful beings the enemy possessed, so he could make ample preparations before challenging them again. He could just give birth to new ants to replace these ones, and he would keep birthing more until the battle was won. If he were to engage in a direct battle now, there was a very high likelihood that he would lose. The best option was actually quite apparent. However, the heavenly ant god couldn't help but tremble with rage and humiliation at the sight of the ants being slaughtered and the celebrating human army. This was his first battle as well as the new ant tribe's first battle, so it held extremely important meaning. They should have been able to massacre the kingdom of the 9 states and rock the entire continent, but what was happening now? They couldn't even take down a small human city. Furthermore, all of the new ant tribe powerful beings were going to be wiped out. No. This was too much humiliation to bear. The heavenly ant god absolutely couldn't allow this kind of failure. He wasn't some emotionless heavenly god. On the contrary, he was an ant tribe life form that had been instilled with heavenly power. Thus, he possessed an abundance of emotions, and those emotions made him unable to accept the humiliation of such a crushing defeat. His body transformed into a pitch-black streak of light as he hurtled toward the heaven deprivation ball in the sky. Fuck it. There was a chance for a comeback as long as he could destroy that heaven deprivation ball. Boom! At this moment, the Starfire battleship unleashed a Starfire annihilation cannon blast toward the heavenly ant god. Myriad heavenly ant erosion. The heavenly ant god extended a hand toward the oncoming cannon blast, and black mist shot forth from his hand before rushing toward the purple galaxy of energy like a black dragon. The purple galaxy of energy was imbued with a devastating power, but a hole was eroded into it down the middle by the black mist. The energy was not dispelled or redirected. Instead, it had been eroded into nothingness. There was a saying that an ant's nest could bring about the downfall of a massive dam. In reality, the black mist unleashed by the heavenly ant god consisted of countless tiny heavenly Tao ants that possessed the most formidable erosion and engulfment powers. They were able to chew through all things that appeared to be indestructible, and this was not limited to just matter. They could even chew through spell techniques and energy. The Starfire annihilation cannon blast was engulfed in its entirety by the countless tiny ants. These ants then went on to pounce toward the heaven deprivation ball, clearly intending to destroy it as well. Full magic activation. Extreme kinetic energy. Star-shattering blast. Lu Qianhuan let loose a loud cry. Boom! A special, pitch-black metal ball was blasted from the Starfire battleship's main cannon, and it traveled at 1/10 of the speed of light. Terrifying speed combined with extreme density equated to extreme kinetic energy. This metal ball possessed a power that could puncture or even shatter an entire planet. The heavenly Tao ants released by the heavenly ant god began to chew at the metal ball, but they were only able to chew a few cracks into the ball before it reached the heavenly ant god. It was simply too fast. The heavenly ant god threw a fist at the ball, upon which a terrifying collision ensued, creating a series of astonishing spatial cracks within a radius of over 500 kilometers. The heavenly ant god possessed another property unique to ants, and that was his extreme strength. In a contest of pure strength, he feared no one. However, in the next instant, he could clearly hear the bones in his hands cracking. The black ball then began to bend his arm before crashing heavily into his body. His entire body was twisted and flattened by the ball before being crushed all the way into the distance. Humph! Who gave you the confidence to block my star-shattering cannon blast? Just resign yourself to being crushed. Lu Qinhuan wore a triumphant smile. No one could compare to her when it came to proficiency in operating the Starfire battleship. After witnessing the properties of the tiny ants unleashed by the heavenly ant god, she immediately changed tactics, and as expected, she was now reaping the rewards for her quick thinking. The heavenly ant god was blasted away by the black ball for over 1,000 kilometers before finally arresting his momentum. His entire body was in so much pain that he felt as if he had been disassembled, and he couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of blood. Not only did this ball possess extreme kinetic energy, but it was also imbued with an extremely pure and terrifying heaven-crushing power. Those two powers combined were able to break through his heavenly power defenses and deal severe wounds upon his body. However, he didn't understand how the heaven-crushing power was infused into a lifeless battleship. What kind of dark technology was this? Never would the heavenly ant god have thought that a heavenly god such as himself would be wounded by a battleship. This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, he also managed to completely calm down after taking that attack. He had to admit that the 4-9 Immortal sect was too powerful and unpredictable. Should I run? Thoughts of retreat began to appear in the heavenly ant god's mind. The heavenly ant god knew that if he were to continue to engage in this battle, he would most likely come out second best. His forte lay in his reproductive ability as opposed to his combat prowess. Everyone had witnessed how powerful the ants he had given birth to were. Each and every one of them possessed Dao integration initial stage power, and once he produced a complete tribe, those forces would be unstoppable. There didn't even need to be all that many. All he had to do was to produce 100 of these new ant tribe powerful beings, and he would be able to crush the kingdom of the 9 states. Even if the heavenly light goddess were racing against time, he didn't have to destroy the kingdom of the 9 states in a day or two. Among the 36 new ant tribe powerful beings, there were now only 18 left. They were essentially destined to be wiped out, but there were still over 10 million demons of hell. These were very important forces that could be utilized to great effect. The heavenly ant god made his decision. He pointed his feelers up at the sky and emitted ripples toward the battlefield in the distance. The peculiar ripples spread to every corner of the battlefield, and they encompassed all of the demons of hell. The demons' sinister expressions stiffened before they retreated in unison. The 4-9 Immortal sect powerful beings faltered upon seeing this. The enemy was retreating? They seemed quite determined too. Bai Ling immediately yelled upon seeing this. All members of the Blood Pavilion, take care. I'm going to unleash the Poison Lord Bomb now. The ferocious Blood Tribe members who were engaged in fierce battles were all spooked by this announcement and retreated into Qiuyi City's protective formation. The Lightning God and Lightning Goddess, as well as the tens of thousands of soldiers in the city, turned to look at Cassidy and the others with confused expressions. They could see extremely complex expressions etched on the faces of the Blood Tribe cultivators. They wore expressions of horror, but their eyes shimmered with scorching yearning and desire. These two types of completely different emotions somehow managed to appear on their faces at the same time. To the oblivious bystander, it appeared as if they had bipolar disorder. At this moment, Bai Ling, who was standing at the forefront of the Starfire battleship, had already pulled out a massive, blood-filled syringe that was about twice as tall as a human from her storage ring. Poison Lord Bomb. Blast off. Bai Ling held the massive syringe in one hand before hurling it violently into the distant sky. The syringe hurtled through the air like a rocket before exploding with a resounding boom right at the center of the battlefield. A vast expanse of blood mist spread through the air. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the weather changed. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and if one were to look closely, one could indistinctly make out some sort of red mist flowing within those dark clouds. This was quite a large-scale change in the weather, which encompassed a stretch of over 500 kilometers on the battlefield. The demons of hell were still fleeing into the distance, completely disregarding what was in the sky. Right at this moment, a torrential downpour suddenly fell from the sky. Some of the more cautious Return to Void stage demons of hell had unleashed spatial barriers to protect themselves. However, after seeing that this was nothing more than an ordinary storm, They withdrew these barriers and continued to focus on fleeing. The rainwater dripped into their wounds and seeped into their skin. The heavenly ant god was struck by an instinctive sense of foreboding upon seeing this. Why were they summoning a storm in a situation like this? That nasty woman definitely wouldn't do something pointless. Right at this moment, some of the weaker demons of hell suddenly rolled onto the ground before struggling in agony. A black mist rose from each of their bodies, and their vitality quickly began to fade. As soon as this happened, a massive number of demons of hell began to feel unwell. The heavenly ant god's expression changed drastically as he let loose an urgent roar. "There's poison in the blood. Hurry up and unleash your spell techniques to keep the rain at bay." However, it was all too late. Millions of demons of hell began to fall to the ground, where they howled with anguish as they struggled and writhed. The demons flying in the sky were like birds with their wings snapped as they plummeted to the ground. Some of the more misfortunate ones even crushed their land-dwelling brethren who were fleeing on foot. Some of the more powerful demons immediately unleashed spell techniques to keep out the rainwater. However, all of the demons of hell present had come into contact with this rainwater, and it had already seeped into their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Another few million demons of hell fell to the ground and began to struggle. In the end, even the several dozen returned to void stage demons of hell fell to the ground amid howls of agony. Their expressions were twisted with excruciating pain, as if they had been blighted by some sort of lethal poison. After a while, there was not even a single demon standing among the entire army of over 10 million demons of hell. Their life forces were receding as one powerful being after another perished. The heavenly ant god stared blankly at these scenes unfolding before his eyes, and his mind went completely blank. Everything that was happening had gone beyond his realm of comprehension. What was going on? How did the demons of hell become like this just from being pelted by some rain? The heavenly ant god had used his divine sense to analyze the rainwater and discovered that it clearly possessed no energy. There was clearly no poison within the rainwater, so how had everyone been poisoned? At this moment, he suddenly recalled something. Prior to this torrential downpour, a cloud of blood mist had exploded in the sky, and a small amount of blood had fused into the dark clouds. He looked at the torrential storm, which extended over 500 kilometers, and his lips twitched with incredulity. Could it be that the blood was poisonous? But there was only a syringe filled with that blood. After merging with all of that rainwater, it must have been diluted hundreds of millions of times. How was it still able to poison and kill an army of over 10 million demons? Even returned to void stage demons of hell was unable to escape from this poison? How poisonous did that blood have to be in order to achieve this? The heavenly ant god was in a complete daze, and he was suddenly feeling quite cold. However, Bai Ling merely looked on with a faint, smug smile at the sight of the demons rolling around the ground below. As expected, Enlin's blood does not disappoint. Indeed, the main ingredient in this Poison Lord bomb was Enlin's blood. Ever since Enlin reached return to Void Pinnacle stage, even Cassidy and the others didn't dare to drink his blood anymore. His blood had become the most lethal poison in this world. Back on the Xianxia continent, Enlin had discovered that not only could his blood poison blood tribe beings, it could also poison demons of hell. If this property was exploited on the battlefield, then it could be used to great effect. He had specifically requested for Bai Ling to extract a syringe of his blood to be used in future battles. Bai Ling accepted his offer and immediately brought out a syringe that was as tall as 2 humans and filled the syringe with Enlin's blood. As expected, it was extremely effective as a surprise trump card, and the entire army of over 10 million demons of hell had been brought down. The demons of hell howled and wailed with anguish before finally falling completely still. Even the several dozen returned to void stage demons of hell had fallen. After struggling for a while on the ground, their vitality completely faded, and they were reduced to lifeless bodies. The battlefield began to fall silent. Only the pitter-patter of rainfall was still audible. The entire ground had turned black. This was due to the countless demon corpses that had piled up. Deathly silence ensued. There was not even a single demon of hell that had managed to survive. They're all dead? And they were all killed by Master's blood. Yiling smacked her lips as if she were witnessing a new side to her master. Xianxia gulped and exclaimed, "Classmate and Lin's blood is even more lethal than my bombs." Even Cassidy and the others, who wanted nothing more than to lick the rainwater falling from the sky, were now extremely glad that they hadn't given in to their desires. Otherwise, they would most definitely have been dead now. It could be said that this attack had completely stunned the enemy. Not only that, but even the allies were all stunned. Just one syringe of blood had wiped out an entire army of over 10 million demons. This was the might of the Poison Lord. At Yutong City, near the White Nectar Sea. "Xiaolan, you stay here. I'm going to Chiuyi City." And Lin made up his mind and immediately turned to rush outside. "Calm down, and Lin. The entire 4-9 Immortal sect has been deployed. Don't you trust them?" Su Xiaolin hurried out behind him and said in an urgent voice, "The current situation is changing far too quickly. You have to make sure to keep your cool." "No, the trump card of the paramount heavenly gods is not something we can imagine. Our sect members are indeed very powerful, but don't underestimate the paramount heavenly gods." And Lin was still quite concerned. He leaped into the sky and began to fly out of Yutong City. It was also at this moment that a shudder suddenly ran through his heart. A pillar of amber light suddenly appeared on the White Nectar Sea before tearing through the earth and hurtling forth. It was imbued with limitless power, as if countless mountains were crashing down at once, and it struck one with an indescribable sense of asphyxiation. All of the Dao integration stage super mighty figures within Yutong City were also given a fright, and all of them leaped into the sky as streaks of light to survey the terrifying power that was quickly approaching. "Is Yutong City the target?" And Lin faltered at the sight of the amber pillar of light, which was imbued with extremely fearsome power. He gritted his teeth and finally flashed toward Yutong City, appearing over 50 kilometers away from the city gates. This was an attack from the heavenly earth god, and no one in the entire Yutong City could stop it aside from Su Xiaolan and him. However, he didn't want Su Xiaolan to reveal her true power so early. 5 elemental body, fist of the heavenly Dao, and Lin unleashed his 5 elemental power to the very maximum extent, and a golden light erupted from his fist as he threw a devastating punch. Boom! The oncoming pillar of amber light clashed within Lin's fist, and violent energy fluctuations instantly bulldozed everything in the surrounding area to the ground. Heaven and earth tremored violently as a result. The shockwaves from this collision were only kept at bay after several Dao integration stage super mighty figures combined their powers to fortify the city's protective formation. The energy shockwaves subsided, and Lin stood on the spot and panted heavily as he looked into the extremely far distance with a cold expression. There, he could indistinctly make out a youth with a divine halo above his head smiling at him. "Damn! You're not going to let me go, are you?" And Lin gritted his teeth. The heavenly earth god was clearly onto him and was trying to keep him here. And Lin. Su Xiaolan descended like a graceful bird as she surveyed Lin with a concerned expression. The collision had destroyed the sleeves of Lin's robe and revealed the strong muscle inside, but she could see that his arms remained unscathed. "You don't need to be too concerned. Bai Ling and the others haven't sent out an emergency call to you, which shows that they still have the situation under control at the moment," Su Xiaolan consoled in a gentle voice, and Lin nodded. "I'm aware of that, but it's really frustrating to see them fight battles of life and death while being unable to help them." Meanwhile, at Chiuyi City, all of the demons of hell had been poisoned to death by Lin's blood. The heavenly ant god's flesh crawled as chills ran through his body. He had never seen anything as absurd and incomprehensible. Just a passing storm had annihilated his army of over 10 million demons? He had thought that admitting defeat and retreating was already intolerable humiliation. But now, he was the only one left alive. This humiliation, it was on an entirely different level. Shen Yuancheng, Yiling, and the others began to turn toward the heavenly ant god. Aside from the ant tribe powerful beings trapped in the cage forged by the heaven deprivation ball, the heavenly ant god was the only enemy left. The heavenly ant god wasn't afraid of these people, but it would still be quite a difficult situation to be surrounded by those Tao integration stage super mighty figures within the heaven deprivation ball. Thus, he gritted his teeth and began to flee into the distance. He hadn't lost as he represented the entire new ant tribe. Therefore, he was retreating as an entire tribe, and sooner or later, he was going to exact his revenge. Hee. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Are you finally running away? Does that mean that you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve? A pleasant and slightly seductive voice suddenly sounded. The heavenly ant god's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he looked around with incredulity. Who's there? Show yourself. He was a heavenly god, and he was confident that no one could match his speed. So how could there be a voice right beside his ear? Show myself? I've already shown myself. I exist in all places where the sunlight exists. An amused voice sounded. All of a sudden, a seductive young woman appeared beside the heavenly ant god. She was wearing a red dress that revealed her well-proportioned calves, and she immediately aimed a kick at the heavenly ant god. The heavenly ant god's heart jolted with shock. This young woman struck him with the feeling that she had jumped out from a particle of light. How could any living beings possess such peculiar movement techniques? He hurriedly used his arms as a shield. Bam! Her kick possessed a devastating force, and the heavenly ant god was kicked flying for several hundred meters. The heavenly ant god remained unscathed, but his attempt to escape had been foiled. The young woman retracted her leg and puffed out her voluptuous chest before saying in a sweet voice, "For 9 immortal sect, Elder Xiaohong, please enlighten me. There was another Tao integration stage super mighty figure in hiding?" The heavenly ant god was shocked by the sight of this young woman. Just how many Tao integration stage super mighty figures did the 4-9 immortal sect have? Humph, you may have surprised me, but you're far too naive if you think just one Tao integration stage super mighty figure can stop me. The heavenly ant god harumphed coldly as he extended both hands toward Xiaohong. Heavenly Tao ants instantly hurtled toward her like a turbulent wave. Xiaohong chuckled gently before suddenly disappearing before the dense wave of tiny ants could reach her. Even her aura had become undetectable. The heavenly ant god's eyes widened. One had to realize that he was a heavenly god. How was it possible that he was unable to even sense the aura of Tao integration stage super mighty figure? In the next instant, a fragrant scent wafted through the air. The young woman in the red dress suddenly appeared behind the heavenly ant god and snapped her fingers. I think, therefore I am. I praise the sun, and thus, the sun is eternal. Boundless light suddenly erupted from nothing in front of the heavenly ant god. Immediately afterward, terrifying light and heat exploded, twisting the air and incinerating everything before its eyes. Boom! This was a true explosion of the sun. It wasn't just a big fireball. Instead, it was a sun that was imbued with the essence of the sun as well as the essence of pure yang. From the perspective of Shen Yuanchang and the others, they could only see a sun suddenly rising from the location where the heavenly ant god was situated. The sun released extremely piercing light, and they could only avert their eyes, but they could still sense the astonishing light and heat emanating forth. Elder Xiaohong can create suns now? Tang Shimin felt like he was witnessing a divine miracle. The lazy red flower that did nothing but sunbathe all day was already this powerful now? Is this how badass one becomes after integrating the Tao of light? Woof! Dabai felt like he had brought shame to Enlin's beast pet team. What terrifying power! Sun Yulua's entire body trembled, and the sword spirit of the blue dream ancient sword on his back was also trembling uncontrollably. It felt like it was about to be killed by the light from Xiaohong's sun. Xiaohong's instantaneous creation of a sun stunned everyone. However, even though the sun was real, it disappeared very quickly. A black figure with white smoke emanating from its body fell from the sky. This was none other than the heavenly ant god. His entire body had suffered burns, and he still wore an expression of confusion and shock. He had clearly been bashed into a stunned state by Xiaohong. Even a rookie Tao integration stage super mighty figure from the 4-9 Immortal sect can push me around? Am I that weak? The once proud and haughty heavenly ant god had now been cast into severe self-doubt. The heavenly ant god wallowed in self-doubt momentarily before deciding that he still had to run away. He forcefully stabilized his injuries before streaking through the air, fleeing into the distance once again. However, Xiaohong appeared nearby again. "Piss off!" The heavenly ant god let loose an enraged roar as his fist flew toward Xiaohong at an incredible speed. The heavenly ant god possessed extremely formidable strength, and at the moment the power within his fist erupted, even the surrounding space exploded and fractured. Xiaohong disappeared just in the nick of time. The remnant force behind the fist tore a gargantuan trench into the ground. The heavenly ant god seemed to have learned from his lesson, and in the instant that Xiaohong disappeared, he shook his entire body, summoning countless black heavenly Dao ants, which spread like mist over an area in excess of 50 kilometers in radius. So what if Xiaohong's movement techniques were mysterious and unpredictable? He could just transform his entire surroundings into an area filled with his power. How could Xiaohong attack him from close quarters then? This was a good plan, but just as the heavenly ant god was about to continue his escape, a streak of golden light flashed past him. This streak of golden light was none other than that gorgeous young woman in her red dress. Her entire body was encapsulated by particles of light, thereby creating a light barrier. All ants that came into contact with her barrier seemed to have been incinerated by fierce flames as black flames erupted from their bodies and they fell from the sky. She thrust a palm toward the heavenly ant god, and even though the palm wasn't particularly powerful, the special heaven-crushing power and power of light imbued within it struck the heavenly ant god with a sense of peril. "You're asking to be killed." A red light flashed through the heavenly ant god's eyes, and countless divine patterns converged upon his fist as he unleashed a punch toward the young woman before him. Boom! Palm and fist collided, resulting in an explosion of a golden ball of energy that dispersed all of the surrounding heavenly Dao ants. Xiaohong was blasted flying for several kilometers, but the heavenly ant god wasn't feeling great either. He was forced into retreat, but he managed to arrest his momentum after only traveling backward for several dozen meters, thereby making him appear as if he had gained the upper hand. "Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to kill me," the heavenly ant god said in a dark voice. Xiaohong also stabilized her body in the air before replying in her sweet voice, "I don't have to kill you. All I have to do is prevent you from getting away. My friends will be the ones who kill you. You forced me to do this. Let me see if you have what it takes to prevent my escape." A ferocious expression appeared on the heavenly ant god's face as countless tiny ants suddenly swarmed out from within his divine halo. These ants crawled over his entire body before chewing open his skin and burrowing themselves into his body. After that, Xiaohong could see countless bulges rippling incessantly beneath his skin, as if there were an immeasurable number of ants crawling within his body. Xiaohong's carefree expression instantly changed drastically. She could sense an extremely fearsome aura rising from her opponent's body. This aura was more than twice as powerful as what it was in the past. Huff, huff, huff. The heavenly ant god's body had swelled dramatically, and his monstrous aura sent ripples surging through the air, as if space would crack open as soon as he moved. He panted lightly as he focused a pair of insanely violent yet extremely focused eyes upon Xiaohong. "This technique will affect my reproductive ability, but with things in this current state, I have no choice but to use it." Never did the heavenly ant god think that he would be forced to such an extent. However, seeing as he was in this unfavorable situation already, he was going to use the blood of the enemy to wash away his humiliation. Whoosh! The heavenly ant god suddenly pounced toward Xiaohong at an extreme speed, and his hand sliced through the air like a saber, faster than lightning, toward her neck. Everything had happened far too quickly. The heavenly ant god had traveled a distance of several kilometers virtually in the blink of an eye before his hand chopped down upon her neck in an extremely brutal manner. His hand fell and sliced through Xiaohong's neck, instantly decapitating her. The heavenly ant god's brows furrowed. He discovered that he had struck an afterimage. A few strands of black hair fluttered through the air. "So close," the heavenly ant god remarked in an indifferent voice as he quickly scanned his surroundings with his eyes. In his current state, not only had his power and speed been drastically enhanced, the clarity with which it could sense his surroundings had also improved significantly. Even his utilization of heavenly power had been elevated to an extremely powerful degree. There! His body swayed before suddenly tearing through space. Xiao Hong had only just appeared when she was met by a fist hurtling toward her. She turned pale with fright and immediately disappeared once again. Boom! The fist struck empty air, and countless spatial rifts appeared. Where will you appear next? The heavenly ant god was not discouraged and continued to survey his surroundings. He knew that the enemy's mysterious spell technique had to be extremely energy-consuming to use. If the enemy became careless or tired, one strike would be all that was required to kill her. However, over 10 seconds passed, and his surroundings remained devoid of any other living beings. The heavenly ant god. She wasn't going to come out. That was quite awkward then. He had unleashed his buff technique, but she was hiding from battle now? You can hide for this long? Humph, so be it, I'll spare your pitiful life. The heavenly ant god began to flee into the distance again. However, right at this moment, Xiao Hong appeared behind him once again before snapping her fingers. Snap! Boom! A sun exploded violently. I'm going to kill you! The heavenly ant god's enraged roar erupted. He tore the sun apart with his bare hands and disregarded the burns on his body as he pounced toward Xiao Hong with a deranged expression. Xiao Hong was given a fright and immediately disappeared. The heavenly ant god's fist struck empty air again. Damn you! The heavenly ant god's eyes widened as he scanned the empty space around him. However, everything had fallen completely silent, as if nothing had happened and nothing would ever happen. The heavenly ant god unleashed his speed to his maximal extent and hurtled into the distance. At this moment, a golden light flashed beside him. Xiao Hong appeared once again. However, before she even had a chance to attack, the heavenly ant god's fist was already hurtling toward her face. Xiao Hong let loose a frightened cry of surprise before disappearing again. The heavenly ant god was struck by a sense of frustration upon seeing his attack strike empty air again. He continued to run, upon which Xiao Hong would reappear. He would then retaliate, and Xiao Hong would disappear. He tried to focus on escape and ignore Xiao Hong even when she appeared beside him. But Xiao Hong would then use the sun to blast him flying. He pounced at Xiao Hong like a madman, but Xiao Hong would just disappear, leaving him with no target to vent his rage on. Arf! The heavenly ant god roared as he unleashed consecutive punches upon the surrounding space. The space within a radius of several kilometers was smashed into smithereens, presenting a doomsday-like scenario. However, Xiao Hong didn't appear. The heavenly ant god had almost been driven insane by Xiao Hong. She was an absolute monster in guerrilla warfare and was able to successfully disrupt his attempt to escape every single time. Furthermore, she was always able to evade his retaliation in the nick of time, rendering him unable to even land a blow on her. Fuck! The heavenly ant god finally swore with frustration. I'm going to kill you! He delivered vicious threats, but no one replied. He didn't know what to do and stood in midair like an idiot. Arf! The heavenly ant god was on the verge of mental breakdown, and he roared again as he fled into the distance. At this moment, Xiao Hong appeared in front of him. The heavenly ant god let loose an infuriated howl as he unleashed another devastating punch. However, this time Xiao Hong didn't suddenly disappear. Instead, she also launched a punch in retaliation. Heaven-crushing sun fist. Boom! It was as if a sun had exploded. The heavenly ant god was knocked back a few steps by this punch, and his arm also sustained burns. However, Xiao Hong was even more severely injured. She let loose a delicate groan, and as she flew back through the air, she threw up a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Impudent fool! Once I catch you, your fate of death will be sealed. The heavenly ant god felt like he was finally able to vent some of his rage and was about to give chase. However, Xiao Hong suddenly smiled. Do you think I clashed fists with you because I was unable to evade? What? The heavenly ant god's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately looked behind it. A series of enormous, fearsome auras were quickly approaching and surrounding it from all sides. The only reason I clashed fists with you is so that my friends can catch up to you. Xiao Hong wiped the blood from the corners of her lips with a smile. Heavenly Ant God, today is the day you die. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Don't you feel ashamed running away like this after we've killed all of your ants? Xiao Tu's taunting voice erupted. Xiao Zhe wore a cold sneer and ridiculed. Heavenly Ant God is a name that really suits you. You're an ant-like heavenly god. The lowliest scum among all heavenly gods. You don't even dare to fight. All you can do is run for your life. The two fearless true dragons were hurling abuse at the heavenly ant god even before they had arrived on the scene. The heavenly ant god was extremely proud and was a heavenly god with an important mission on his shoulders. As such, he was an extremely important being among heavenly gods, and he had never been humiliated like this. He immediately began to tremble with rage. However, he knew that this was not the time to be drawn into a senseless battle. He had already been surrounded, so his top priority now was to break free, as only then would he have hope for exacting revenge in the future. If he were able to escape, he would birth children like a madman and create an entire tribe, an invincible army. Then, he would exact his revenge and show these pathetic enemies who was the true ruler of this world. The heavenly ant god flashed through the air and fled as if his life depended on it. Frost, icy celestial mirror. A beautiful, cold voice spread through heaven and earth. Shangguan Yi wielded her high priest divine staff and tapped it into the air. A semi-transparent, blue, prismatic mirror suddenly appeared in front of the heavenly ant god. It was like a mirror that connected heaven and earth and was emanating extreme frost power that could freeze everything in the surrounding area. The heavenly ant god didn't slow down in the slightest as he crashed directly into the mirror with his body. Boom! The mirror tremored violently before countless cracks began to quickly appear on his surface. In the face of the heavenly ant god's frenzied attacks, the mirror was quickly shattered. However, just when he thought that all obstacles had been removed and that he could keep flying away, he suddenly crashed into another mirror with a resounding boom. Shangguan Yi wielded her divine staff and the aura of the ice matriarch revolved around her body. Her blue priestess robe flapped around her, and she wore a solemn expression as she let loose a loud cry. Multiple ice celestial mirrors. A series of extremely resolute mirrors of ice quickly took shape. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly ant god had a very hard head and continued to bulldoze through the mirrors without any regard for evasion or efficiency. However, his speed inevitably began to decelerate. After crashing through many ice celestial mirrors with great difficulty, heaven-crushing nirvana flames fell from the sky. Boom! The heavenly ant god once again experienced what it was like to be roasted by scorching flames. This was the finishing technique Phoenix Little Huang had created after learning about heaven-crushing true intent. In the past, even divine heaven stage heavenly humans didn't dare to disregard this attack. Now, the heavenly ant god had been struck head-on by this attack, and he had clearly been severely wounded as a result. The heavenly ant god's entire body was charred black, and the flames seemed to be immortal as they simply refused to be snuffed out. From a bird's-eye view, he looked like a ball of fire that was fleeing into the distance. At this moment, a kirin fell from the sky and crashed down upon the heavenly ant god. Heaven-crushing kirin. Dongfang Zhuangshi let loose an enraged roar. I'll kill you. The heavenly ant god had been well and truly infuriated, and he threw a fist up at the kirin in an extremely violent manner. Boom! The two collided in an earth-shattering clash. The Tao integration pinnacle stage demonic blood kirin was blasted flying for over 50 kilometers. The heavenly ant god was only knocked back a few steps, but his body was trembling violently, and blood was slowly seeping from the corners of his lips. I'm not someone who can be pushed around by any piece of trash. He was trying to intimidate his assailants with the force of that punch before continuing in his escape. However, the two true dragons didn't even hesitate at all before pouncing directly toward it. Heaven-crushing violent dragon ram. Xiao Zhe rammed his massive dragon head straight at the heavenly ant god. The heavenly ant god seemed to be quite proud of his hard head. As such, he was issuing a challenge to see whose head was harder. Impudent trash! The heavenly ant god flared up with rage upon seeing this. This dragon was using his head to attack it, thereby indicating that he wasn't even taking the heavenly ant god seriously. Lethal poison ants. Green, poisonous ants suddenly began to crawl along the heavenly ant god's hand before he slammed a palm toward the oncoming dragon head. The poisonous ants around his hand were lethal to all energy, living beings, and even Tao. It could be said that this was a sure-kill attack applicable to all types of targets. If this dragon was going to use his head as a weapon, then he was going to destroy his head with poison. Boom! Another terrifying collision ensued. Xiao Zhe's violent dragon ram was extremely powerful, and the heavenly ant god was forced back through the air by its devastating power. However, the heavenly ant god wore a sinister smile as the poisonous ants around his hand began to chew into and erode Xiao Zhe's head. Right at this moment, a peculiar, crystalline barrier appeared on the dragon head. This was only a thin barrier, but it seemed to be the bane of the poisonous ants as it released energy capable of debilitating the poisonous ants while also keeping out the effects of their poison. How could this be? The heavenly ant god's eyes widened. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly erupted from behind it. Ha ha ha! You're using poison? Don't poison little Xiao. Come poison me. I would love to die from poison. A cavernous mouth suddenly sealed off all of the heavenly ant god's potential paths for retreat. The heavenly ant god was caught completely off guard and was swallowed by the massive mouth. Xiao Tu had just swallowed the heavenly ant god alive. All of his companions drew sharp breaths upon witnessing this familiar scene. They could still clearly recall the instance when he had swallowed a heavenly god and was detonated to death last time. However, he was now using the tactic again. Did he really want to die? Heaven-crushing true dragon intestinal grind. Xiao Tu wiggled his body frantically, and an extremely terrifying grinding power burst forth from his stomach, as if he were trying to crush the heavenly ant god into smithereens. The heavenly ant god's anguished cries erupted. He had already been severely wounded, and the time limit for his buff mystic technique was also coming to an end. As such, he was in an extremely feeble state and was unable to break through Xiao Tu's stomach in a short time. After my stomach endured that last mishap, I have been motivated to specifically target it in my cultivation. Thus, it has become extremely resolute now, and even a heavenly god won't be able to break through my stomach easily. Xiao Tu was quite pleased with himself as he turned to everyone else. Killing him like this will still be a little difficult. You guys, unleash your spell techniques into my mouth. I can transfer 100% of the powers from your spell techniques onto the heavenly ant god's body, and that way we'll be able to kill it. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Let me add some ice for you. The great empress of the snow maidens had been gathering power for a long time, and she let loose a clear cry as she launched a heaven-crushing demonic ice ball into Xiao Tu's mouth. Me too. Shangguan Yi unleashed the power of the ice matriarch into Xiao Tu's mouth. Sure enough, the heavenly ant god's howls of agony erupted from inside. Erf! The heavenly ant god's anguished wails merged with Xiao Tu's cries of pain. Xiao Zhe was dumbstruck by the sight of Xiao Tu, who was covered in ice and frost and was howling in agony. You look like you're about to die. Are you really all right? I'm fine. I need more. Xiao Tu yelled. This is not enough, all of you, attack at once. Everyone was reinvigorated upon hearing this. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Phoenix Little Huang blasted fire into Xiao Tu's mouth. Xiao Tu's entire body became scorching hot and crimson in color, while the heavenly ant god's blood-curdling cries erupted from inside. Let me add my dragon breath. Xiao Zhe took a deep breath before blasting an earth-shattering, heaven-crushing true dragon breath into Xiao Tu's cavernous mouth. Xiao Tu's body tremored violently, and his dragon scales stood up on end as the heavenly ant god continued to howl and scream. Let me add my blood. The demonic blood Kirin roared as he unleashed a crimson, demonic ball into Xiao Tu's mouth. Xiao Tu's entire body writhed and bled as the heavenly ant god screeched. Xiao Hong made her way over to Xiao Tu's mouth, and her eyes rippled as she said in a sweet voice, "Let me add a son." Xiao Tu's body stiffened as horror and despair appeared on his face. At this point, the heavenly ant god had already fallen silent. Boom! Xiao Tu exploded,